Chapter 27 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 27. On the Heartsome Heather. Now I must tell during this time of Sir Thomas Kennedy. He seemed altogether another man. He had ever, indeed, been kindly and generous, forgiving and unsuspicious. But during these spring months of the year after Bargany's death, he seemed to ripen like a winter apple when it is laid by, till there was no more sourness in him anywhere. Oftentimes he would come and cause me to read him out of the Gospels. Aforetime it had always been from the Old Testament, which I had ever thought the more interesting, till Sir Thomas that spring showed me other of it, making me read through the Holy Gospels. Indeed, to talk with him and watch his life was better than any sermon. I declare that before I understood his character and thought, I knew not that religion was aught more than the colour of a faction, a thing to fight about, like the blood feuds of Cassilis and Bargany, concerning the wrong and right of which not one in 1,000 knows anything, and still fewer care. Yet for all his increasing gentleness, there was naught unmanly about my lord, but ever the bearing and speech of a most courteous knight. He had a great love for noble and sweet music, and often diverted himself on the viol, upon which he played most masterly. The scurril jest, indeed, he would sharply reprove, but his heart still inclined to wit and mirth, and his countenance was constantly cheerful. Specially this was so when he and I, with Nell and little David, rode south to Galloway, where we were to abide a long season with Sheriff Agnew. For Margaret Kennedy, his eldest daughter, was married to the young laird, the sheriff's son, and abode at the castle of Lochnaw. Now in these days the air of Galloway, brisk yet kindly, suited my master better than the sea winds which were ever blowing about Culzean. And what was more to him than all Galloway was not so torn by feuds as Carrick and Kyle. And a man held not his life ever in the palm of his hand, as a tavern drawer does an unsteady cup which at any moment may be spilled. Nevertheless, my good master found an infinite sadness in this, that in a wide realm of men that are called Christians, I, Launcelot Kennedy, should have come to the years of manhood with no better opinion of religion than that it was the rag of faction. And this too, with ministers in mostly every parish, with preachings and communings and all the outer husk of godliness. But during this springtime, Sir Thomas showed me quite other of it. But yet I gave not in to all his argument about the kingdom of peace. For I answered that I was his soldier and servant, and that time and again it had been so ordered by Providence that fight I must, for the safety and honour of my master, and eke for mine own, this being the sphere of life in which my lot had been cast. I object it not, said Sir Thomas, defence and the appeal to arms are lawful. But I have lived many days, and I think shall not live many more. Yet never have I seen the lasting success of them that make the appeal to the sword. Truly does Holy Writ say, that they that flee to the sword shall perish by the sword. And as we paced together, he read to me much from his little Bible, and bemoaned his sins and evil life, especially how that he had been overtaken in the house of Sir Thomas Nesbitt on the New Year's night of the attack. I wished that I dared tell him that I had arranged the matter with his host for the saving of his life, but I judged that repentance is no bad thing for young or old, so I e'en let him repent his fill and bemoan as he would. Few places more heartsome have I seen than the Tower of Lochnaw. First, it stood near to an inland loch, where ducks squattered and splashed, instead of being like Culzean, set amid the thresh of winds and the brattle of the sea. Then the sheriff and his children were well agreed, and friendly with their neighbours, so that it was a proverb that the wolves and the lambs lay down together in that countryside. For if you stirred an Agnew, you had all the wolves of Galloway on your back. But in truth the Agnews were somewhat strange lambs, though their name bears that signification. We are called Agnews because we have so often been fleeced, said the sheriff once in his pleasantry. But I told him that was bad sense, though good wit, because in the hills we shore not the lambs till they had grown to be sheep. Ay, well, said the sheriff, twinkling with his eyes, shear my son Patrick there, for he is now sheep muckle, and has been so silly as to mix himself with the unruly folk of Carrick. I had indeed great pleasure in the house of Lochnaw. It is a fair place, with walls, moats, and drawbridges all about, very proper for defence, so that there be no artillery sent against it. But to my thinking the mounds might now very well be levelled and turned into walks and terraces, as has been done at Culzean. I sat down daily with the family at table, and was in all respects as one of them. For the Sheriff said, "Ye are not to be strange with us, for my wife comes from within sight of Kirrieoch Hill, and likes dearly to listen to the tongue of the muirland border folk." "Ay," said my Lady Agnew, for I will not call her the old lady, seeing that she had kept the heart that was within her young, "ay, and I have not seen any folk to better them on these fat, profitable runs." "That," said the Sheriff, "was what I thought when I went to the Minnoch side for a wife." And very gallantly he lifted his wife's hand to his lips, like the noble and courtly gentleman he was. And to this day the Agnews have ever been proud of their wives, and with reason. "Hearken to these young folk," said Lady Agnew, as the noise and tumult of much laughter and daffing came up to us. "Hark to them! Is it not good to be young?" "And therefore it is good to be my Lady of Lochnaw," said I, for I determined to show that there were folk in Carrick that could be gallant as well as Galloway Agnews. "Hoot, Culzean," cried the Lady Agnew, "how have ye brought up your squire that he cannot see a well-looking woman, but on the instant he maun begin to court her?" "What!" cried my master, the regardless loon, "and that before her husband's face, too?" "That, at least, is not a Galloway fault, at ony gate," said the Sheriff, smiling, "for Galloway ever behaves itself before folk, and courts only behind backs and slyly by the licht of the moon." "Ye talk havers, Andrew," said his wife. "Never did I meet you behind backs all the days of our courting." "Na," said the Sheriff, "but your father, honest man, was sair troubled with deafness, and your mother was blind, and lame o' a leg forbye. Haud your tongue, good man. Have some mense afore the young man, for he looks a sober chiel and blate. What should he have to do with lasses, at his years?" Here Nell Kennedy broke out in peal on peal of laughter, and when they asked her the reason, it was but at Launcelot's face when my lady praises him for being blate. He looks as innocent as our grey cat Grimalkin when she has eaten all the fish for supper. I wish that I could dwell longer on these sweet, peaceful days in Galloway, but the spring went on apace, and Sir Thomas was summoned back to Culzean. His nephew the Earl urgently needed his advice, and wrote to him to say so. "The Earl makes you many compliments," said the Lady Lochnaw. "Ay, ay," said Culzean. "Earl John was aye a great spender with his tongue, even as was the daddy of him." So we were bound to ride away from this kindly and merry house of Lochnaw, and much did I desire to return thither. Never once did we speak of wars and stratagems while we remained under that roof, but all of friendship, of lusty daffing, and of leesome love. But when we mounted I bade farewell to all with a wae heart. I envied the Sheriff greatly, for he had a wife whom he loved in age as in youth, and yet whom he knew wherein to be the master of, a thing, I take it, which makes home happier than all besides. I thought within me that Patrick his son had set himself a harder field to plough in his Marget. Yea, already methought he had let the reins slip from his hands, which after all is no strange thing, considering that she was own sister to Marjorie and Nell Kennedy, of whose stiff necks I had oft had experience. Ere we went, the Sheriff said a word that amused us all. When I came to be Sheriff, he said, I found my father at the horn, outlaw and rebel, for refusing to pay tens to cover the back of a bishop's lady with silks and satins. And when I die it looks like that I shall see my son at the horn for cleading of his wife according to the degree of a queen. For young Patrick Agnew liked better than all to be forever gadding about after the merchants of France and the Low Countries, who knew his weakness so well that they would come from far to sell him stuff for the decking of his lady, who, when all was said and done, was nothing to compare to Nell or even to Marjorie, her younger sisters. So we departed, almost heartbroken, to leave the sweet place of Lochnaw. And the Sheriff rode with us to the village of Stranrawer, a long, clarty, Irish-looking street with pigs and bairns running about it, set on the shore of a fine loch. Here Sir Andrew and his retinue bade us farewell, and so turned them and rode away back to the homely steading of Lochnaw. Now upon our homeward journey it was the great good pleasure of the knight, my master, that we should ride up the Minnoch Glen to visit my father and mother, whom I had not seen for long. Sir Thomas put it that it would be well that we rode not directly by Ardstinkar and near to Bargany along the shore road, for the folk of Bargany were cruelly set against us. Nevertheless, I knew that the real reason was that he wished me to see my mother. So we struck across the moorland country of Wigtonshire to the head of the Loch of Cree, which is a vast, wild, swampy place where many waterfowl congregate, and where duck and seagull build their nests. As we breasted the swelling moors, we came in sight of the mountains that were dear to me, for I was hill-bred and loved them, so that I could have ridden on, carolling like a lark, had I been in any other company. But Sir Thomas and Nell knew what was in my heart, for as we rode up Minnoch they looked at each little thatched cot house, and asked what it might be called, which was most amiable of them, for I loved to tell over the well-kenned names, though the hearing of them could not possibly have pleasured Nell or her father. When we came to the brow of the hill, along the side of which runs the track to the rowan tree, I begged of them that I might ride a little way in front, in order to prepare my father and mother for their reception. Really, I went because I did not wish them to see me meet my mother, for I knew that I was bound to weep. But it fell not out as I had expected, for the dogs that were about the farm came barking and youching round the corner, and I saw the rough head of our herd laddie looking out of the barn. Then he scudded across the yard like a hare, and anon there came my mother forth, with a white hood upon her head, and girt about with her apron, even as she had been when, as a boy, I used to come pelting home from the hills, hungrily looking for a piece and a slockening drink of milk. So she came own the little loaning to meet me, nearly running in her eagerness, I declare. And there, at the gate slap, I leaped down from Dom Nicholas, and took my mother about the neck, greeting like a great silly bairn. But for my life I could not help it. Yet I need not have cared, for Nell and Sir Thomas were admiring something on the hills, with their heads close together, and over my shoulder I could hear him pointing out to her the road to Straighton, and the way across the hills to Girvan, so they observed not my weakness. Then came Sir Thomas forward, and I presented him to my mother. Whereupon he greeted her by the name of Lady Kirrieoch, for that was a title of courtesy to a laird's wife. And though Kirrieoch is but a little place and a wild uncouth holding, yet Sir Thomas walked by my mother's side, leading his horse and talking, with his hat in his hand all the while, as if she had been the Queen of Scots herself. And as I looked steadfastly away towards the wind, so that they should not see that I had been weeping, and also to let the air dry my eyes, for such weakness is ridiculous in a man, Nell came riding by on her palfrey. She cast a little glance about her to see that none observed, a look quick and timorous. Then she leaned over and gave me a light little pat on the cheek with her hand, a thing she never did before, but which I liked very well. Then came out my father to meet us at the door, and Sir Thomas took him by the hand heartily. "You and I, Laird," he said, "are not so young as we were at the King's muster on the Boroughmuir, and when you held the colours of Cassillis, even as your son does this day." "No, Sir Thomas," said my father, "brittle bones, slack sinew, thin-sown hair have come to us both since that day, when it was my good fortune to serve with you, and under you." "Ah, Kirrieoch," replied the Tutor of Cassillis, "I envy you here on your high and heartsome muirs, where the wild cats are your greatest enemies, and not more dangerous than the erne ever stoops to slay." "It is a gey hard struggle at times," replied my father, with Launcelot away and only 2 old bodies left with the serving men. "Ah, bide a wee," said the Tutor. "I have made it my business to see that in a little, when the lad has won his spurs, you shall have Launcelot back with something worthwhile in his pouch, and a handle to his name as good as the lave of us." "I am glad that you have such good reports to give of him," said my mother. "Oh," said the Tutor of Cassillis, drolling, "I am none so sure of that. He has enough conceit of himself indeed, but in his presence we will not say more." And then my mother set the table for us with her own hands, though Sir Thomas insisted that she should not. But with all due acknowledgment of his courtesy, my mother continued the work with dignity and grace. Besides which, I question whether at the moment Susan, the byre lass, was dressed fitting to come into a room where there was the company of great folk. But it was more than pleasant to see Nell rise to help my mother to spread the cloth and lay out the silver spoons. We had the best of muirland fare, mutton of the sweetest, black-faced and small, toothsomely fed on the sweet, tender grasses that nestle among the heather knowes. Also we had sweet milk, oaten cake of a rare crispness, a kebbuck of rich cheese, and butter, as the Scriptures say, in a lordly dish, for the vessel was of silver, and had upon it the ancient arms of the Kennedys. The Tutor picked it up and looked at it. "These are the bearings of my great-grandfather," he exclaimed, much astonished. "Yes," said my father, "and he was also my grandfather." "Bless me," cried the Tutor of Cassillis, "I knew not that we were so nearly related." And all through the remainder of our stay he called my father cousin. And as for Mistress Nell, there was no end to her merriment on the subject. "Now we shall fight more than ever," she said, "for we Kennedys always fight with our cousins." And I must find the handle of the hay-rake with which I used to beat my cousin Philip. It will serve excellently for drubbing Launcelot, my new sweet coz." At last we rode away, and Nell Kennedy kissed my mother lovingly when we bade farewell, so that my heart warmed more than ever to the lass. Way-heartedly enough, we left the little white housie behind us, sitting blithesome on its brae above the white stones of the burn. And in my imagination, to this very day, whenever I am away from the Minnoch for long, rises a clear picture of the waterside as we saw it that morning, a wide valley filled to the brim with sunshine and the stir of breathing airs, the whaups and pea-sweeps beginning to build, and keeping up all the time above our heads a brave welter of crying and the whistle of eddying wings. "I wonder not that sometimes you grow homesick," said Nell Kennedy. "When you are distracted and morose, I shall now know the reason." So we came in due season to the house of Culzean, and there we found all well, with James playing tennis contentedly in the court, and Sandy up at the stables, acting the big man and giving his orders as large as my lord. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 28. Warm backs make Braw Bairns. It was the morning of the 11th of May, and we were on the morrow to take our journey to the town of Edinburgh. I had advertisement the night before that I was to ride to the town of Maybole to meet John Muir of Auchendrayne, and on my master's account to appoint a tryst with him at the Duppel, not far from the town of Ayr, for my lord desired not to pass through that place, knowing that many of the faction of Bargany abode there. But Sir Thomas ever believed that Auchendrayne was of those that wished him well, because of the marriage and of all that had passed between them. So I had to ride on this mission that I loved not over well, but I had naught to say, for whenever I spake to the tutor concerning John Muir, he would clap me on the head and say, "Ye are over careful and suspicious, Launcelot. John Muir and I are fathers of the same pair of bairns, wherefore then should we not be as one, even as they?" Poor man, I could not find it in my heart to tell him of the happening beneath the town gate of Maybole, when James Muir's wife bade farewell to Gilbert Kennedy of Bargany, as he lay there dead on his enemies' spears. So at early morning I rode as I was bidden to Maybole to meet the Laird of Auchendrayne, who, as my master knew, had some business there. But it so fell out that I missed him, for he had lodged all night in the town at the Black House, which belongs to one Kennedy of Knochdon, a friend of his and of the Laird of Newark's. I was loath to ride all the way after him to Auchendrayne, and so bethought me that I should get the loan of a laddie from my crony, Dominie Muir, out of his school at the foot of the Kirkwynd. My way led me by the green, where it was sorely in my mind to try a stroke of the ball. But I remembered me that Sir Thomas bade me be soon back, that I might be ready to ride with him on the morrow's morn to the town of Edinburgh by Duppel and the ford of Holmstone. So, though I saw some brisk birkies looking at the ball, one of them being lay-nosed Jamie Crawford, that had his nose flattened with the stroke of a golf ball on the hills of Ayr, I refrained me for that time, and went to seek a boy. But I saw none on the green, saving some raggedy loons playing kickball, whom I did not like to trust with so important a message. I went on, therefore, to the schoolhouse. And as I went, it cheered me to think on Dominie Muir and his humours, for he and I had been gossips of a long season. The schoolhouse of Maybole was a curious building tacked on to the rear of the kirk, with vaulted passages of timber, in which were doors which could on occasion be opened, so that the school itself might be used as an addition to the kirk should the latter be crowded. But in my time the space was but seldom in demand. It was an age of iron, and men's minds craved not naturally that which was peaceable and good. The old papistry had passed away, but the new religion had not yet grown into the hearts of the people. I came to the schoolhouse door. The noise of conning lessons that used to go humming all along the kirk vennel was louder than it was wont to be. Indeed, I thought that of a surety Dominie Muir had gone as far as the change house for his morning glass of strong waters, wherein I did that worthy man an injury. The Dominie's Highland pipes lay on the desk before him, the great drones looking out like eyes at the scholars. They were the recreation of his leisure, for he had been in his youth in the savage north, and had learned to be no ill-considered performer, even in the country of pipes and pibrochs. I looked within, and there, mounted upon 2 desks and a chair, stood the Dominie, with his head through a round hole in the boards of the roof, and all that one could see of him convulsed with animation. The bairns below were in a great consternation, crying out that this one and that other was misbehaving, that Robin Gibb was pinching, or that Towhead Kennedy was in the act of some piece of villainy which remained unexpressed, for the obvious reason that the heavy hand of Towhead Kennedy had prisoned the information within the mouth of the talebearer. The school of Maybole was an apartment nearly square, with a dark, well-hacked oaken writing desk running round 2 sides of it, and benches set crossways on the floor, where, when the peace was undisturbed by internal war, the bairns conned their tasks from worn copies of the Bible. At the far end of the school was a wooden bar a foot from the floor, and a little behind it another. This was called the hangman, for it was the post of judgment to unruly boys, who were called upon to kneel over the first bar and grasp the second, thus putting themselves into a proper position for the operations of the fiery and untender little Dominie. The desk of the master had a framework behind it, in which were 6 birch rods, carefully kept and oiled, even as I keep my stands of arms, for the callants of Maybole have ever been unruly, and so remain to this day. Dominie Mure was in stature the least, but in learning, I can well believe, the greatest of dominies, for he was never without 2 or 3 scholars in the Latin. It was whispered by the malicious that he had been trained for a clerk in the old days of the Roman Church, but made a false step, and so had to turn Dominie. Taking the words at their usual meaning, I utterly condemn and reject this lying, malicious explanation, for Dominie Mure was the least handsome man in Carrick. He was little, scarce bigger than many boys of 12 and 14 who sat in his class in the New Testament, which was naturally the class beneath the Old Testament. His hair grew all over his head and face, grey, wiry and rough, like burned heather. Out of this tangle a pair of humoursome eyes looked, and a stout nose projected like the angle of an overgrown and ruined building. His arms were long, and so strong that he could lift any lad in the school into the air with one of them, while he gave him a paikie with the other. So fierce and fiery was the little man, that no one of the great stalwart loons who came in the winter time dared to try their pranks upon him. He would fly at them swift as the wild cat springs, and beat 6 black and blue before they had time to rally. What he was now doing with his head through the ceiling I could not well imagine, but there was a great noise aloft and a rushing of feet, while the master made desperate dives hither and thither, like a man in deep water and not well able to swim. Beneath, one little rascal of a bare-legged loon rose from the seat where he had been sitting squirming at his copy. "The Dominie is lost!" he cried in great pretended alarm. "Oh, sirs, where is our Dominie? Look in the inkhorns, lassies! Look in a your pouches, laddies!" And so all the ill-set vagabonds rose and began to search the inkhorns, the dinner wallets, and even in the rat-holes for the master. But at this moment there was a crash, and first one and then another pair of legs appeared dangling through the ceiling, wildly kicking. The head of the Dominie returned through the hole in the ceiling, and he cautiously descended. His face was damp with perspiration from his exertions aloft, and he had the longest and stoutest birch rod, which was of the thickness of one's forefinger, in his hand. There was a great streak of soot across his nose, which indeed was about all that there was for it to cross, the rest of his face being but a grey tangle of hair. Dominie Mure came forward to where I stood by the door. He greeted me right heartily, and not the less when I told him on whose account I was there, for he had often been summoned over to drink a pint with Sir Thomas at the inn or in his own town house, because my master ever loved all learned men. "Bide a wee," he said, "till I attend to these rascal loons. They climbed up through the hole in the ceiling, when I was at Deacon Gilroy's funeral, to get the store of balls, knuckle-bones, chucky-stones, and other things the bairns throw up there. I kenned well they would fall through." So the Dominie took a much thinner and suppler bundle of birch, gave it a draw through his hand and a swish or two in the air, which made the dangling legs kick more wildly than ever. It might be with pleasure, and it might be with painful anticipation. Dominie Mure walked to the place and set a chair for himself to stand upon. "Wha belongs thy legs?" he asked of the scholars. "They are Tammy Nisbet's," said the school with one voice. "We ken by his duddy breeks." "And whose limbs are these? To whom do these legs belong?" he continued, pointing to certain red objects that twinkled in frantic endeavours to be free. "Jock Harrison's," answered the school, without a moment's hesitation. "They are clouted wi' his mither's auld petticoat." Then the master did his office affectionately upon those parts of Tommy Nisbett and Jock Harrison which of their own accord the adventurous loons had exposed. The thwacks resounded through the school, but the yells mostly ascended through the roof. Then, when he had finished his pleasure, for I saw by his eye it was no unwelcome task, he put up an arm, and without circumspection pulled the squirming urchins through the rotten boards. "Thomas Nisbett," he said severely, "your father is an householder. He shall pay for the damage done to the ceiling of this school, which is the property of the session of the parish, of which I am clerk. And your father can take the price out of your breeks himsel' at his leisure." He then hauled the other down in the same manner. "Jock Harrison, I'll never trouble your poor mither about the siller for the repairs. She has enough to do with 10 like you. But I'll e'en pay your herdies the noo, and quit your mother and you too at the one settlement." Which having done, he laid down his bundle of rods, dusted his hands, and commended himself to me to know how, and in what manner, he might serve my master. I told him that if he would write a letter to John Muir of Auchendrayne to bid him meet with Sir Thomas at the chapel of St. Leonard's, by the Sandhills of Ayr, on the morrow's morn at 10 of the clock, and send it to Auchendrayne by one of his most trustworthy lads, it would be no small obligation. And furthermore that I would await an answer here in Maybole, having other business to transact. "Good faith, Master Launcelot, I will do that, and gladsomely," said the little Dominie. So, having brought the school to order and set the classes to their work, he squared himself at his desk, and wrote fairly and elaborately as I told him. For the little man prided himself on his penmanship, which indeed Sir Thomas ever said was better than that of any law scrivener in Edinburgh. I reminded him of this, and Dominie Mure could hardly contain himself for pride. How strange that so small a thing should set up some men. Then when he had finished, and addressed it in the Italian manner, he called out, "William Dalrymple, come hither." And from the close-built ranks of the old scholars at the wall desks, a plump-faced ruddy boy arose. "This," the Dominie said, "is the son of a widow woman, and a steady lad that will truly do your message, and bring you word again without delay or falsehood. He is called for a nickname Willie Glegfeet." So to William was delivered the letter, and sundry copper coins for running the errand. Whereupon he took up the vennel, and through the High Street on the way to Auchendrayne like a hunted hare, for as his name imports, he was wonderfully nimble of his feet. Having thus delivered my message, I thanked the Dominie very heartily, and went to the play of the golf green till the messenger should return. I had an excellent game, but not playing with mine own clubs I was beaten, though not at great odds, by the young Laird of Gremmat, whose chin was hardly yet better of the cleaving it got on the fatal day at the Lady's Carse. But this interfered not with his putting. Now gaming on the green is uncommonly fretting to the temper, and more especially when you are losing with a man like Gremmat, who cries and shouts at every good stroke of his own, and dispraises yours. Yet owing to the well-kenned equality of my temper, and also because he was not yet fully recovered of his wound, I did not clout him over the sconce with my cleek, as I certainly was in a great mind more than once to do. We were yet hard at it, and the afternoon wearing on apace, when I saw the little Dominie coming toward us with the boy William Dalrymple by his side. The schoolmaster held the letter in his hand, and gave it back to me. "William Dalrymple says that he found not the Laird of Auchendrayne in his own house, and has therefore brought back the letter." I looked at it a moment, turning it over in my hand. "It has been opened," said I. "See, the wax is gone, and there are finger marks within." "So indeed it has," said Dominie Mure. "Boy, if you have opened it I will tan you alive, outside and in." Whereat the boy began to weep. "I have said what I was told to say," he cried. "Nothing more could we get out of him, save that a dark man, faced like an ape or a wild beast, had come some way home behind him and sorely terrified him." So we sent the boy back to his mother, and bidding farewell for that time to the Dominie and to young Gremmat, I fared along the way to Culzean, to make me ready for the long journey of the morrow. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 29. The Murder Among the Sandhills. It was a broad day and a pleasant May morn when my master and I said our farewells at the gate of Culzean. With my own hands I had saddled for Sir Thomas his war horse, but he, coming down arrayed in his plain suit of dark Flemish cloth, bade me take him back to the stable, and get instead a pacing palfrey, which he loved because Marjorie had used to ride it. Then he kissed his bairns, for the lads and Nell stood by the door on the landward side, watching us with earnest eyes. "Keep the castle, James," he cried, "till I come back." "Ay," said Sandy, "we will keep it for you, feyther." For Sandy came ever to the forefront, setting himself naturally before the slow and quiet Jamie. Then Nell came near and kissed her father. But she and I only looked the one at the other as friends look, for at least before folk we did not so much as touch hands. So down through the woods Sir Thomas and I went sedately and quietly, now into little collar blinks of morning sunshine, which glinted straight and level between the trees, and anon coming out upon a bare knoll as into a room with a removed and spacious ceiling. For there at our feet was the plain of the sea, sparkling and blue, beyond it again the hills of Arran, and to the south the shoulder of the crag of Ailsa, heaving its bulk skyward like a monster of the ocean stranded in the shoreward shallows. Very pleasant was my master's discourse as we went, of the wonderful peace that he was going to bring upon the land of Carrick from his dealings with the King and Council in Edinburgh. Specially he spoke with thankfulness of the present friendship of Auchendrayne, of the young Bargany who should for long be under tutors and governors, and of our own Earl, now tired of the feud and eager for a lasting peace. "It needs," said he, "but that one should take on him all the burden and heat of the day, and carry the matter through. And I, that am no warrior, but a quiet man dwelling in my own house, and fit only for daunering about mine own fields, may be able to do more in the matter than many battalions. For I have some influence with the King, a man that loves grave discourse upon occasion." So pleasantly talking together in this fashion, speaking ever the kindliest things of the enemies of his house, and all the time making many excuses for them, Sir Thomas kept his palfrey at the amble. Presently we came to the castle of Greenan, which stands on a sea crag, and looks right bravely over the Bay of Ayr, and down upon the little tower thereof. It belongs to Kennedy of Balterson, a gossip and well-wisher of Culzean's. "Now," said my master, "I must see if Balterson is at home. I think truly that he is, for there is a reek coming up very freely from the loom. Now John was ever a big eater and a long lier abed in the mornings. What a pleasantry if I should raise him from between the blankets. It would be a great cast-up all the days of his life." So we lighted down in front of the castle yett. I tied the horses together and walked about the cliff edge, looking out to sea and over the sands of Ayr, thinking of many things. Mostly my thoughts ran on the treasure of Kelwood, and whether I should ever win it. Of Nell too, and what she meant by patting me on the cheek when we met my mother. Of the tutor's words to my father that one day I should have a handle to my name, and a down-sitting as good as any. Plenty of pleasant things I had to think about that collar morn in May, as indeed a young man of spirit ought to have. And it was not very long before Sir Thomas came forth arm in arm with John Kennedy of Balterson, a grave and portentous man of heavy figure, richly arrayed, more like the provost of a town than a country laird. And these two paced up and down the narrow terrace walk of Greenan Castle, turning and returning, wheeling and countering as on the quarter-deck of a ship. But of the matter of their discourse I know nothing, though I guessed it to have been concerning the making up of peace between the feudal enemies in the lands of Carrick and Kyle. It was near to 10 of the clock, and already close upon the time which had been appointed for the tryst with Auchendrayne, that we mounted at the yett of Greenan to ride on our way to Holmeston Ford. "Sorry am I," said my master, "that I have not spoken a word with John Muir ere I go. But I know his loving desire for my success, and he well knows my affection for him." We rode down from the castle crag of Greenan, and presently came out upon the links. These are here all sandy, cast up into rounded mounds and hills, and bitten into by the little pits and dungeons, called of them that play at the golf, bunkers. "Launcelot, ride a little way in front. It approaches the hour of noon, and I would do my devotion and meditate a little alone," said Sir Thomas to me. So I drew myself a bowshot before him, riding upon Dom Nicholas, and taking my hat in my hand. I rode easily, enjoying the sea breeze that cooled my brow and tossed my hair. I wondered if ever the time would come when I also should be thinking about my religion at noon of a fine heartsome day. It seemed a strange time enough for a hale, well-to-do gentleman to set to his prayers. Presently I saw a man standing upon my right hand, somewhat above me upon the crown of a sandhill. And he raised his hand as one that cried to clear the course in the game, so I thought no more of the matter. But I looked round, thinking perchance that he cried to my master, who was riding with bared head, and holding his little red testament in his hand. Suddenly, even as I looked at him, I heard the sound of shots behind me, and turning Dom Nicholas, I saw my master reel in the saddle, with white blowing puffs of gunpowder rising all about him, from behind the desolate sandhills among which the murderers had hidden themselves. Drawing my sword, I set spurs to the sides of Dom Nicholas and galloped towards them. I was aware, as I rode, of my master lying on his back on the sand, and his palfrey galloping away with streaming mane. A little black crowd of men stood and knelt about him, and I saw the flash of steel again and again as one and another of them lifted a knife and struck. I yelled aloud to them in my agony, and bade them wait till I came. So they hasted to make front against me, some of them leaping on their horses, and others biding a moment to put as it had been booty into their saddle wallets. It was Thomas Kennedy, called the Wolf of Drummurchie, that withstood me as I came thus furiously upon Dom Nicholas. With him I first crossed swords, while one, James Muir of Auchendrayne, held off a little warily, watching to win in at me when I should give him opportunity. With the corner of my eye I saw the same man whom I had at first observed making the warning signal. He held up his hand as before, then he leaped on a horse which he had by him in a hollow of the sands. He was, as I noted, a tall man, with a hat pulled low over his eyes, and he wore about him the long grey cloak which had been so fatal a sign to us of Cassillis. But ere I could see more, I was in the thick of the murderers with my sword. I struck and warded, not knowing what I did, but only striking with the anger of blood in my eye, till I gave Drummurchie a cut on the shoulder, which made him fain to shift his sword arm. Then I wheeled and attacked Cloncaird as furiously, who was a great mountain of a fellow, red of face and brutal of heart. And I had readily enough done for him too, had he been alone, for he was no man of his weapons. But I could see plainly enough 3 or 4 others charging pistols and training of hackbutts, making ready to take an aim at me. Whereupon I knew that there was no use of spending my life for naught. So with my sword red in my hand, I rode over the sandhills straight at the tall man in the grey cloak, but such was the effect of an ill conscience that he took his mantle about his mouth as one that fears being known, and set spurs to his horse. I had not pursued far when I came to the top of a dune, and saw a little cloud of citizens that played at the clubs beneath me. To them I rode as hard as I could, with the murderers' bullets splattering here and there, and throwing up little spurts of sand about me. "Murder, foul murder!" I cried. "Come hastily, for the tutor of Cassillis is done to death." One of the citizens held up his hand to me as if to bid me be silent, for it was the putting stroke which his neighbour played, and of its kind difficult, so that men held their breath. But when it was made and the ball holed, they ran to me quickly enough, for alas, murder was so common in those days that men took little notice unless he that fell was one who was some kin to themselves. Nevertheless they hasted when I cried who was my master, and who were the villains that beset him. For the players were all burghers of Ayr, and feared that they should underlie the angers of the Earl and of the King, if they gave not ready help when this slaughter was done, as it were at their very gates. Thus very quickly we came to my dear master. He was lying alone on his back, quietly gazing up to the sky, the red blood welling from many ghastly wounds. All his rich plain Flanders cleading was torn and disarranged by the villains, who had not disdained to despoil after that they had murdered him. Yet there was some life left in him, and he turned his head, smiling as if thankful, after the hateful faces of his cruel enemies, to gaze at the last upon the countenances of friends. He was, as I thought, past speech, but he looked about him in a certain curious way he had when he had lost something, and being absent-minded, knew not for the moment what. I showed him his empty purse, but it was not that. So I looked round and saw nothing but some discharged pistols lying with broken lingels abroad upon the sand, and the little book he had been reading as his palfrey paced along. So as soon as I showed the latter to him, he put out his hand for it. Then he held it a moment, kissed it, and gave it back to me. "Be a good lad," he said quietly and composedly. "Fear not for me. I go in friendship with all men. Poor, poor Cloncaird," he said, thinking of one of his murderers whom he had always befriended. "It is a pity for his wife and young family." Then he closed his eyes, and we thought he had already passed from us. But presently he opened them again and looked toward me. "Be kind to Nelly," he said, smiling so kindly at me that my heart nearly broke. He shook his head at seeing my grief and the tears running down, for indeed I could not withhold them. "There is no need," he said reprovingly, "no need for the like of that, Ava. Be a brave lad, Launcelot, and just as true to your God as you have proved to me, who have been a loving master to you here below. I am only wae for the poor misguided lads that were so far left to themselves as to lay me here like this." And with that there was but his body on the sands, for the spirit of the gentlest master that ever a man served had gone its way to its own master. But it was even as he said, for the end of such an one there is no need of tears. Then I stood up, and the terrible thought came in upon me like Solway tide. How shall I take him home to Helen Kennedy, to his orphaned Bairns, and to the stricken house of Culzean? End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 30, I Seek for Vengeance. Aye, well I might say it. How was I to face Nell Kennedy, she that had, with a long, kindly look, committed her father into my keeping that very morning? Tenderly we lifted the body which in life had been so noble and now was so pitifully mishandled. The villains had despoiled the dainty garmentry, torn the lace, and snatched the jewellery which Helen Kennedy had set in place as, daffing right merrily, she prepared her father, as she said, to gang worthily and bonnily before the king. But the king he went before was one, as he himself would often say, that looked not on the outer appearance but on the heart. And concerning that last, Thomas Kennedy need have had no fear that his would not be well looked upon. For it was upright and kindly and true, nor did it ever move to the hurt of any man in all this world. And as I took him up, I saw still more clearly the black-hearted rage of the persecutors. For it showed as manifestly as any other fact the hellish intent of the murderers, that they had taken time, even while I was in the act to come at them, to despoil my master of his purse with 1,000 merks of gold therein. Nay, his very ring of fine diamonds they tore from his finger, and his golden buttons of wrought goldsmith work were riven from his frilled sark, one murderous loon snatching one thing, and the other another, worse than brute beasts of the field. We laid him gently upon the back of wise Dom Nicholas, that all the time stood like a statue, and then, when everything was ready, moved graciously and soberly away, as though he had been well aware of the melancholy burden he bore. Even thus we brought my dear master to the sea terrace of Greenan, which he had so lately left. And when John Kennedy of Balterson heard the trampling of the horse on the flags of the court, he came out crying loudly and heartily, as was the manner of the man, "Weel, what's this, Culzean? Are ye back again?" So running to the door he stood with his table knife in his hand, and a bit of his midday meal thereupon, astonished beyond the utterance of words. "What's this? What's this?" he cried. "Oh, sirs, what foul work is here? Wha has done this?" And I told him their names, at least so far as I knew them. "Thomas of Drummurchie," he cried, "it shall not be the uplands of Bar parish that shall keep ye frae the stark sword of John Kennedy of Balterson. And thou, Walter Muir of Cloncaird, that has so often sat in this house of the Greenan, by the grace of God I shall lay thee as low as thou hast laid my friend this day." But I begged Balterson to think of something else than the taking of revenge, of which all in good time. So presently he got me a horse litter with 2 steady-going beasts, and I walked alongside it with Dom Nicholas arching his head and treading softly as if he also mourned. Thus we came to the town of Maybole, which was our own place. And such dule and lament as there was that day saw I never anywhere. For the town had loved him as its liege lord, far more than either John, Earl of Cassillis, or his father the King of Carrick. Such a congregation as met us at the town gate. The women all crying the cry of death, the men cursing and calling vengeance. The minister was there to pray, and all classes and conditions were moved to tears. And ere we were well past the foul alley, there were 20 men on horseback to chase the murderers, with John Kennedy of Balterson at their head. But they might as well have chased the wind, for by this time, with the relays of horse that had been ordered for them, they were safe among the wild Crawford country on the borders of Kyle. Of the sad homecoming to Culzean itself I declare I cannot write at length. At the entering in of the woodland I left them, and upon Dom Nicholas I rode drearily forward to do the bitterest day's work of my life, to tell Helen Kennedy that I brought only her father's corpse home with me. And as the chance befell, it was at least half a mile before I reached the home gate of Culzean, just where one sees for the first time the great turrets sitting against the dimpled blue of the incoming tide, that I was aware of Nell Kennedy coming lightfoot towards me, singing a catch of a song and swaying a flourish of sweet may-blossom daintily in her hand. I have never rightly loved the white hawthorn since that day. But as soon as she saw me, she stopped her song and clutched her fingers close upon her palm, for the flowery branch had fallen at her feet. "What is wrong?" she cried, when I came near to her. But I could not answer till I had leaped from Dom Nicholas and taken her by the hand. She turned round, keeping me at the stretch of her arm, so that she might read the news, good or bad, in my eyes. "Is it my father? Tell me," she said very calmly. "Nell, it is your father," I said as quietly. "They set upon him and hurt him, even when he had sent me on a little way before him, that he might be alone at his midday meditation." "Is he dead? Tell me, is he dead?" she broke in. But I answered her not, for I could not. So she knew, and in an instant grew as pale and still as the man that was passed from us. "Take me to him," she said at length. And seeing that I still hesitated, she said, "Do not fear for me. I will do all that a daughter of Culzean should do." "They are bringing him hither now," I said. "I came hasting to tell you. The feet of the horses that carry him are even now upon the brae." Then when I had told her all, I ended the tale with my tears, and with crying out that which was in my heart. "Oh, would to God I had died instead of him!" "Launcelot," Nell said, with a wonderful quiet, "that is useless, and not well said. Be comforted. None would have done 1/10 so much as thou hast." "Bless you, Nell," I said, for I had feared greatly she would have broken upon me with bitter railing. It was by the great oak tree which sends its boughs over the road that we met the bier and the horses stopped. Even thus Nell Kennedy met her father, and there was not a tear on her face, but only a great sweet calm. She silenced the noisy limmerwives that went behind crying and mourning aloud. So in this manner we went onward to Culzean, Nell walking on one side of the bier and I on the other, leading Dom Nicholas by the bridle. And lo, as the body passed the drawbridge, a sudden gust out of the sea snatched his knightly pennon from the topmost turret tower of the battlements of Culzean, which was held a fright and a warning by all the folk of Carrick. But though the master had come home to his own, yet both Culzean and I were now masterless. In due time we gave him stately funeral, carrying him forth upon a day so calm, so breathless, that the banners did not wave as they swept the dust. And thereafter all life seemed to stop, when we came home again to the darkened house. James and Sandy, the two young lads, played no more in the tennis courts, but went about with linked arms speaking of revenge. But little David abode with Nell, and went forth only with her, clinging winsomely to her hand, for we kept us close within bars and warded ramparts, with the drawbridge up, watching the fruit ripening on the walls of the orchard of Culzean all that splendid summer of the murder of our lord and master. Slowly I thought over many things, till the resolve to bring the matter to a head came masterfully upon me. From the Earl as Ballsy of Carrick I got warrant, according to my dead master's word and direction, to be doer in ordinary for the young man James, who was now the heir of Cassillis. For Earl John knew that Launcelot Kennedy was no self-seeker. Also they that stood about had told to him the tutor's last words, that I was to be a good lad and to be kind to Nelly. It was Adam Boyd of Penkill and David Somerville, hosier and heir, who told him this, and they were two of those that played golf by the Sandhills on the day of that foul slaying under trust. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 31. The Blue Blanket. Yet because I needed advice and had none to give it, I rode one day to Edinburgh to see Master Robert Bruce. I found the whole city in an uproar. There was the beating of drums in all the streets and closes, and a great multitude of the common folk crying out for God and the Kirk. Paiks danced merrily along the causeways, and goodwives' heads were thrust through all the portholes in the windings of the stairs. Their voices, shrill and vehement, kept up a constant deafening clamour, each calling to her John or Tam to come away and oot o' that, or bidding them not to mell wi' what concerned them not. "What concern is the glory o' God o' yours, you that is but a baker in Cool's clothes?" I heard one wife cry to her man, and it seemed to me a mightily pertinent question. At last, after many inquiries, I heard how the minister of Edinburgh had bearded the king, so that he was gone off to Linlithgow in great indignation, and how that in a day or two Master Robert Bruce would either be King of Scotland or lay his head on the block. Yet the minister was in his study chamber when I went to seek him, reading of his Bible and writing his sermon, as quietly as though there had been no king in Scotland, save as it might be the king in whose interest he had so often bearded King Jamie Stuart, sixth of that name. Robert Bruce looked up when he saw me. "Ah, Launcelot," he cried, more heartily than ever I had heard him, "ken ye, lad, that you are likely to be at the Horn for communing with a wild rebel like me?" "To be at the Horn is no uncommon thing in Carrick," I replied, "and makes little difference either to the length of a man's life or the soundness of his sleep. I have been at the Horn ever since I was 18 years of my age." "Well, Launcelot," he said soberly, "so it has turned out even as I said. I know. It is not in man that walketh to direct his steps. But I see ye were all fey at Culzean." Then I told him the purpose of my coming all the way to Edinburgh to see him. "What," he said, "ye have never come so far only to have speech of poor Robert Bruce, that was yesterday minister of Edinburgh, and today is, I fear, doomed to lay his head on the hag clog?" I told him it was even so, and that being the man of wisest counsel I had ever known, I would have gone 10 times as far to have his friendly advice. "Ay me," he said sadly, "wae is the man that has such a rumour and report of wisdom, yet cannot counsel himself what he should do in his own utter need." But for all that he went over everything that had happened in Carrick, with a clearness most like that of a lawyer when he sets in order his case before the judge. Then he sat a long while silent, with his fingertips drumming idly upon his writing. "So Bargany is dead," he said at last. "He was the only considerable man of his own faction. Who is there to succeed him?" "But a child," said I, "one that plays with puppets." "As do we all, Launcelot," said Master Bruce, smiling on me. "And after him in that faction, of his own house and kin, who comes?" he asked. "There are none besides the Tutor's murderer, Thomas of Drummurchie, and Benane his brother, but he is a debauched man and of no account," I made answer, not seeing his drift. "Who leads them, then?" "John Muir of Auchendrayne is their only considerable man, and he has waxen great and greater within these months." The minister nodded his head and sat still as one that considers all sides of a question. "And of you that stand by the gold and blue, who remains?" he went on. I told him but John, Earl of Cassillis, and his brother, the Master. "And in whose friendship is the Master?" he asked. "In our country of Carrick he has an old friendship with Auchendrayne, and a good-going feud with the Earl, his brother, but recently he has taken up with the Lord of Garthland in Galloway and married his sister." "Tell him from me," said the minister of Edinburgh, "to bide close in Galloway and get him bairns in peace. For gin he comes back to Carrick, of a surety his head shall be the next to fall." "And why so?" said I. "Because," said Master Robert Bruce, "John Muir designs that there shall be no power in Carrick nor in the shire of Ayr besides his own and that of the Earl, till he get time to have him also killed. I tell you Auchendrayne hath the brains of any 3 of you." "And of the treasure of Kelwood, what?" said I. "That," said the minister, meditating, "is a little forth of my province. But if ye will know, I think it is in the keeping of some of Auchendrayne's tools. And I advise you ere ye look for revenge, to go seek for it." I was silent, for I hoped that he would tell me yet more. "The treasure of Kelwood will lead you to your aim. I think ye will find that the same hands which reft it away are red with the blood of your master. And one thing I am sure of, that within that treasure chest lie your love, your land, and your lordship." I asked him what he meant, but he would not tell me more clearly. "Only this," he said, speaking like them that have the second sight. "James Stuart being what he is, a treasure seeker, and John Earl of Cassillis being what he is, a treasure gripper, if ye find the kist, ye have them both in your hand, and therein, or I am a false prophet, lie, as I say, your love, your land, and your lordship." Then I asked him if he had any counsel to give me ere I went. "Be brave," he said. "Read your testament. Tell no lies. Carry no tales. Seek carefully for the man that wears the grey cloak, and then for the man that runs like a beast, and carries the knife in his teeth." He went to the window as one that has spoken his last word. "Hear ye that?" he said. "That is the warrant for my heading." There circulated a great crowd of people without, apprentices and such like mostly, with here and there among them a decent responsible man of the trades. They were singing at the utmost pitch of their voices. "We'll hae nae mair Jeems Davison, Davy's son, Davy's son. We'll gie his loons the spavie soon, spavie soon, spavie soon. And the Deil may take James Davy son." "They might as well shear my head at once as sing that song," said Master Robert Bruce. "There is nothing that James Stewart likes so ill as to be called the son of Davy, unless it be the man who upholds the right of private judgment. Ah," he cried again, "the blue blanket! This waxes serious. I must put on my gown and sally forth." Then up the Cannon Gate there came a great crowd of citizens all marching together and crying, "God and the Kirk! God and the Kirk!" And in the midst there was borne the famous flag that has ever staggered in the front of a bicker, foretelling storms and the shaking of thrones, the blue blanket of the trades of Edinburgh. Robert Bruce drew his black Geneva gown about him, and taking his little Bible and his oak staff in his hand, he went out. As he stood forth upon his step, he was hailed with shouts of joy and rejoicing. And the blue blanket wavered and waggled, being borne this way and that by the press. All about the skirts of the crowd, and down the closes angry drums were beating, and 100 idle prentices thundered on great folks' doors, and garred the window panes rattle on the causeway, which was a sin when glass was so dear, and to be seen in so few places besides the citizen houses of the great. "Men of Edinburgh," cried Bruce, "hear your minister. Wherefore this tumult? I bid you to depart quietly to your homes. We have a difference with the King, it is true, but let us who are the servants of God and of the Kirk of Scotland settle our own affairs with the King. What is your concern in the matter?" But the more he spoke of the King, the more loud grew the tumult. "God and the Kirk! God and the Kirk!" they cried, and the blue blanket waved higher than ever, being held up by one man standing upon the shoulders of other two. "Aye, aye, even so, it is a good cry," said the minister. "But it would set you better to be a little more ready to obey both God and the Kirk at other times. The most part of you know not for what cause ye are come together. Ye want to roll your minister's head in the dust." "No, no," cried the throng. "We will keep you safe, or know the reason why." "Depart, scatter instantly to your firesides," cried Bruce, "and so ye will the better serve the Kirk of Scotland and me, her unworthy servant." And with this he motioned to them with his hands, dismissing them. So great was his power that they went, scattering like peat reek on a windy day. In a minute or two there was not one of them to be seen on the street. The minister and I were left alone. "What think ye, Launcelot? Why stand ye so moody?" my companion said to me. I told him that I liked not much to tell him, that it was no fitting thought to tell a minister. "Say on," he said, "I have listed to strange speeches in my time." "Well then, sir," I made answer, "I was thinking what a pity to see so many limber lads with stark pikes in their hands, and nobody a penny the worse. I would to God I had them in Carrick. John Muir of Auchendrayne would hear news of it right briskly." The minister clapped me on the back. "Ah, Launce, it will be a strange heaven that you win to, unless you mend your ways. Ye are nocht but a wild Carrick savage. But ye maun e'en dree your weird, young Launcelot, and old Robert Bruce maun dree his. Fare ye weel." So we parted there on the steps of his own house, and with that I betook me to horse, and forth through the turbulent city that could yet make so little of its tulzies. And as I went I thought, Lord, Lord, for 1 hour of Gilbert Kennedy and me to show them a better way of it, or even Robert Harburgh. And it would be like capturing heaven by violence to enter Holyrood House in the way of Stouthreif and Spoolsey. But I only thought these things without intent to do them, for I am a king's man and peaceable, besides which I had but lately spoken good words to a minister of religion. Nevertheless, what a booty would there not have been in that palace at the Canongate foot, Not that I would lay hand upon a stiver of it, even if I got the chance. But the thought of it was marvellously refreshing, I own. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 32, Greek Meets Greek. Then as I journeyed south, I saw my work set out like a perspective before me. As the minister had said, the treasure of Kelwood and the death of my master hung by one string. The house of the Red Moss was very near to the Sandhills of Ayr, and there could be little doubt that the hand which had sped the bloody dagger was the hand that had brought my master to his death. As the drawbridge clanged down for me to ride once more within the house of Culzean, and lazy Gibb stretched himself to cry that all was well, I took a resolve. It was to tell Helen Kennedy all that I knew, and ask her judgment upon it, though I have small notion, for ordinary, of women's discretion. So when the greetings were said, I took my opportunity, and came to her when she was walking in the garden apart, where the apple trees grow. When she had heard all, she said, "Launce, you and I must ride to Auchendrayne." "Well," said I, "and what then? Shall we bid Grieve Alison have our coffins in readiness against our return feet first?" "We shall see my sister Marjorie," she said, without heeding my words, "and take counsel with her. They will not kill us within the house of Auchendrayne while she is alive." "I believe not that we shall even have the chance of speech with her," I replied, "but we may at least go and see. Whether we ever win back to Culzean is another matter." But Nell was mainly set on it, and I did not counter her, it being so that I was to ride in her company, for indeed I myself greatly desired to see the famous tower where dwelled a man so potent and so evil. The next day it happened that I went to Maybole and found mine ancient friend Robert Mure, dominie and session clerk of the town. He sat gloomily in his school and bowed his head on his hands, for he had never looked up nor taken pleasure in life since they laid my master in the burying place of his folk within the kirkyard of Maybole. The school hummed about him, but he took little heed. His old alertness seemed quite gone from him, and when I came in he only lifted his head a moment and nodded, falling back again at once into his new melancholy. His pipes lay beside him indeed, but so long as I was there I did not see him recreate himself upon them, as had been his ordinary wont, playing pibrochs for his scholars' delectation at every pause in the day's occupations. "Dominie," said I, "there is one thing I want." "Say on," said he briefly, not looking at me. "I want speech with William Dalrymple, the lad that carried the letter to Auchendrayne the day before my lord's death." "Of what good is the like of that?" said he. "Will all the speech in the world bring back him that's gane?" "No," said I, going nearer to him and speaking under my breath, "but it may help us to his murderer." "Eh, what?" said the master, sitting up as gleg as a cat at a mouse-hole. "His murderer, said ye? Are not Thomas of Drummurchie and Mure of Cloncaird his declared murderers?" "Aye," said I, "exactly, his declared murderers." "Speak either less or mair. Let us hae done wi' parables," quoth the Dominie. "What think ye," said I, "of the Grey Man that stood behind and waved them on like a pilot guiding a ship into a port? I mean the man that threw the dagger into the Red House. I mean the man that let loose the scum of the Tolbooth on us of Cassillis the day of Clear the Causeway." "And who might he be?" said the Dominie, breaking in upon me, for some of these things he was not acquainted with. "First bring in the laddie," said I. So Dominie Mure brought Dalrymple into a private place, and having dismissed the school, we proceeded faithfully to examine him. I asked him to tell me all that had befallen that fateful day, from the time I had seen him run up the Kirk Vennel, to the time when he came to me again upon the green at my play, and making a poor hand of it with another man's clubs. The boy began his tale well enough, like one that says a well-learned lesson, but in the very midst, when somewhat severely I bade him say over again what he had already said, he broke out into a passion of weeping and begging us to have mercy upon him, for that he was but a laddie, and had been commanded upon pain of his death to tell the tale which he had told us at the first. So we bade him to speak freely, to tell no lie any more, and all would yet be well. So he told us how he had gone fleet foot to Auchendrayne, and had there found John Mure, the master thereof, sitting in the great chamber with Walter of Cloncaird. He described how that he had given the letter into the laird's hands, even as he had been bidden. When Mure read it, he handed it over to Cloncaird. But he, swearing that he was not gleg at the parson work, bade Auchendrayne to read it aloud for him. Which, when he did, they looked long and strangely at one another. And at last John Mure said, "I should not wonder, Cloncaird, but something might come out of this." Then the boy told how they had gripped him, set a naked dagger to his throat, and afterwards made him swear to take the letter back to them that sent him, saying that he had gone to Auchendrayne, but had returned without seeing the laird. "Say," said Mure, "that the servant bade you take back the letter unopened, because that his master was afield, and he knew not when he would be home." So concluded the boy, "Even thus I did. And this is all the truth, or may God strike me dead." The Dominie and I looked at each other in our turns. "The grey man himself," said I. "The black deil himself," said he. "We will exorcise him, black or grey," cried the Dominie. "I am going direct to the bailies and elders to tell them that this school has vacation, till it pleases me to take it up again." So he went out, and I waited alone with the boy William Dalrymple, whose rosy and innocent face was all beblubbered with weeping. I slapped him on the shoulder and bade him take heart, because he had found friends. Then I also told him that on the morrow he must come with me to the Earl of Cassillis, and by it might be to the King himself. "Will the Dominie come too?" the boy asked very anxiously. So when I told him that he would, he seemed more satisfied, and asked leave to go home to his mother. I had indeed something to tell Nell Kennedy that night when I rode home from Maybole. And upon the head of it we two sat long in talk, and were more than ever set on riding to Auchendrayne. But first we decided that the Dominie and I should carry William Dalrymple to the Earl, that he might certify to him what he had already testified to us at the schoolhouse in the Kirk Vennel. But on the morrow we, that is the Dominie and I, had it set to ride to Cassillis by way of Maybole. On the way we came to the little hut of the widow Dalrymple, for William was a town's bursar and so got his learning from the session as a poor scholar. The door was shut, and a neighbour's wife cried to us that both the boy and his mother had gone on to Cassillis before us. So we rode forward. Yet we must have missed them on the way, for when we came to the castle yet there was nobody there before us, and the Earl himself had ridden forth to the hawking by the waterside. Then came out to us foolish Sir Thomas Tode with his long story, which began as usual with the Black Vault of Dunure, and was proceeding by devious ways, when his wife came round the corner, whereat right briskly he changed his tune. "And as I was saying," he said, "on Tuesday 7 nights we had a shrewd frost that nipped the buds." "It is as well for you, old dotard," cried his wife, listening a moment. "I had thought ye were at your old tricks again." So we went in, and were busily partaking of the cheer of Mistress Tode, when we became aware of the noise of altercation without. "Save us," said the cook. "It is a mercy that neither my lord nor my lady are within gate, wi' a' that narration of noise out by. What can it be at a'?" And she went out to inquire. But if the disturbance was loud before, it certainly became 10 times worse when Mistress Tode disappeared. I got up to look, and the Dominie followed me. We saw a tall, grey-haired woman stand upon the causeway of the courtyard, with one hand on her hip, and with the other tossing back the straying witch locks from her brow. "Where's my boy, Mistress Tode?" cried the newcomer fiercely to our friend the cook, who stood upon the steps. "What hae ye doon wi' my laddie at the Black House of Cassillis? He left his hame to come here, by command o' my lord and young Launce of Culzean at 5 this morning. And Jock Edgar met him set on a pony between twa men on horseback, and he declares that the poor lad was greeting sair. What hae ye doon wi' him, ye misleared, ill-favoured toad woman that ye are?" "Weel ken ye, Meg Dalrymple," cried Mistress Thomas Tode, "that I wadna steal ony chance-gotten loon o' yours. Faith na, I wadna file my purritch spurtle on his back. We shelter nae lazy gaberlunzie speldruns in the house of Cassillis. There is enough rack and ruin about the countryside as it is, withoot gathering in every gipsy brat and prowling night-hawk to its walls. Gin ye come here to insult my master, a belted earl, I'll e'en set the dogs on ye, ye gruesome ill-tongued limmer woman." I saw that this was to be altogether another kind of tulzie from those clattering bickers of the sword blades that I knew something about. So I signed to the Dominie to be silent, for here of a surety were two foemen worthy of each other's points. "Ye shall cast no stour in my een, certes," cried Meg Dalrymple. I ken ye old yelled crummy toad, ye hae nae bairns o' your own, and ye wad kidnap the bonny bairn o' a decent woman.' 'I dare say no, nae bairns o' my ain,' quoth she," cried Mistress Toad, roused to high anger. "I micht hae had as many as a clocking hen gin I had gane the gate ye gaed, Meg Dalrymple. I'll hae the law on ye, ye randy casting up my man's infirmity to me." "Your man, quo' she," retorted Meg Dalrymple. "Ca' ye that auld bundle o' dishclouts tied aboot wi' hippens a man? Save us, one micht as soon bed ayont a pair of auld duddy breeks." "Ay, my man," cried Mistress Toad, "what hae ye to say, ye shameless woman, again Sir Thomas Toad, that has been Earl's chaplain for 40 year and my lawful wedded man for 10?" Mistress Toad rang out the titles like a herald now, when her husband was gainsayed and made light of. But we know that on occasions she could treat him cavalierly enough. "I wad as soon marry a heather cow for soup in the rink at the Channel Staines," cried Meg Dalrymple. And this implication bit deeper into the feelings of the lady of Sir Thomas Toad than all the other reproaches, for the brush of tonsure hair was a sore subject of jesting with her, as I well knew. "I hae telled ye," Mistress Toad cried, pausing a moment with her hand on her side, as if to keep command of herself, "I hae telled ye, woman, that we only deal with kenned and authenticate folk in this hoose, no wi' orra loons that nae kens wha belangs them. And I would hae ye ken also that I am no to be named a liar by the likes o' you, Meg Dalrymple. Me that has been keeper o' the larder keys o' this Earl's castle for 15 year, me that has had the outgiving of all plenishing, the power o' sitting down and on-putting, and never has been checked in a bottle's worth. Gang hame, ye Canaanitish woman, and I doot na ye'll find your brat safe in the town's bridewell. It will learn ye to bide from decent folks' houses making such a cry about your wastrel runagates." "Keep your ill tongue for that disjasket, ill put together rackle o' banes that ye hae for guidmen," cried the widow Dalrymple. "Weel do I ken that ye hae my bairn hidden away somegate amang ye. Sic a trade as has been hauden wi' a poor bit laddie for carrying a letter to the Laird o' Auchendrayne. And the like o' you stand in my road, Toad woman, you that is weel kenned in sax parishes for an ill-tongued gipsy. I'll hae ye proclaimed at the market cross, a lord's cook though ye be, gin ye dinna gie me hame my bairn wi' me." "Na," said Mistress Toad more quietly, "and you'll know. Ye'll e'en ask my pardon and gang quietly away to your hame by yoursel." "And what is gone to gar me to that?" said Meg Dalrymple. "Just me and this bonny wee bit mannikie here," said Mistress Thomas Toad, turning round unexpectedly and catching the Dominie Mure by the arm. She pushed him forward and clapped him in a knowing way on the shoulder. "Just this decent snod bit mannikie," she said again. "Woman," said the Dominie very indignantly, "what have I to do with your quarrels and tongue thrashings?" "Just this, honest man," said Mistress Toad. "Ye keep the session records o' the parish of Maybole, and if this ill-tongued woman disna gang home doucely and quietly, ye're the man that is going to gie me a sicht and extract o' them, under date 14th o' January, 1580 years." The stroke told. Meg Dalrymple grew silent. The anger faded out of her face suddenly, as the shining on wet sea sand when you lift your foot. The warlike crook of her elbow flattened to a droop. For the session records of the Kirk of Scotland are the nearest thing to the books of the Recording Angel, and the opening of them is a little day of judgment to half the parish. But we could not let the poor woman depart in this fashion. I stepped to the door from behind the pillar where I had been listening for the ending of the fray. "Mistress Dalrymple," I said very quietly, "your lad has never come to Cassillis at all. We came here to meet him. He must have lost his way." "Maister Launcelot," said Meg Dalrymple in a changed voice, "ye come o' a good kind hoose, and ye tell no lies. I am free to believe you. But my bairn is tinta the same. What will I do? Oh, what will I do?" "Go home and bide quiet," I bade her gently. "I shall myself speak to the Earl. And fear not but we will find your lad, if he be in the land." End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 33. The Devil is a Gentleman. But William Dalrymple was not to be so easily gotten. High and low he was sought for, but no trace of him was found. A girl had seen him taking the road to Cassillis with the dust rising behind him, as was his wont. For, as I have said, he was the best runner in the school of Maybole, and in the winter forenights he kept himself in fine practice without running Rob Nickerson, the town's watchman. So on a day, since no better might be, Nell Kennedy and I rode out to Auchendrayne. At first we had trysted it to go by ourselves, but Dominie Mure declared that he would come with us, and wait in the hall if ye were asked to gang ben, as he said meaningly. For they might put you in the lassie awa, and never hear mair of it. But even John Mure and his son would think twice before they either sequestered or murdered the Dominie of Maybole and the clerk of the kirk session thereof. So, though his coming with us wearied Nell and myself somewhat, and hindered our discourse on the journey, it all turned out for the best in the end, as things that are bitter in the taking often do. I was, I will own, monstrously curious to see the Tower of Auchendrayne and the surroundings of it. For there were strange rumours in the countryside concerning gangs of wild savage folk that sometimes camped under the trees, and tales of horrid faces which might at any moment glower at you from the dark bole of a gnarled oak. But this fair sunshiny day we that rode saw nothing but the leaves rustling and clashing above us, and heard nothing but the sough and murmur of the Doon water beneath us. Auchendrayne is a place hidden among woods, set on a knoll indeed, but with trees all about it, not conspicuous and far-regarding like the Newark or Culzean. When first we saw it, the great battlements looked pleasantly enough out of the greenery, basking as peacefully in the sun as though they had risen over the abode of some hermit or saint. We saw naught of the customary stir and bustle of an abbated house about the mansion of Auchendrayne. None ran to the office houses, none carried bundle nor drove cattle about the home parks. It was a peace like that of a Sabbath day. "A black devil's Sabbath," said the Dominie grimly. And in truth there was something not altogether canny about thus coming to a dead and silent house, with the sun shining hot, and the broad common day all about and above. Nor even when we dismounted did any servant or retainer come forth to meet or challenge us. We did not see so much as the flutter of a banner or the gleam of a steel cap. Only there about us was the silent courtyard, with the heat of noon trembling athwart it, and the very paving stones clean swept like a table before the feast is set. I tied our horses to the iron ring of a looping-on stone, which stood at the angle of the wall by the gate, thinking as I did so that if only these foot-worn steps could speak, they could tell a tale worth hearkening to of strange venturings and bloody quests. Also I loosened my sword, and I think I saw the Dominie lay his hand to his hip, ere Nell and I set forward together. We went up the steps of the outside stair, and as we did so we came within hearing of a little continuous murmur of hoarse sound. The doors were all open, and I wot well that we walked softly and with our hearts in our mouths, for the silence and the strangeness of the deadly house of Auchendrayne daunted me more than the clash of swords or the crack of pistols. But I had Nell Kennedy by me, and I would have gone to destruction's pit-mouth for her sake, because saving my father and mother, she was the only friend I had. Suddenly in our advance we came to the door of a great hall, where at the upper end was a table in the midst. The windows were narrow and high, throwing down but a dim light upon the rush-strewn floor. There were many servants and others sitting in the hall, and at the further end stood one who read from a book. As soon as our eyes became accustomed to the cool duskiness after the white equal glare without, I perceived that the reader was none other than John Mure himself. About him there sat all his servants and retainers, both men and women. It was the crown of my astonishment to hear that the book from which he read was the Bible, and also that as he went on he made comments like a minister expounding his morning chapter, speaking very seasonably and fitly, and eke with excellent judgment and sense. Or so at least it seemed to me, for I am not enough of a clerk to be a judge of expositions, though my father has the 2 great leather-bound volumes of Clerk Erasmus his paraphrases on the shelf over the mantel. But though he is fond of these himself, he never rubbed any of his liking into me. But we were hearkening to the reading of John Mure in his own hall of Auchendrayne. "Fill ye up then the measures of your fathers," somewhat in this fashion he read from his place. "Ye serpents, ye generation of vipers, how shall ye escape the damnation of hell? Wherefore, behold, I send unto you prophets and wise men and scribes, and some of them ye shall kill and crucify, and some of them shall ye scourge in your synagogues, and persecute them from city to city, that upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel unto the blood of Zacharias, son of Barachias, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar. Verily I say unto you, all these things shall come upon this generation." Having read this word, which, knowing what I knew, I had thought would have made him sink through the earth with the fear of condemnation, John Muir commented upon it, showing how it applied to such as refused the right gospel way and walked in devious courses, careless of God and man. Then he went on with his reading in the same clear and solemn voice, though he must perforce have seen us stand in the hall door. So soon as the reading was over, the great company of the retainers decently took their departure, walking out soberly and without hurry. Then came John Muir down from the dais with the Bible yet in his hand, and welcomed us with a condescension that was quaint and uncanny. "Ye have gotten us at our devotions, Mistress Helen, and you, Master Launcelot, and Dominie Muir, my good cousin. You could not have found us better employed." "Do ye believe what ye read?" asked the Dominie quickly. "Whatever is a means to an end, that I believe in, even as you believe in your taws and birch twigs. The reading of Scripture threatenings makes quiet bairns, and so does the birch." "What think ye of the blood of righteous Abel?" said the Dominie, with, methought, more boldness than discretion. "Will it cry from the ground, think ye?" The Laird of Auchendrayne looked at the little Dominie as one might upon a fractious but entertaining bairn. "It is a point much disputed. Ye had better ask our Launcelot's friend, Master Robert Bruce, Minister of Edinburgh, if perchance his head be yet upon his shoulders." Which saying showed me that John Muir knew more than I had given him the credit for. Then he turned to Nell. "You would wish to see the young Lady Auchendrayne," he said courteously. Nell replied coldly enough, "I should like to see my sister." "I think," said Auchendrayne, with a wise-like and grave sobriety that set well on his reverend person, "that she is presently in the orchard house." "Will you bide here, or will you go with Mistress Helen?" he asked of me. "We would all go together," said Nell, "if it pleasure you." So with a courteous wave of the hand he led us through stone passages and along echoing corridors, till we came to a door in the wall, from which we entered upon a pleasant prospect of gardens and orchards. Here again there was the same curious silence, and, as it seemed, an absence of the twitter and stir of a Scottish garden in the season of summer. We came presently to a stone building like a tomb, all overshaded with trees. "This is the orchard house of Auchendrayne," he said. "I believe the Lady Marjorie is within." The Dominie and I stayed without with John Muir, while Nell went in alone to greet her sister. We heard the faint murmur of voices, and now and then a pulsing check as of a slow smothered sob. We that were without stood with our backs to the cold, heavy white stones under the green shade, while John Muir discoursed learnedly and pleasantly of flower beds and tulips, and the best form of Dovecote Tower for the supply of the table with pigeon pie. At last Nell came to the door. "Launcelot, Marjorie wishes you to come in," she said, whereupon I entered and found a large room finished in oak panelling and moulded archings. Roses looked in at the windows, and a stir of pleasant coolness was all about. Marjorie was sitting by a table with many books spread upon it. My dear lady was pale and white as a lily. She leaned her head wearily on her hand, but there burned a still and unslockened fire in her eye. "Launcelot," she said to me, "this is not so wide a place to walk within as the pleasance at Culzean, nor yet can we see from the garden house of Auchendrayne the rough blue edges of Arran or the round haystack of Ailsa." I bade her look forward to happy days yet to come, for indeed I knew not what to say to her. She smiled upon me wistfully and indulgently, as one does upon a prattling child. "I thank you, Launcelot," she said, "but I was not born for happiness. Nevertheless, you were ever my good lad. I see you still wear my favour, but doubtless long ere this you have found another lady. Is it not so?" I told her no, blushing to have to say so in the hearing of Nell, who afterwards might flout me, or, as like as not, cast up again the old matter of Kate Allison. Then through one of the windows I saw John Muir pacing up and down the path with the Dominie at the other side of the garden, so I knew that it was our time to speak. "Ye have heard of your father's death," said I. "What think ye? How was it wrought, and how brought about? Can you help us to unravel it?" "Nay," said Marjorie, "not at present. But in good time I shall yet clear the matter to the roots, and that before I die." "Wherefore will you not come back to us at Culzean? We need you sorely," pleaded Nell, who stood holding her sister's hand. "Nay," said Marjorie, "my work is not yet done at Auchendrayne." It was the selfsame answer she had given when she rode away from the gate of Maybole on the day of the death of Gilbert Kennedy of Bargany. "Are they cruel to you here, Marjorie? Tell me that," I said, for I saw that the old laird was approaching, and that our further time would be but short. "No one of them hath laid so much as a finger upon me," said Marjorie, and this at least was some comfort to carry back to the sad house of Culzean with us. So with that, little satisfied concerning the thing which we came to seek, but with somewhat more ease in our hearts for Marjorie's sake, we went back through the passages and into the great hall. While we waited there for a servant to show us forth to our horses, my eye rested upon a large, closely written volume, with the quill pen laid upon it, and inkhorn set in a hole in the desk above it. "I see that my clerkly work has caught your eye," said John Muir. "It is a nothing that I amuse myself withal, yet it may live longer than you or I. It is but a slight history of the mighty sept whose name you, Master Launcelot, so worthily bear, with all their branches and noble deeds at arms. For me, I am but a useless old man, past the labour of fighting. Yea, I know it was your own lance that put me there. But I bear no malice, it was the fortune of war. You know me better than to suppose that John Muir bears a grudge for that shrewd thrust you dealt me on the day of the quenching of our hopes in blood by the gate of Maybole." I bowed and thanked him for his courteous words. "It was indeed the gallantest charge that was ever made," said I, "since that of Norman Leslie, when, on the day before Renty, he drava into the midst of 60 Spaniards with but 7 Scottish lances at his tail." "Sir," said I am no historian but a soldier. Yet is it a part of the training of a good fighter that he should know the great deeds which have been done in the wars before him by brave men, so that he may emulate them when he himself is launched upon the points." "It is well said, Sir Squire," said Auchendrayne, bowing to me. So with a courteous farewell, in which there was to be seen no grain of hate, nor as much as a glint of the teeth or the wolf, he bade us go our ways. "And above all things," he cried after us, "mind your prayers. 'Tis a good lesson for the young to remember." End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Grey Man. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 34. In the Enemy's Country. Now, through being over-careful with my chronicle, I have spent too much time on our conferences. But we were indeed at the parting of the ways, and needed all advice. On our way to Culzean we met one who told us that the Earl had gone home that day to Cassillis. Nell besought me to ride thither, for she had a request to make to the head of her house ere she went her ways back to Culzean. So to Cassillis we rode, and at the gate encountered Robert Harburgh, dressed as usual in his dark, close-fitting doublet, and with his long, plain sword by his side. With him I abode, while Helen went within to pay her duty in service to the Countess, who, as Nell told me afterwards, never stopped praising the ancient days when she was the Chancellor's wife, and had one of the ladies of the court to attire her. "Now," she said bitterly, "John grudges it if I take a milkmaid half an hour from the butter-kerning to help me arrange my hair." Presently the Earl came out. He showed himself well pleased and kind, as indeed he ever was with me, perhaps because I never asked aught of him in all my life. "Helen, our cousin," said he, "desires that she may go and abide among the heather with your good mother at Kirrieoch. What think ye of that?" I told him that I had not heard of it, that she had spoken no word to me. "See to the matter," he said with significance. "I have been advised concerning Sir Thomas and his last words, and if you prove worthy, I know no reason why ye should not have the lass. But first ye must find the treasure of Kelwood or bring down her father's murderers, one of the two. And then, when that is done, I pledge you my knightly word that ye shall have both the lass and a suitable providing. Besides which, if I am in favour with the King, ye may even get a clap on the shoulder from the flat of a royal sword. But that," said he, "I can nocht promise ye, for with King Jamie no man's favour is sicker." I told him that I kenned it not rightly if the lass would have me, that I never spoke a single word of love to her but what she lightlied me. "In good time," said the Earl, smiling and nodding. "The lass that wants in time of stress to gang and bide with the minnie will draw not unkindly to the son in times of ease." Then came Nell with a knitted shawl from the Countess to wear among the hills, for Earl John and she were kind folk enough in all that touched not the getting or spending of gear. I asked my lord also for the company of Robert Harburgh to help me in the escorting of Nell fitly to the little tower of Kirrieoch on the side of the Minnoch water. "Ay, ay, let him gang," said the Earl. "The honeymoon is by, and his wife will be the fonder of him for lying her lane till he comes hame to her again." So Robert Harburgh and his long sword went southward from Cassillis along with us, riding mostly with the Dominie, while I rode behind with Nell. I told her all our plans as we went, how we must seek the treasure, and how we must, above all things, find the boy Dalrymple. "I will go with you upon your quest," the staunch little Dominie had said to me when he heard of our adventure. And so it fell out that we four rode steadily to the south till we came in the evening to my own hill land, where the whaups cry, where the burnies go chuckling to themselves and clattering over the pebbles, and where all the folks' hearts are kindly and warm. My mother took my lass in her arms when we told her our purpose and Nell's request. "And I will help you with the kye?" said Nell blithely to her. "Ay," answered my mother. "Ye'll help with the drinking of the milk, and that will e'en bring some roses back into your cheeks, my poor bit shilpit lassie." And though there passed not a look by the common between us when we parted, I think my mother shrewdly jaloused what were my hopes. Thus we left them standing by the lone dyke, the two old folk and Nell with her yellow hair a-blowing in the midst. And I, that knew not whether I might ever see them again, waved a hand, and resolved to return with a name and a barony at the least, or if my lot were perverse, to leave my bones in some stricken field. It is hard for a man to part from a lass, and in especial from one to whom he dares not make love as he has done to others, all because those others have told upon him, till he fears the ridicule of his real love more than rapier thrusts. Right bitterly did I regret that I had done my by-courtings so near home, because on my very life I dared not venture a sweet word to Nell Kennedy for fear of her saying, "That is even what you said to Kate Allison, the Grieve's lass." Or as it might be, "Keep to your customs. It is not your usual time yet by a quarter of an hour to put your arm about our waists." Now this is monstrously unfair to any man, who after all is compelled to conduct his affairs with some sort of rule and plan of attack. I was a fool, well do I know it. I ought to have gone further afield than the Grieve's house. I am sure there are plenty of lasses in Carrick fairer to look upon than Kate Allison, though I am free to admit that I thought not so at the time. So as we went back it was arranged that Robert Harburgh should ride to the woodland country about Auchendrane, and there from his headquarters at Cassillis keep his eye upon the doings of the Muirs, because his person was unknown to them of Auchendrane's household. The Dominie and I undertook the more uncertain work, but we had made our plans and were not to be put off. The neighbourhood of the Benane was well known to all that trafficked about the town of Girvan. It was a dangerous and ill-famed place, and many innocent people had very mysteriously lost their lives there, or at least disappeared to return no more. In order, therefore, that we might be more free to pursue our wanderings, we left our horses behind us. Indeed, Dom Nicholas was even now cropping the sweet grasses on the side of the Minnoch water, with my father to show him where they grew thickest, and my mother to give him oats between times, till the brave beast was in some danger of being overfed. As we neared Girvan, we came into a country of the bitterest partisans of the Bargany folk. Here dwelt James Bannatyne of Chapeldonnan, one of the great intimates of John Muir, and much beholden to him. Here also was Girvan Mains, over the possession of which much of the black blood had arisen. So for our safety we gave ourselves out to be plain merchants, travelling to Stranauer in order to get a passage over to Ireland. When we came to the farmhouses where we were to stay for the night, we always asked of the good man, in the hearing of his wife, concerning the state of the country. Was it peaceful? Were the bloody feuds staunched? And could honest men now live in peace? We heard, as was natural, a great deal of abuse of the Earl and of our faction, as the greediest and worst-intentioned rascals in the world. That from the goodman. But when the wife got her tongue started, she would tell us much that was no credit to Drummurchie and others on the side of the murderers. Soon we were fully certified that we were already in the country where Drummurchie and Cloncaird and the rest of their party were being secretly sustained by their friends. Yet we could not come at them, which perhaps was as well, seeing that my person was well known to them. I found the little Dominie a right brave companion. When we sojourned at houses, he had a way with the bairns that kept them on the trot to do his will, and pleasured to do it, a manner also of cross-questioning the parents about their children, which showed them his interest and his knowledge. Then he would most wisely and soberly advise them to see and give this lad Alick a good education, to make that one a merchant because of his cleverness with figures, and this one a dominie or a clerk, because he did not give promise of being fit for anything else. It was as good as a play to hear him, and made us much thought of wherever we went. Yet he was ready with his fighting tools also. Once when we went by Kildonnan, and a pack of dirty vagabonds bade us stand, what was my surprise to find that Dominie Mure, having laid down his pipes and out with his blade, was already driving among them, before I had got so much as my hand on the sword blade. And I am no laggard either, with the iron, as all may know by this time. But with his great bristling fierce head and his rapier that thrust up unexpectedly from below, yet which with the length of his arm reached as far as a tall man's, the Dominie gave the rascals a fright and a wound or two also, which started them at the run. Even then he followed, thrusting at them behind till they shouted amain, and took across the fields to escape the pricking of his merciless weapon. And ever as they ran he cried, "Halt and deliver, did ye say? I will give you a bellyful of halt and deliver." End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dylan Siedentoff, San Rafael, California. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 35. The Ogre's Castle. So, being wearied with the chase, we went to the nearest farm, which, as it happened, was that of Chapeldonnan. It stood quite close by the roadside. A tall, large-boned woman came to the gate with a pail of pig's meat in her hand.
"What seek ye?" she said. "We want not travelling folk about Chapeldonnan."
We told her that we were merchants going to Ireland, and that we had been attacked by a set of rascals upon the way, whom we had made flee.
"They are no that ill in this part of the country. They would only ha' killed ye," she said,
as if that would have been a satisfaction to us.
"It is doon about the Benane that the real ill folk bide."
I told her that killing was enough for me, and that I was puzzled to know what worse she could mean. So, with some seeming reluctance, she bade us come in. The wide quadrangle of farm buildings was defended like a fortress. The gate was spiked and barred with iron from post to post, as though it had been the gate of a fighting baron instead of the yett of a tenant, devised only to keep in the kye. We asked civilly for the master of the house, and somewhat hastily the woman answered us,
"The goodman's not at home. He has been away o'er by at the crag trying to win the harvest of the solan geese and the sea parrots."
"Your husband is a tenant of the rock," I said, for it is always worth while finding out what a man like James Bannatyne may be doing, or at least how much he thinks it advisable to tell.
"Oh, aye," she said, "and a bonny holding it is. Gin it werena for the Ailsa cocks, the conies, and the doos, it would be a millstone about our necks, for we have to pay sweetly for the rent o' it to my lady of Bargany."
"But," said I, "it belongs to the Earl, does it not?" The mistress of Chapeldonnan looked pityingly at us.
"Ye are twa well put on men to be so ignorant. Ye mun ha' been lang away for this part of the country, not to ken that the neighbourhood is very unhealthy for the friends o' the Earl of Cassillis to come here. Faith, the last that came speerin' for rent and mails in this quarter got 6 inch o' cauld steel in the wame o' him."
"And what," said the Dominie, "became of him after that? Did he manage to recover?"
Nah, he was buried in Colmonel kirkyard. The good man of Boghead gied him a resting grave and a headstone. It was thought to be very kind o' him. It was Boghead himself that stickit him."
"Ye see what it is to be a Christian goodwife," said the Dominie.
"Oh, aye, lad," said the woman placidly. "That was generally remarked on at the time. Ye see, Boghead was aye a forgiving man a his days. But for a' that, it was the general opinion o' the parish that the thing might be carried o'er far when it came to setting up my Lord of Cassillis's folks with graves and headstones."
She continued after a pause.
"I ha' been deavin' at our goodman to gie up the craig, for it keeps him a deal from harm. And I aye tell him that he carries away mair than he brings back o' drink and victual. But he says that the rock is a maist extraordinary hungrysome place."
"It has that name," I said unwarily. She stopped, and looked at me with sudden suspicion.
"What ken ye about the Ailsa?" she said, looking directly at me.
"Noctava," I replied, "but a seaside places ha the name of making you ready for your meal of meat."
"Hoot, no," said Mistress Bannatyne. "Now there's myself. I cannot do more than take a picking o' meat, like a sparrow on the lip of the swine pot. Yet Chapeldonnan is but a step fra the sea."
She was at that moment lifting a heavy pot off the cleps or iron hooks by which it hung over the fireplace in the midst of the kitchen floor.
"I ha' aye been delicate in my days, and it is an awesome thing for a woman like me to be tied to a big eater like James, that never kens when he has his fill, like a corby hawking at a broxy sheep till there was nothing left but the horns and the tail."
I thought we might get some information about the Benane, which might prove of some use to us when we adventured thither. "Good wife," said I, "we are thinking of going by Ballantrae to the town of Stranrawer. The direct way, I hear, is by the Benane. What think ye?"
"Ye are a sonsy lad," she said. "Ye would make braw picking for the teeth of Sawney Bean's bairns. They would roast your ribs fresh, and fresh till they were done. Syne they would pickle your quarters for the winter. The like of you would be as good as a Christmas mart to them."
"Hoot, good wife," said I, "ye ken that all this talk about Sawney Bean's folks is just blethers, made to fright bairns fra gallivanting at night."
"Ye'll maybe get news of that gin Sawney puts his knife intil your throat. Ye ha' heard of my man. James Bannatyne is not a man easily feared, but not for the Earl de Macassilis would he gang that shore road to Ballantrae, his lane."
And indeed, there were in the countryside enough tales of wayfarers who had disappeared there, of pools of blood frozen in the morning, of travellers' footsteps that went so far and then were lost in a smother of tracks made by naked feet running every way. But I kept on with my questions. I wanted to hear the brute of the country, and what were our chances. While we were thus cheerfully talking, and the Dominie by whiles playing a spring upon his pipes to gain the lady's goodwill, there came in a man of a black and gruesome countenance. We knew him at once for the Master of Chapeldonnan, James Bannatyne, for he came in as only a good man comes into his own house. He was a man renowned for his great strength all over Carrick. He turned on us a lowering regard as he went clumsily by into an inner room, carrying an armful of nets. I noted that the twine had not been wet, so that his sea-fishing had not come to much. But behind the door he flung down a backload of birds, mostly solan geese and the fowl called the foolish cock of the rock, together with half a dozen taminories. So I guessed that he had either been over the water to Ailsa, or desired to have it thought so. His wife went ben the room to him. We could hear the sulky giant's growling questions as to who we were, and his wife's brisk replies. Presently she came out looking a little dashed.
"James has come in rather tired," she said, "and he will need to lie down and ha' a sleep."
"In that case, mistress," I said, "we will e'en thank you for your kindly hospitality and take our ways." She followed us to the door, and I think she was wonderfully glad to get us safe away without bloodshed.
"Be sure that ye gang no south by the Benane," she said. "The folk that bide there are no canny."
So we thanked her again and took our way, breathing more freely also to have left the giant behind. We had not gone far, however, when we spied her husband hastening after us across a field. He came up with us by a turn in the road. "We harbour no spies at Chapeldonnan," he said, bending sullenest brows at us, "and that I would have you know." "We are no spies on you, nor on any well-doing man," I said. "We are honest merchants on our way to Stranrawer, and but called in to ask the way." "Ye speer o'er mony questions of my wife to be honest men," he said threateningly. "And why," said the Dominie, birsing up as one that is ready to quarrel, "in this realm of Scotland may not a man without offence ask his way from the honest wife of an honest man, so long as he soliciteth no favour more intimate?" At this the giant made a blow at the little Dominie. He had a large cudgel in his hand, and he struck without warning, like the ill-conditioned ruffian that he was. But he fell in with the wrong man when he tried to take Dominie Muir unawares, for the little man was gleg as a hawk, having been accustomed to watch the eyes of boys all his life, aye, and often those of lads bigger than himself, so that, Long before the hulking stroke of the fellow came near him, the Dominie had sprung to the side, and was ready, with his whinger in his hand, to spit Bannatyne upon the point. For myself, I did not even think it worth my while to even draw, for I had only brought my plain sword, fearing that in some of the company which our wanderings we might have to keep, the Earl's Damascus blade might overmuch excite cupidity. But instead I ordered the fellow away as one that has authority. It was not for Launcelot Kennedy to mix himself with a common brawling dog like Chapeldonnan. "It wants but the ticking of a straw," cried the little man, "that I should spit you through, like a paddock to bait a line for geds, and but for your wife's sake, who is a civil-spoken woman, by ill fortune tied to a ruffian, I should do it." Then, seeing that together we were overstrong for him, James Bannatyne took himself away, growling curses and threatening as to what should happen to us before we got clear of Carrick. However, we took little heed to the empty boaster, but went our ways down into the town of Girvan. Here it came to my mind to hire a boat and provision her, as it were, to go to the island of Arran, and nothing would set me till I had it done. So on the south beach we found a man cleaning just such a boat as we needed, with a half-deck on her and a little mast which could go either up or down. For 3 marks in silver we got the use of the boat for a month, and with her both suitable oars and sails. He was going to the haying in the parish of Kilmonnell, the owner said, but lest we should lose her, we must deposit with the minister or the provost of the town other 30 marks as the value of the boat, which money should again be ours when we returned to claim it. So to the provost we went, whom we found a hearty, red-faced man, a dealer in provisions and all manner of victual. Of these we took sufficient cargo on board, and having paid down our 30 marks, early one morning we laid our course for the Isle of Arran. But when we had gone screeving well across with a following wind, we lay to under Plata till it was dusk, and then with the breeze shifted to our quarter, we bore down on Ailsa. I knew not very well what we should find there, but I judged that we would at least come on some traces of the murderous crew, which might help us to clear up some of their secrets. For I judged that James Bannatyne did not spend his nights out of bed in order to wile a few solan geese off the rocks of Ailsa. End of chapter 35. Recording by Dylan Seaton-Tuff, San Rafael, California. Chapter 36 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dylan Seaton-Tuff, San Rafael, California. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 36. The Defense of Castle Ailsa. Now the Isle of Ailsa is little more than a great lumping crag set askew in the sea. Nevertheless, it has both landing place and pasturage, house of refuge and place of defence. The island was not new to me, for I had once upon a time gone thither out of curiosity, after the matter of Barclay, Laird of Ladyland, who, in his madness, thought to make it a place of arms for the Papists in the year of the Spanish Armada, but was prevented and slain at the instance of Andrew Knox, one of the good reforming name, minister of Paisley. This last was a wonderfully clever man, and accounted a moving preacher, but on this occasion he showed himself a better fighter, which upon Craig Ailsa, at least, is more to the purpose. It was the dusk of the morning when we ran into the spit of shingle which is upon the eastern side, and, watching our chance, we drew the boat ashore. The sea was chill and calm, only a little ruffled by the night wind, and the sun was already brightening the sky to the east, so that the Bine Hill and brown Carrick stood black against it. With great stealth and quiet we climbed up the narrow path, seeing nothing, however, save a pasturing goat that sprang away as we came near. It was eerie enough work, for the seabirds clanged around us, yammering and chunnering querulously among themselves on the main cliffs at the farther side of the isle. It grew a little lighter when we came out upon the narrow path which leads to the castle. Suddenly the dark door of the tower loomed before us, very black and grim. I declare it was like marching up to the cannon's mouth to walk up that little flight of stairs which led to the door in the wall. Nevertheless, I clambered first, with a curious pricking down my back and a slackness about the knees. So all unscathed, we entered. There was only emptiness in all the chambers. The castle had been almost wholly ruined and spoiled, for since its taking by the Protestant party it had not been touched nor put in defence. "Now I will bring up the provender. Keep you the castle," said I to the little dominie, as soon as we were certified that we were the first in possession. So I went down and made first one backload and then another of those things which we had bought at Girvan and placed in the boat. I brought up also all the ammunition for the hack-butt and the pistols. Before I had finished, the sky grew grey and clear, the day breaking nobly with only a rack of cloud racing up the far side of Kilbrannan Sound to hang upon the chill shark's teeth of the mountains of Arran. Upon my return I was glad to find the castle intact, and the little man seated calmly with a book in his hand. "Did you never so much as shut the outer door?" I asked him. "And shut you without," said he. "Is it likely? You might have had to come along that footpad with only your limber limbs to keep your tail, and Tam a Dermurchie or Sawney Bean jumping ahint you." So before we went to examine the nooks and crannies of the crag for either enemies or treasure boxes, we resolved to put the castle in as good a state of defence as we could. First, we drew in the rough wooden steps which led to the door in the wall by which we had entered, so that only the little projections whereon the wood had rested were left to afford any foothold to a besieger. Then we closed and barricaded the door, for the huge iron bolt was yet in its place and ran securely into the stone of the wall itself for quite 2 feet. When the day finally broke, I went up to the turret top to look about me. "Save us!" I cried down to the little man. "Come hither, dominie. Is not that our boat out there with men in her?" The dominie ran up and looked long and earnestly. "Aye, deed it is," he made answer. "We are trapped, Launcelot, for all our cleverness. And if these chiels be our enemies, I doubt that we are as good as dead men in the jaws of the Wolf of Dermurchie." The men in the boat kept leaning back and looking up the cliffs as if to get sight of something. Sometimes they went completely out of view, as it had been close into the bulk of the isle, mayhap to examine more carefully some cave or lurking place. "We had better look well to our priming and set a watch," said I. "We shall have visitors this day at Castle Ailsa, or my name is not Launcelot Kennedy." But the hours passed slowly on, from 9 till noon, before we heard a sound, or saw a living creature beside the geese and the gulls. After the boat had gone westward out of sight, we waxed weary at our posts on the top of the turret. There I was, rooting and exploring, when I heard the dominie whispering loudly to me to run up hastily into the tower. He told me how that a stone had come pelting against the wall on the side towards the hill. Now the castle sits on the verge of the precipice, and only a narrow path leads to it along the cliff. But behind there was a little courtyard to landward, now mostly ruined and broken down. It was from this side, so Dominie Muir whispered to me, that the stone had come. "Tut, man," said I, "you are losing your nerve with this playing of hide-and-seek. It was but a billy-goat's foot that spurned it, and so naturally it came bumming down the hillside." "Then," he replied grimly, "it was a billy-goat as big as an elephant, and it will ding over this castle into the sea, for no ordinary goat could have stirred the stone I saw. I tell you it popped over the cook like a cannon-ball." But we were soon to have company besides that of the stone. For presently there came in sight a man walking daintily and carefully along the path which led to the door of the tower. Now he would pull wantonly at a flower, and anon he would skip a stone over the cliff, for all the world as if it were a Sabbath afternoon, and he was waiting for his lass. But I knew better, for I heard his harness clattering under his loose coat of blue. "Where gang ye so blithely, my bonny man?" cried the dominie suddenly from my elbow. The man started back and set his hand beneath his cloak, but the dominie cried, "Keep awa your hand for your hip, young man. You may need it to preserve your balance on the footpath, and give me your attention for a wee." The man did as he was bid, and cast his eye aloft, where the black mouth of a hackbutt looked discouragingly down upon him. "Your name, friend?" said the dominie. "I am James Carrick from the parish of Bar," said the man at last. "Aye, aye, Slee Jamie, Dermurchie's man," said the dominie with meaning.
When the man is pooing goings and skiting slate stones, the master is no far awa'. No, James, e'en turn you about and gang your ways, and tell your master that his black murder is found out, and that there are those on their way to this isle that will put the iron on his heels." So the man, who had called himself James Carrick, turned obediently about, and marched away the road he had come. Probably he had been sent for nothing more than to know if we had stolen a march upon them, and taken possession of the strength of the castle. They had our boat. There was no question of that. We were, therefore, set here with only 2 backloads of powder and provision to stand a siege in a small and ruinous tower upon a barren cliff. Nor was it long before we had news of the enemy, for as we strolled up and down the battlement walk, which is as common in such little fortalices, went round 3 sides of the tower, that is, round every side except that which looks inward to the cliff edge, a number of scattering shots came from all about, but chiefly from above. We could hear them whistling over us as we ducked our heads. We got ready our guns to fire in return so soon as a man showed, but the many boulders and rocky humps about gave the enemy great shelter, so that it was no easy thing to take aim at them. However, I did get a steady shot at an incautious leg, and on the back of the crack of the hackbutt came a great torrent of swearing, and this I took for a good sign. All we could do was to keep the little courtyard clear, and to shoot whenever we saw a bonnet rise up or a limb carelessly exposed. But we both yearned for something more lively to put an end to our suspense. Nor had we long to wait. From the east side of the tower, which looks to the sea, there came the sound of a loud report, a tumble of stones, and then a loud, continual, and most pitiful crying, as of a man hurt unto death. I ran up into the battlements above and set my head through a loophole. Beneath me lay a fine-looking young man, with his red bonnet fallen aside, clad in a short white coat, with doublet and hose also of red. He was unarmed so far as I could see. "Who are you, and what brought you here?" I cried to him from the turret loop. A massy cornerstone had fallen from the castle and lay on his chest, and a pile of other rocks and stones was heaped about his legs. He turned his eyes upward at me and tried twice to speak. At last he said, with many pants and piteous groans, "I am Alan Crosby, from Auchneil. I brought you a letter from my Lord Cassilis. I landed below and came up by the path, but when I got near I heard firing and saw the door shut. So I tried to clamber up the castle wall to cry in at the window to you, because you were my friends. And even as I climbed, the stones of the castle fell upon me, and now they are crushing the life out of me." "Where is the letter from my lord?" said I. The man cast his eyes about him as if to look for it. "I had it in my hand just now," he said. I saw a scrap of parchment a little way from him, and asked if that were the letter. "Tie it to a cord for me," said I, "that I may see it." But by reason of his wounds he was not able to reach it, and the stones pressed so bitterly on his breast that he could do nothing but lie and groan most wasomely. "Oh, help me, or else end my misery, for the love of God!" he cried earnestly, "for I am at the point of death in this agony." I went all round the top of the tower and looked about every way. Our enemies had retired further up the cliff, and were contenting themselves with firing an occasional shot, which fell harmless against the walls, buzzed among the battlements, or else sang past us into the sea. I called the Dominie. "Come to the door," said I. "I cannot bide still and see that poor man suffer. He says that he has come with a letter from my Lord Cassilis. It may be so. I will at least go and see. Dormerchi's thieves have gone up the face of the rock, and the wounded man cannot hurt me much, even if he were willing." Then the Dominie pled with me to bide where I was, "because," said he, "you know not whether it be not an ambush." "I cannot let a fellow creature be crushed to pieces before my eyes and abide to hear his death cries," I answered. "Come down and hold you the door open." So with that I undid the bolts and put the Dominie behind it. I set my feet upon the jutting stones on which the wooden stair usually rested, and so scrambled perilously down, holding on the wall with my right hand the while. When I came to him, the lad was lying gasping on his back with the stones edgewise on his breast. I asked how he did. He seemed past speech, but was able to motion me round to the further side.
There I stooped gently in order to raise the great block that lay upon his bosom. I stepped carefully about and turned my body to render him my aid as tenderly as I could. But I got a sudden and terrible surprise, and though I am not one much given to fear, I own that it shook my heart. Even as I stooped over him, the fellow flung off the stones as if they had been featherweights, leaped upon his own feet with a bended pistol in his hand, and stood in front of me, striding across the path which led back again to the castle door. At the same moment I heard a loud shout of warning from the dominie that the enemy were again coming down the brae. I had no time to draw my dagger, and for greater lightness I left my sword behind. I saw the rascal make him ready to fire at me, aiming at my heart. So I remembered the French trick of high kicking which Robert Harburg had once taught me, for he had been in France at the schools with his master the Earl, and had learned much there besides philosophy. So I gave the fellow my foot, shod with toe plates, full upon his wrist, which knocked the pistol up against his chin with a stunning crash. In the next moment I leaped at his throat and overbore him, spurning him with my heel as I passed. I can remember leaping upon him with all my weight from the top of one of the very stones the traitor had pulled down upon himself. Then I ran fleet-foot for the entrance of the castle. Others of the enemy were just coming about the corner when I reached the projecting points of stone. With my heart in my mouth I sprang up the little juts of rock. I was almost within and in safety, but I had not counted upon the swiftness and resource of my gentleman of the fallen stone. He was hard upon my heels in spite of the thundering clout he had gotten on the jaw from the pistol. But luckily my brave little friend the dominie stood ready behind the door, and as soon as my hindmost foot was over the threshold, he set his strength to the iron handle and sent the massy oak home to its fastenings with such force that it struck the pursuer fair on the face with a stunning crash. As a stone is driven from a sling, so he fell whirling over the stair-head, and, unable to stop himself, he went, gripping vainly at the rock-weeds, headlong over the cliff. This, however, being behind the door and fully employed in securing it, we did not know at the time. But when we hurried up again to the top of the tower, we saw the enemy swarming down the cliff-side to render him some assistance, or it might be to recover his body. "Ask him when you get him if he has another letter from my lord the Earl," cried the dominie after him. "And serve him right well, the treacherous hound," muttered the little man to himself, "if you find him in pound pieces." But I said nothing, for I thought the fellow would mind the kick that I gave him. That night Thomas of Drummurchie and all his folk removed from the cave where till now they had dwelt. They went over in our boat and in that of James Bannatyne of Chapeldonnan to the mainland, being frightened, as I guess, by our declaration that there were those coming who would deliver them to justice, and also being dismayed, as I make no doubt, by our staunch and desperate defence. Thus we were left alone on the muckle weary rock which men call Ailsa, and which thousands of free men and women look at every day without a thought of the poor prisoned folk upon it. End of chapter 36. Recording by Dylan Siedentoff, San Rafael, California.
Chapter 37 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 37. The Voice Out of the Night. Now, so long as provisions last, Ailsa is none such a bad sanctuary, and we might have passed the time there very well, had we possessed minds sufficiently at ease for enjoying such a hermitage. The spring was but a few yards above the castle, and it ran crystal clear into a little basin which I cut in the rock. We had enough victual to serve us for a month with the provision we had bought in Girvan, and with what I shot of the puffins or tammynories, which ran in and out of their holes all day like conies in a warren. Sometimes we would climb to the top of the crag and look long at the sea, from which there seemed like a great sheet hung upon Cantyre and Arran on the one side, and upon the hills of Galloway and Carrick on the other, with Ailsa itself, on which we were sitting, in the deepest trough of it. A few boats crept timidly about the shore, and a little ship sometimes passed by. But otherwise we had for companions only the silly guillemots that cooped their tails uppermost and dived under, the fishing gulls that dropped splash into the water, and the solemn or solemn geese which, when they fell, made a bigger plunge than any, even as on the cliffs of the island their cackling and crying are the loudest. One day the Dominie and I were sitting on the roof of all things, as the summit of Ailsa seemed to be, picking at the grasses and knuckling little stones for the idlesse which comes with summer weather, when it came in my head to rally Robert Muir, because he had a cold hearthstone and a half-empty bed. You, a burgess and a learned man, with an official rent and a yearly charge on the burg, yet cannot get so much as a cotter's sonsy bit lass to keep you company, and to sit, canty like Jenny and Jock, on the far side of the Chimbley lug. Think shame of yourself, Dominie. Any questing lout that can persuade a tow-headed mall of the byre to set up house with him deserves better of his country than you. Were all of your mind, Maybole School might have none to attend it but dotards and grandmothers. And where were your craft then, Socrates? I asked him, for just before he had been speaking to me of a certain wise man, a Greek of that name. And at first he made a jest of the matter, as indeed I meant it. Never fear, he said, there will always be enough fools in Ayrshire to get more. Maybole shall have its share of these. And indeed that hath been the repute of our town and countryside ever since Ayr water first ran over its pebbles. Yet when I pressed the Dominie further upon the matter, he waxed thoughtful. His face, which was not naturally merry, took on a still sterner expression. Presently he put his hand within his blouse and pulled out a little string of beads, such as Catholics wear to mind them of their prayers. It was suspended about his neck. This, I own, was a great marvel to me, for the Dominie was a strong reformer, and showed little mercy in arguing with men still inclined to the ancient opinion. He gave the brown rosary into my hand, and I turned it curiously about. It was made of the stones of some foreign fruit, most quaintly and fantastically carven, and joined together with little links of gold. Between two of the beads there was a longer portion of the chain, and upon it 2 rings of gold were strung. Once, said the Dominie, there was a maid who had promised to share my hearth. 1 ring of these 2 was mine to wear upon my finger, and 1 was hers. Upon the night before our marriage day we met at our place of tryst. I tried the ring upon her finger, and wished her to wear it that night. "Tomorrow will serve, it is not so far away," she said, and slipped from my arms. Under a new-risen moon she went homeward, singing by the heads of Benane. And that was the last that these eyes ever beheld of bonny Mary Torrance, save only this necklace of beads which she wore, and the stain of her blood upon the short grass of the seashore. The Dominie looked long to seaward at the flashing birds that circled and clanged about our rocky isle, each tribe of them following its own orbit and keeping to its own airy sphere. "And what happened to her?" I began, but got no further. "Murder most foul," he cried, rising to his feet in his agitation. "Horrible, unheard of in any kingdom. For all about the spot where these things were found was the trampling of many naked feet. And some of these were small and some were great, but all were naked, and the print of every foot was plain upon the sand of the shore. Each footprint had the toes of the bare feet wide and distinct. Every toe was pointed with a claw, as though the steads were those of birds. And the fearsome beast prints went down to the sea edge, and the blood marks followed them. And that was all." Then the Dominie fell silent, and I also, for though Ayrshire was full of blood feuds and the quest of human life, this was a new kind of murder to me, though by all accounts it seemed not rare in the neighbourhood of Benane, for I minded the warning words of the mistress of Chapeldonnan. "And had she no enemies, this Mary Torrance?" I asked. "She was but young, and of birth too lowly for feuds and fightings. Besides, who in Carrick would harm a maid going homeward from her love tryst?" The Dominie rose and walked away to the other side of the rock of Ailsa, where for long he sat by himself and fingered the necklace of beads. His face was fixed as if he were making of the rosary a very catania of hate, a receptacle of dark imaginings and vengeful vows. Scarcely could I recognise my quaint and friendly Dominie. It was that night, as the blackness grew grey towards the morn, that I yielded my watch upon the roof of the little castle of Ailsa to the Dominie. Too long I had paced the battlements, listening to the confused and belated yawping and crying of the seabirds upon the ledges, and to the mysterious night sounds of the isle. For I began to hear and to see all manner of uncouth things that have no existence except on the borderlands of sleep. The Dominie said no word, good or bad, but drew his cloak about him and sat down on the rampart. I bade him good morning, but he never answered me a word, and so I left him, for I judged that his thought was bitter, and that the tale he had told me of Mary Torrance lay blackly upon him. Yet when I went below, it was not with me as on other mornings. I lay down upon the plaids and composed me to sleep. Yet I remained broad awake, which was an unaccountable thing for me, who have been all my life a great sleeper. I lay and thought of my friend, sitting gloomy and silent above in the greyness of morn, till my own meditations grew eerie and comfortless. Often and often I started upon my elbow with the intention of going to him. As often I lay down again, because I had no excuse, and also, as it seemed to me, he had not desired my company. But once, as I lifted me up on my elbow, I seemed to hear a shrill crying, as it had been out of the sea. "Launcelot, Launcelot Kennedy," it said. And the crying was most like a woman's voice. My very blood chilled within me, for the tale of the lass murdered upon the morn of her marriage day was yet in my mind. And I thought of naught less than that her uneasy spirit was now come to visit the man, aged and withered, who sat up there waiting and watching for her coming. Yet why it should cry my name passed my comprehension. It was therefore small wonder that I listened long, lying there among the plaids upon the floor. But the night wind soughed and sobbed through the narrow wicket window, and there was no further noise. Thinking that I had dreamed, I laid my head upon the hard pillow and composed me to sleep, but even then I caught as it had been the regular beat of a boat's oars upon the rullocks. And anon I heard my name cried twice and thrice, "Launcelot Kennedy! Launcelot Kennedy! Launcelot Kennedy!" Whereat, with a thrill of horror, I rose, cast the wrappings from me, and with my naked sword in my hand I went up to the roof of the castle. The Dominie was sitting with his face turned seaward. He heard me come behind him. Without turning, he put out his hand. "Did you hear it too?" he said. "Go below. That which shall come is not for your eyes to see." "But I heard a woman call my name," I said. "I heard it twice and thrice, plain as I hear you speak." "Nay," he said, "not your name. Mine." And once more we listened together. As for me, I strained my eyes into the darkness, so that they ached and were ready to behold anything. I gazed out directly towards the sea from which the sounds had come, but the Dominie looked along the path which led precariously between the wall of the isle above and the precipice below. Thus we watched as it seemed for hours and hours. Suddenly I heard him draw in his breath with a gasping sound, like that which a man gives when he finds himself unexpectedly in ice-cold water. The twilight of the morning had come a little, and as I looked over his shoulder, lo! there seemed to me as it had been a maid in white coming along the path. I felt my heart stop beating, and I too gazed rigidly, for it seemed to me to be Nell Kennedy, coming towards us, robed like an angel. She is dead, I thought. Mayhap the clawed things out of the sea have devoured her, even as they took Mary Torrance. But I heard the Dominie say under his breath, "It is she, it is she." For in the moment of terror, when the soul is unmanned, every one hears with his own ears and sees with his own eyes, according to his own heart's fantasy. But the figure came ever closer to us, stepping daintily and surely in the dim light. Again I heard the voice which had spoken to me from the sea, and at the sound my very bones quaked within me. "Launcelot, Launcelot Kennedy," it said. And for a long moment the figure stood still as if waiting for an answer. But my voice was shut dumbly within me. The Dominie stood up. "Art thou the spirit of Mary Torrance, or a deceiving fiend of hell that has taken her shape? Answer me, or I fire!" And the Dominie held out his pistol to the white-sheeted ghost, which even then appeared to me a mightily vain thing, for how can a spirit fear these things which are only deadly to flesh and bone? "I have come to see Launcelot Kennedy," answered the voice, and it appeared awful and terrible to me beyond the power of words. I could not so much as fix my mind on a prayer, though I knew several well enough. "I have come to seek Launce Kennedy. Is he within?" said the voice. "What would you with him? He is no concern of yours," said the Dominie. "I ken that," said the voice. "Nevertheless, I have come to seek him. I greet you well, Dominie Mure. Will you open and let Helen Kennedy within?" And with that the light came clearer. The veil of the fantasies of that fearful night fell like a loosened bandage from my eyes. And lo, there at the tower's foot was my dear quipsome lass Nell Kennedy, in her own proper body, and I knew her for good, sound flesh and blood. Nor could I now tell how I had so deceived myself, but one thing I resolved, that I should not reveal my terror to her, for very certainly she would laugh at me. But the Dominie was too firmly fixed in his thought. I saw him grip his pistol and lean over the parapet. It seemed that he could not even believe the seeing of his eyes. "Come not nearer," he cried in a wild voice, "for well do I know that you are a fiend of the breed of the sea demons, whatsoever you may pretend. I will try a bullet of holy silver upon you." But I threw myself upon him and held his arm. "It is but our own Nell Kennedy," I said. "What frights you, Dominie?" For I resolved to make a virtue of my courage, and indeed, as I came to myself first, and had done no open foolishness, I thought I might as well take all the credit which was due to me. "See you not that it is only Helen Kennedy of Culzean?" I repeated, reasoning with him. "And what seeks she with you?" said he, still struggling in my grasp. "I tell you it is a prodigy, and bodes us no good," he persisted. "That I cannot tell," said I. "I had thought her safe upon the moors with my mother, but I will go down and open the door to her." So when I had run down the stairs of the small keep and set the bolt wide, lo, there upon the step was Nell Kennedy, her face dimpled with smiles, albeit somewhat pale also with the morning light and the strangeness of her adventure. I held out my hand to her. Never had I been so moved with any meeting. "Nell," I said, and could say no more. "Ay, Launce, just Nell," she said. And she came in without taking my hand. But for all that she was not abashed nor shamefaced. But she remained as direct and simple in her demeanour as she had been about Culzean in the old days before sorrow fell upon the house, and indeed upon us all. "Take me up the stairs to the Dominie," she said. And I took her hand and kept it tightly as we went upwards. But I tried after no greater favours at that time, for I knew that her mood leaned not towards the desires of a lover. "Ah, Dominie," said Nell, when she reached the top, "this Ailsa is a strange place to keep school in. Yet I warrant you that geese are not more numerous here than they were in Maybole." But the Dominie could only gaze at her, thus daffing with him, so fixed had he been in his fantasy. Then when he was somewhat come to himself, we waited expectantly for Nell to reveal her errand and to relate her adventure, and she did not keep us long waiting. "You must instantly leave Ailsa and come back with me," she said. "My sister Marjorie is lost from Auchendrayne, and we three must find her. I fear that the Mures have done her a mischief, being afraid of the things that she might reveal." "How knew you of that, Nelly?" I asked, for indeed it was a thing I could make no guess at myself. "It was one morning at Kirrieoch," said Nell, "as we were bringing in the kye out of the green pastures by the waterside, that a messenger rode up with a letter from Marjorie. She asked me to meet her at Culzean and to bring you and any other faithful men whom I could trust along with me. And thus the letter ended, for gin I once win clear out of Auchendrayne, we have them all in the hollow of our hand. I have found him that carried the letter." "She means the letter to John Mure that took your father to the tryst of death," I said. The Dominie seemed to awake at the words. "That will be young William Dalrymple she has fallen on with," he cried in much excitement. I rose and hastened down to put our belongings together, which were scattered about the castle. As soon as I returned, Nell went on with her tale. "Then, because I knew not where you were," she said, "I was in much distress. But your father donned his war-graith and rode with me to the house of Culzean, where he yet abides. As for me, I could no ways rest, so I set myself to trace you, and here I have found you. Pray God we may find our Marjorie as safely." "But how did you manage to trace us?" I asked, for the Dominie and I thought that we had well hidden our tracks. "Oh, I got the kindly side of the goodwife of Chapel Donnan," said Nell lightly. And when I heard that, I did not wonder any more, for she could get the kindly side of anyone, if so she chose. Because Nell Kennedy, in spite of her taunting and teasing, had ever a coaxing, winsome way with her which was vastly taking. Then we fell to making our plans. It would not do for us to be seen leaving the Craig by day, for our position was plainly in view of keen eyes all along the Girvan shore and at Chapel Donnan or Girvanmains as well. And worse enemies than these might put out a dozen boats to intercept us, or simply lie in wait to take us as we landed. Besides, all this day and part of the night there befell a storm which lashed the waves to white foam about our abode. With more than a woman's ordinary forethought in adventure, Nell had left her boat in a cove to the right of the landing place. And indeed I, that somewhat prided myself upon my wisdom, had not taken as great precautions myself, which among other things was the cause of our present position on the crag. So we three spent all day in cheerful talk, thinking that so soon as we could find Marjorie, we should come to the end of our perplexities and have the guilty in our power. But in this we spoke without knowledge of the manifold shifts and stratagems of our arch-enemy. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 38, A Rescue from the Sea. While we thus waited and planned, Nell told us how that she had remained at Culzean till there seemed no more hope of Marjorie's coming. Then there arrived a lass of the Cochrans who had been Marjorie's tiring maid at Auchendrayne. From her Nell learned how, after a fierce and bitter scene with the elder Muir, Marjorie had fled from Auchendrayne, none knew whither, escaping all their toils, and passing their inner and outer guard under the silence of night. Then so soon as she had heard this, fearing all evil to her sister, Nell set out to find me, believing that, in the absence of any hope of help from her brothers, I might aid her to find her sister and to clear some of the ever-deepening mysteries. It was the dusk of an evening, sweet and debonair, when we left the castle which had been so long our home, and descended the perilous steps to the foot of Ailsa. Here we found Nell's boat safe in its cove, and immediately we pushed out, having placed therein all our weapons and belongings. Nell sat in the stern, and the Dominie and I took the oars. The storm of the night and morning had abated, and there was now no more than an oily swell upon the water. There was little talk between us as we went, for we felt that our lives were in our hands, and that we might be only running into greater perils. I supposed that the Dominie was thinking of the love he had lost by black unnatural murder on that dangerous shore to which we were making our way. We kept well to the south of Girvan, because I had twice gone there on errands which did not tend to make us favourites with the Bargany Kennedys and their supporters, of whom the townsfolk were mostly composed. Besides, I remembered the word of the rascal whom I had held at my mercy in the house of Mistress Alison, the Grieve's wife at Culzean. The treasure of Kelwood is in the cave of Sawney Bean, on the shore of Benenbrack, over against Benerard. And this, though not a clear direction, pointed to some promontory south of Girvan and north of Ballantrae. And though the discovery of my master's death was, I trust, first in my mind, I need not deny that I was also mindful of the treasure for which so much had been adventured first and last. It was a high tide and a calm sea when we got over into the loom of the cliffs. We had a making wind, and the tide was with us, so that we had been able to set the sail part of the way, for a little mast which would carry a lug sail lay snugly under the thwarts of the boat. The Dominie, who in his rambling youth had followed the sea, both steered and managed the sheet as we drew nearer the shore, while I lay over the bow and kept a lookout ahead. We steered towards a light which went wavering along the top of the rocks, for we opined that it must be some shepherd wandering with a lantern to look for a lost sheep. Now it dipped into clefts, now it mounted to the summit of the crags, and anon it was lost again behind the screes and tumbled cliffs of the coast. Suddenly from high above us, where we had last seen the light, we heard sounds as of pain and despair, a woman's cry in her extremity, not weeping or beseeching, but crying only, being, as it seemed, utterly in distress. "'Tis our Marjorie, I ken her voice," cried Nell, and we all strained our eyes upwards to the dark heuchs. The lantern had come to a standstill almost directly above us. The Dominie silently took down the mast and let it rest in the bottom of the boat. Our speed slackened till we floated without motion on the gently heaving water. I continued to peer into the gloom. Yet how Marjorie Kennedy could have come to be in danger upon the shore of Benane was far beyond my comprehending at that time. "Marjorie! Sister Marjorie!" cried Nell, as loudly as she could. And almost as she spoke I saw something white descending towards us from the cliff, like a poised bird that closes its pinions and dives into the water. The smitten waters sprang up white not 20 feet from our bows. I stood erect on the stern, scarce knowing what might hap, yet to be ready for anything, balancing on both feet for a spring. and as soon as I had a glimpse of something white which rose from the black water, I sprang towards it ere it had time to sink again. For Nell was with me in the boat, and it was my opportunity to let her see that Launce Kennedy did not do all his deeds standing thread dry on the solid land. I declare, so much was I affected and worked upon by her crying to her sister, that had it been Sawney Bean himself I had grappled with him there in the salt water. But it was a braver weight and shape that I held in my arm, even the slim form of a woman. I felt a thrill run through me when I found that her arms had been tied closely behind her back both at wrist and elbow. Nevertheless I gripped the cords which confined her, and struck out for the boat, which I saw black like a rock above me. It was no more than a minute that I supported the girl in the water, but to me it seemed to be a year, for I was hill-born, and had learned the swimming since I came in my youth to Culzean. And this never makes a strong nor yet a long swimmer, like the shore-bred boy, who has been half in and half out of the tide all day long every summer season since he could walk. But the Dominie speedily brought the boat about, for indeed there was little way on her at any rate. In a moment more his strong hands and long fingers were lifting Marjorie Kennedy on board, and laying her, all wet as she was, in the arms of her sister Nell. Then he gave me a hand over the bow, and we cowered low in the boat, letting her drift inward with the tide till we were close under the loom of the land and in the very darkest of the shadow. We knew well that they who had tied Marjorie's hands would be on the lookout for her rescuers. So on the black water we lay and waited. Nor had we long to wait, for in a short time voices echoed here and there among the rocks, and the lantern, with others which we had not previously seen, appeared far down near the edge of the sea. At the same time, from the other direction, came the noise of oars roughly thrown into a boat and the clambering of men over the side. Then we were, indeed, in sore jeopardy, for the wind had died to nothing under the land, and the grey sea lay outside the shadow of the cliffs with quite enough light upon it to trace us by, if we rowed out in that direction. And all the while Marjorie lay silent in her sister's arms. I had cut the cords and chafed her hands as well as I could, but still she did not speak. The pursuers closed rapidly upon us from both sides, and ere we could think of a plan, we saw the boats pushing out with torches held at their prows by the hands of dark and stalwart men. And then the Dominie and I looked to our pistols and swords, resolving, if it came to the sharp pinch, to make a good fight for it. For when the two boats came together, they could not choose but find us. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 39. The Cleft in the Rock. "Let us get in nearer to the land," said the Dominie. "'Tis the sole chance that remains to us." So seizing each of us an oar, the sea being perfectly calm, and a full tide lapsing as smoothly upon the cliffs as the water in a tub, wherein good wives wash their duds, we risked the matter and rowed in closer to the rock. We sought if by good chance there might be found some inlet where we could land, or some cave which might conceal us from the cruel men who were seeking our lives. Nor was our adventuring in vain, for as we cautiously advanced into the blackness, the wall of the cliff seemed to retire before us, so that the prow of the boat actually appeared to push it steadily back. A denser darkness, a very night of Egypt, surrounded us. Gradually the noise of the pursuers dulled, sank, and died away. We lost sight of the grey, uneasy plain of the sea behind us, and continued to advance through a long water passage walled with rock, the sides of which we could sometimes feel with our hands and sometimes fail to touch with our oars. This I took at the time to be a marvellous dispensation of Providence on our behalf, as without doubt it was. But now we know that all that shoreward country, owing to the abundance of soft stone by the seaside, is honeycombed with caves, so that it was well nigh impossible to miss at least one of these in every half-mile of cliff all about the heads of Benerard. Yet that we should strike this one of all others appeared a thing worthy of admiration, as presently you shall hear, and showed the same dispensing and favourable providence which has throughout been on the side of Culzean and against our enemies of Bargany. Marjorie and Nell still sat together in the stern, but so dense was the dark that we could see nothing of them. The Dominie and I took our oars from the rowlocks and pushed onward into the cave, hoping to come in time to some wider space, where we could either disembark or find a passage out upon the land above us. And so presently we came to a place wonderful enough in itself, yet no more than the gateway to other and greater marvels. The waves which had scarcely been visible out on the open sea ran into the cave at regular intervals, and in the narrow places formed themselves into a considerable swell of water. Before us we could hear them break with a noise like thunder upon some hidden strand or beach. This somewhat terrified us in that place of horrid darkness, for the noise was loud as is a waterfall in the time of spate, the echoing of the cave and the many contracted passages and wide halls deceiving the ear. So our boat, being poised upon the crest of one of these smooth steeps of water which rolled onward into the cave, advanced swiftly into a more spacious cavern where the oar could be used without touching the rock at either side. The sounds now came back to us also from high aloft, and we had the feeling of much air and a certain spacious vastness above us. Yet the imprisoning darkness confused with the lashing of the waves wrought a kind of invincible melancholy which weighed down all our spirits. Presently, however, the prow of the boat took the slushy sand in a coign more retired, where the waves did not, as in other places, fall with an arcing dash, but rather lapsed with a gentler wash as upon a regular beach. Being in the bow, I lost no time in leaping ashore, and in a few moments I had the boat fast to a natural pier of rock, behind which the water was quiet as in a mill pond. Here in the darkness we helped each other out, and feeling ourselves now somewhat more safe from our enemies, we shook one another by the hand, and made many congratulation on our escape, which had indeed been marvellous. Even thus we waited for the day to reveal to us whether there were any passage by which we could ascend from the deeps of the Cimmerian pit wherein we were enclosed, without adventuring out again in our boat upon the water, where our enemies watched for us. We drew close together upon the rocky pier, and Marjorie told us of her escape from the Auchendranes, the strange tale of which shall hereafter be given at length in its own place. Also she confirmed the message which she had sent to her sister, that she had discovered all the wickedness and certain guilt of the Mures in the death of her father, and in many other crimes. So we saw before us in plain case their condemnation, if once we could escape from this snare and bring their iniquity to light before the king and the council. Yet all the while it was a marvel to me how Marjorie had so completely forgotten James Mure the younger, who was her wedded husband, even though she had never rendered to him the love and duty of a wife. But we were by no means yet one out of the wood, and at the best our case was not a particularly comfortable one. The Dominie and I had indeed provided Marjorie with such wrappings and covertures as were in our power, which we had brought with us from the isle. But we had mainly to trust to the virtues of the strong waters of France, which the Dominie always carried about with him, as well as to the mildness of the night, that she should take no harm from her fearful plunge from the cliffs into the salt water. But it is certain that the perturbation of one's spirit at such a time is so great, that many things pass without penalty to the health which at another season might induce disease and death. Presently we found that our boat was being left high and dry, the water ebbing swiftly away from us towards the mouth of the cave. We had, as it happened, entered at the height of the tide, and now the water was upon the turn. But this affected us little, for we judged that either it would go so far back that we might find a way of escape by clambering over the rocks out upon the land, or else at the worst we knew that, by waiting till the next tide, we should be able to return the way we had come. At all events, for that time at least, we thought ourselves to have outwitted our pursuers, and to stand no longer in their danger. But we were briskly to learn another way of it, for the oftenest slip is made upon the threshold of safety. Marjorie and Nell bore themselves through all these dangers and discomforts with the greatest courage. Never had this come home to me so strongly before, for the maid's shamefacedness had died out of Marjorie Kennedy, and now she seemed wholly set with a fierce jealousy of hate to compass the punishment of her father's enemies. The water being in this manner retired, and our boat lying high and dry upon a shelving beach, I proposed that the Dominie and myself should attempt some exploration of the place where we found ourselves, while we left Nell and her sister by the boat to make such dispositions of their cleading as would countervail the discomfort of Marjorie's rescue from death. So the Dominie and I felt with our hands all round the wide amphitheatre which had so lately been filled with the salt water. We had no difficulty in discovering the narrow passage by which we had come, for down its narrow gullet the water was now retreating with great swiftness. but we seemed to be at the sack's end in every other way, so that we looked for nothing else but having to return to the same place and in the same way by which we came, after our enemies had retired. So swiftly did the tide run back, that it seemed as if it might be possible for us to walk out upon our own feet. And so indeed we did, but in a very strange fashion. For in one of my gropings I came upon a projection of the rock, which caught my foot and threw me forward upon my face. As I fell, my hands touched something like a flight of rough steps which led up from the sanded floor of the cavern. Without waiting to call out to Dominie Mure, I mounted, with my heart beating fast with anticipation, and at the top I came into a narrower passage than any we had yet entered, which led me forward a long way. As I went, the air felt unaccountably lighter. It smelled most like a well-fired room, dry and pleasant, so that I waited only to ascertain that the passage ended in another apartment, before going back to communicate my fortunate discovery to Marjorie and Nell. When I reached the boat, I found that, by the skilful management of her sister, Marjorie had been made somewhat more comfortable, and that the Dominie on his part had discovered nothing of importance, of which I was glad, for it became me to be the leader of our expedition. So I bade him take his weapons, and with what provender we could carry upon our backs, we proceeded all of us together to the rocky stairway leading to the drier inner cave. The Dominie had as usual brought his pipes over his shoulder, from which, indeed, he refused to be parted even for a moment. And but for the fear of the noise reaching our enemies, I think that there and then he would have played us both reels and strathspeys, that is, if we had given him any encouragement, so pleased was he, and indeed all of us, to leave the dark cavern and oozy sand upon which we had first landed. We were not long in ascending the stairs, and as I had foretold, we found ourselves speedily in the warmer and drier air, like that of a habited house, which was so great a change from the dripping damp of the lower sea cave that we rejoiced greatly, though quite unable to discover the cause. Yet there was something, we knew not what, about the inner cavern which took us all by the throat. Indeed, we had not gone far when Marjorie Kennedy gasped for breath and said, "Let us go back. I do not like this place." But this I took to be no more than the dashing of her spirit by the adventures of the night, and the terrors through which, as she had already told us, she had come in the dreary and dangerous house of Auchendrayne. For the passage broadened out into a wider hall with a firm floor of hard earth, as if it had been beaten or trampled. We had hardly been in this place longer than a few moments, when a strangely persistent and pervading smell began to impress us with the deadliest loathing. It was sharp, pungent, and familiar, yet could none of us tell whence it came, nor in what place we had smelled it before. "I am faint unto death," said Marjorie, leaning heavily on me. "Let me go back, Launcelot, while I can." But this, for the sake of the dryness and comfort, I was not willing to do. So, stumbling now over one thing and now over another in the darkness, I made shift to find a further passage. I chanced to put down my hand when my foot struck something heavier and more massive than before, and lo, to my horror, I touched the side of a wooden tub or vat. And scarce had I moved from the place where I was, before something cold and soft brushed my face, as if it had been suspended from the roof. My heart trembled, for we were plainly in a place of habitation of some unknown and terrible sort. "Stand still where you are," I cried to my companions, for I was afraid that they might also come against one of these obstructions, which were good evidence of others having been in this abode of horror and darkness as well as ourselves. Immediately I set to groping again, and went stumbling from one thing to another, till I came to a branching passage which ascended away from the hall. And since here in the roomy alcove, high above the floor of the cave, there were, so far as I could find, none of the vats or other furniture which I had encountered about the sides of the greater cave, I decided to use it as a place of temporary shelter. So I made my way back to where they were all standing close together, and I pinched the Dominie's arm in token that he was to ask no questions. Then very slowly and stealthily we felt our way to the little alcove which I had found. And as often as I stumbled against anything, I pretended to clatter some of the stuff which I carried upon my back, having laden myself with it at the boat, and so passed the matter off. At last we came to the hiding place which had been my latest discovery, and found that the rock was cut, as it had been, into seats all round about, while the path ascended upwards at the back yet higher into the stone, by which I judged that we had not yet come to the end of the cavern. Here in the high alcove or gallery above the main cave we accommodated ourselves, and disposed our belongings as well as we could for the darkness. The Dominie set himself to arrange them, while Nell and Marjorie lay covered up together in our plaids upon the stone bench which ran about the place, and which appeared to have been hewn out at some past time by the rude art of man. But I myself, to whom it came as natural to be stirring as to breathe, set about making a further exploration. Now my disappointment was great when I found that we had indeed come to the limit of the cavern. Search which way I would, my hands encountered nothing but rock. Nevertheless I continued my circuit, standing upon the stone ledge and groping above me, for it was possible that there was some fresh passage which from this alcove might lead to the outer air. Suddenly, while I was searching with my hands at the top of the steps of stone, and without the least warning my finger-tips fell upon something which felt colder than the stone. I touched metal, then the projection of a keyhole, then the iron corners of a chest. I ran my hand along the pattern of the metal bands which bound the lid. What wonder that my heart beat vehemently, for I knew in that moment that I had my hand upon the treasure of Kelwood. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 40. The Cave of Death. For a moment there in the darkness I stood dazed, and my head swam, for I bethought me of the Earl's words, as well as of the words of the Minister of Edinburgh, and I knew that my fate stood upon tiptoe. For here in the finding of this box lay all my life, and it might be my love also. But again another thought crossed the first, damming back and freezing the current of hot blood which surged to my heart. The Caird's words in the Grieve's kitchen also came back to me. You will find the treasure of Kelwood in the cave of Sawney Bean, in the head of Benenbrack over against Benerard. If this were so, there was little doubt but that we stood in the most instant and imminent danger of our lives. Yet I could not bring myself to leave the treasure. Doubtless I ought to have done so and hastened our escape for the sake of the girls, Nell and Marjorie. But I thought it might be possible to convey the chest out, and so bring both our quests to an end at once, that for treasure, by the recovery of the box which had been lost and found, and then lost again upon the red moss, and that of vengeance by the certain condemnation of the Auchendranes upon Marjorie's evidence. The next moment mighty fear took hold on me. All that I had heard since my childhood about the unknown being who dwelled upon the shore side of Benane and lived no man knew how, ran through my mind. His monstrous form, his cloven feet that made steads on the ground like those of a beast, his huge hairy arms, clawed at the finger ends like the toes of a bear. I minded me of the fireside tales of travellers who had lost their way in that fastness, and who, falling into the power of his savage tribe, returned no more to kindlier places. I minded also how none might speak to the prowler by night, nor get an answer from him, how every expedition against him had come to naught, because that he was protected by a power stronger than himself, warned and advised by intelligence higher than his own. Besides, none had been able to find the abode, nor yet to enter into the secret defences where lurked the man-beast of Benerard. And it was in this abode of death that I, Launcelot Kennedy, being, as I supposed, in my sane mind, had taken refuge with two women, one the dearest to me on earth. The blood ran pingling and pricking in my veins at the thought. My heart cords tightened as though it too had been shut in a box and the key turned. Hastily I slipped down, and upon a pretext took the Dominie aside to tell him what it was that I had found. "Ye have found our dead warrant, then. I wish we had never seen your treasures and brass-banded boxes," said he roughly, as if I had done it with intent. And in troth I began to think he was right. But it was none of my fault, and, so far as I could see, we had been just as badly off in that place if I had not found it at all. After that I went ranging hither and thither among all the passages and twinings of the cave, yet never daring to go very far from the place where we were, lest I should not be able to find my way back. For it was an ill, murderous, uncanny abode, where every step that I took something strange swept across my face, or slithered clammily along my cheek, making me grue to my very bone marrows. I am as fond of a nimble fetch of adventures as any man, as every believing reader of this chronicle kens well by this time, but I want no more such darkling experiences, especially now that I am become a peaceable man, and no longer so regardlessly forward as I once was, in thrusting myself into all stirs and quarrels up to the elbows. Then in a little while I went soft-footed to where Marjorie and Nell had bestowed themselves. When I told them how we had run into danger with a folly and senselessness that nothing could have excused, save the great necessity into which, by the hellish fury of our enemies, we had been driven, it was indeed cheerful to hear their words of trust and their declarations that they could abide the issue with fortitude. So a little heartened, we made such preparations as we could, as preparing our pistols and loosening our swords. Yet all had to be done by touch, in that abode of darkness and black unchristian deeds. It was silent and eerie beyond telling in the cave. We heard the water lapping further and further from us as it retreated down the long passage. Now and then we seemed to catch a gliff of the noise of human voices. But again when we listened, it seemed naught but the wind blowing every way through the passages and halls of the cave, or the echoed wing-beatings of the uncanny things that battened in the roofs and crevices of this murderous cavern, unfathomed, unsounded, and obscure. But we had not long to wait ere our courage and resolution were tested to the uttermost. For presently there came to us, clearly enough, though faintly at first, the crying and baying of voices fearful and threatening. Indeed, they sounded more like the insensate howling of dogs or shut-up hungry hounds in a kennel than kindly human creatures. Then there was empty silence, through which the noise came in gusts like the sudden deadly anger of a mob. Again it came, more sharp and double-edged with fear, like the wailing of women led to unpitied doom. And the sound of this inhuman carnival approaching filled the cave with shuddering. This direful crying came nearer and nearer, till we all cowered pale-faced together, save Marjorie alone, who, having been as it were in hell itself, feared not the most merciless fiends that might have broken loose therefrom. She stood a little apart from us, so far that I had not known her presence but for the draught of air that blew inward, which carried her light robe towards me, so that its texture touched my face, and I was aware of the old subtle fragrance which in happy days had well nigh turned my head in the gardens of Culzean. But Nell Kennedy stood close to me, so close that I could hear her heart beating and the little nervous sound of the clasping and the unclasping of her hands, which thing made me somewhat braver, especially when she put both her palms about my arm and gripped it convulsively to her as the noises of the crying and howling waxed louder and nearer. "I am vexed that I flouted you, Launce," she whispered in my ear. "I do not care a docken what you said to Kate Allison. After all, she is not such a truth-telling girl, nor yet by ordinary bonny." I whispered to her that I cared not either, but that I was content to die for her. "Oh, but you might have lived for me," she moaned, "if I had not led you into all this trouble." "Nay, Nell, my dear," said I hastily, "speak not so. You have ever been our saviour and our best fortune hitherto, and so shall be yet." Then, mock us not, in the darkness of the cave we kissed each other once or twice, amorously and willingly, and the savour of it was passing sweet even when we looked for naught but death. "Give me a dagger," Nell said to me, and I gave mine own to her, which she put away in her bosom, as I judged, and again took my hand. Then the horrid brabblement filled all the cave, and sounded louder and more outrageous, being heard in darkness. Suddenly, however, the murky gloom was shot through with beams of light, and a rout of savages, wild and bloody, filled the wide cave beneath us. Some of them carried rude torches, and others had various sorts of back-burdens, which they cast down in the corners. I gat a gliff of one of these, and though in battle I had often seen things grim and butcherly, my heart now sprang to my mouth, so that I had well nigh fainted with loathing. But I commanded myself, and thrust me before Nell, who, from where she sat, could only see the flickering scarrow of the torches upon the roof and walls, for the place seemed now, after the former darkness of Egypt, fairly bursting with light. Then I knew that these execrable hell-hounds must be the hideous crew who called Sawney Bean lord and master. They were of both sexes and all ages, mostly running naked, the more stalwart of them armed with knives and wingers, or with knotted pieces of tree in which a ragged stone had been thrust and tied with sinew or tags of rope. The very tottering children were striking at one another, or biting like young wolves, till the blood flowed. In the corner sat an old bleared hag, who seemed of some authority over them, for she pointed with her finger, and the uproar calmed itself a little. The shameless naked women crew began to bestir themselves, and heaped broken driftwood upon the floor, to which presently a light was set. Then the red climbing flame went upward. The wood smoke filled the cave, acrid and tickling, which, getting into our throats, might have worked us infinite danger, had it not been that the clamour of the savages was so great that it never stilled for a moment. But in time we became accustomed to the reek, and it disturbed us not. More by luck than good guiding, the place where we sat was, as I have said, favourably situate for seeing without being seen, being a kind of natural balcony or chamber in the wall, like a swallow's nest plastered under the eaves of a barn. We learned afterwards that it was a place forbidden by Sawney Bean, the head of the clan, and so kept sacred for himself when it should please him to retire thither for his ease and pleasure, with whomsoever he would of his unholy crew. And to this no doubt we owed our safety, for the young impish boys roamed everywhere else, specially swarming and yelling about our boat, which they had just discovered. I noted also that when any of these came in the way of the men, he was knocked down incontinent with a hand, a knife, or a stick, as was most convenient. Sometimes the lad would lie a minute or two where he had been struck, then up again, and to the playing and disport he fell, as though nothing had happened. All this was horrid enough, but that was not the worst of it, and I own that I hesitate to write that which I saw. Yet for the sake of the truth, tell I must and will. The cavern was very high in the midst, but at the sides not so high, rather like the sloping roof of an attic which slants quickly down from the roof tree. But that which took my eye amid the smoke were certain vague shapes, as it had been of the limbs of human beings, shrunk and blackened, which hung in rows on either side of the cave. At first it seemed that my eyes must certainly deceive me, for the reek drifted hither and thither, and made the room flow from them with its bitterness. But after a little study of these wall adornments, I could make nothing else of it, than that these poor relics, which hung in rows from the roof of the cave, like hams and black puddings, set to dry in the smoke, were indeed no other than the parched arms and legs of men and women who had once walked the upper earth, but who by misfortune had fallen into the power of this hideous, inconceivable gang of monstrous man-eaters. Then the true interpretation of all the tales that went floating about the countryside, and which I had hitherto deemed wholly vain and fantastical, burst upon me. But there was that nearer to me which smote me down like a blow taking a man at unawares. As I stood up to look, gripping nervously at my sword and peering over, there came a gust off the sea, roaring up the passages of the cavern. For with the moon the wind had risen without. The fire on the floor flickered upward and filled the place with light. I felt something touch my cheek. Speedily I turned, and lo! It was a little babe's hand that swung by a cord. The wind had caught it, so light it was, and it had rubbed my cheek. By the Lord, it was enough and more than enough. I sank down, and the spirit within me became water because of that soft, sliding little hand. Had the naked devils come on to me then, I declare I had not found power to lift my hand against them, nor so much as to set a finger to the latch of a pistol. But in a little while I was strengthened, for now, as though I had never seen her before, I saw the true face of the brave lass Nell Kennedy. And it is passing sweet, even in the presence of death, to see the eyes of the beloved for the first time after declared and unashamed love has come into them. She never took her sad, steadfast regard from my face, and as I say, I was infinitely strengthened thereby. I could also mark Marjorie Kennedy, and since she stood erect, I knew that she had seen all the blasting horrors I had witnessed, except perhaps the babe's hand a-swing by its cord. Yet there was no blanching of her face. Rather she stood and eyed the scene with a calm and assured countenance, like to a stake-kissing martyr ere the flames are lit. If ever any soul had cast out fear, it was that of Marjorie Kennedy, for unfathomed hate can do that as well as perfect love, and especially in a woman. But when my eyes fell on Dominie Mure, I got a yet greater start. The little, thick-set man who had been my brave companion through such a multitude of dangers seemed to be transformed. A still and biting fury sat inexorably on his lips. He gripped his blade as if he would spring straight over the wall of rock upon the bestial crew. So afraid was I to look upon him and read his intent in his burning eyes that I undid for a moment the clasp of Nell's hand upon my shoulder and crawled to him. "Have a care what you do, Dominie," I whispered in his ear. "Remember, it is of the women we have to think." For as clearly as if I had read it in print, I saw his desire and his determination. He thought of young Mary Torrance, the lass that had been spirited away, and the red stain on the grass, and the ghastly garniture about the walls of the monster's cave had revealed to him the conclusion of the untold tale. But my words stopped him dead, like a bullet in the heart of a springing wildcat on the bough. He looked just once at me, and his eyes had the same wild glare. But there came that into them which told me of a thought greater than the stark revenge on which he had been all intent but a few moments before. I bent still nearer to his ear. "Dominie," said I, "if they come at us, mind that we are not to leave the lasses alive to fall into their bloody hands." He looked at me with a haggard face and shook his head. "I cannot do it," he said, and set his hands over his eyes to hide the torch's flare. When he looked up again I pointed to the loathed things that decked the walls and the eaves of the cave, and to the pickle barrels that stood in the corners. The Dominie understood and nodded. "Surely you can if I can," I whispered to him. "I will take care of Nell, my love, if you—" And I looked at Marjorie so that he understood fully. Then came my eyes back to Nell. They felt hot and dry, for I was taken with the reek in them, and my heart rose within me to think that in a swift tale of moments I might have to take away the sweet life of my own heart's love. But when I went back to her there was a new light of understanding in the face on which the flicker of the fire was reflected from the roof. I knew that she had seen and understood the import of my colloquy with the Dominie, and our looking from the one to the other of them. Yet the fear had strangely gone from her face. I declare she looked almost glad. She set her lips to my ear. "Launce," she whispered, "I want none but you to do it, if so be that it comes to that. You will you not, Launce?" Then I knew that she had understood all the love she had seen in my face. For indeed I would rather have killed my sweetheart 100 times than let her fall alive into the hands of such a ghastly bestial devil's crew. So Nell Kennedy, trusting me with the manner of her death as though it had been a little love tryst between ourselves, sat looking up at me with such eyes of love and trust that they went nigh to make me forget that Cimmerian den and the ghoulish beasts that rioted in it. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 41. The Werewolf of Benerard. Thus we sat a long time waiting. Suddenly there was a pause in the noise which filled the cavern below. I thought for a moment that they had discovered us. But Marjorie moved her hand a little to bid me keep down, and very carefully I raised my head over the rock, so that through the niche I could as before look down upon them. The water door of the cave was now entirely filled by a black bulk, in shape like a grisly ape. Even in the flickering light I knew instantly that I had seen the monster before. A thrill ran through me when I remembered the man-beast, the thing with which I had grappled in the barn of Culzean the night I outfaced the Grey Man. And now, by the silence and the crouching of the horde beneath me, I learned that their master had come home. The monster stood a moment in the doorway as though angered at something. Then he spoke in a voice like a beast's growl, certain things which I could not at all understand, though it was clear that his progeny did. For there ensued a tumultuous rushing from side to side. Then Sawny Bean strode into the midst of his den. It happened that by misadventure he stumbled, and set his foot upon a lad of 6 or 7, judging by the size of him, who sprawled naked in the doorway. The imp squirmed round like a serpent and bit Sawny Bean in the leg, whereat he stooped, and catching the lad by the feet, he dashed his head with a dull crash against the wall, and threw him quivering like a dead rabbit into the corner. The rest stood for a moment aghast, but in a trice, and without a single one so much as going to see if the boy were dead or only stunned, the whole hornet's byke hummed again, and the place was filled with a stifling smell of burning fat and roasting victual, upon the origin of which I dared not let my mind for a moment dwell. When Sawny Bean came in, he had that which looked like a rich cloth of gold over his arm, the plunder of some poor butchered wretch belike. He stood with his trophy in front of him, examining it before the fire. Presently he threw it over his shoulders, with the arms hanging idly down in front, and strode about most like a play-actor or a mad person, but manifestly to his own great content, and to the huge admiration of his followers, who stood still and gaped after him. When he had satisfied himself with his posturing, the monster looked towards our place of refuge. A great spasm seized my heart when I saw him take the first step towards us, for I guessed that it was his forbidden treasure-house in which we lurked. So I thought it had certainly come to the last bitter push with us. But something yet more terrible than the matter of the boy diverted for the moment the monster's attention. The lad whom he had cast to the side had been left alone, none daring to meddle. But now as he passed him, Sawney Bean gave the body a toss with his foot. At this, quick as a darting falcon on a stoop, a woman sprang at him from a crevice where she had been crouching. At least by her shape she was a woman, with long elf locks twisting like snakes about her brow and over her shoulders. She held an open knife in her hand, and she struck at the chieftain's hairy breast. I heard the point strike the flesh, and the cry of anger and pain which followed. But the monster caught the woman by the wrist, pulled her over his knee, and bent back her head. It was a horrid thing to see, and there is small wonder that I can see it yet in many a dream of the night, and no doubt also I shall see it till I die, hear it as well, which is worse. Then for a long season I could look no more. But when I had recovered me a little, and could again command my heart, I saw a great part of the crew swarm thick as flies, fetching, carrying, and working like bees upon spilled honey about the corner where had lain the bodies of the lad and the woman. But it was not in the ordinary way that these were being prepared for burial. In the centre of the cave sat Sawney Bean, with some of the younger sort of the women pawing over him and bandaging his wounded shoulder. He was growling and spitting inarticulately all the while like a wildcat, and every time his shoulder hurt him as the women worked with the wound and mouthed it, he would take his other hand and strike one of them down, as though it was to her that he owed the twinge of pain. Presently the monster arose and took the gold brocade again in his hand. I thought that of a certainty now our time was come, and I looked at Nell Kennedy. God knows what was in my eyes. My heart within me was ready to break, for the like of this pass had never man been in. That I should have to smite my love to the death within an hour of my first kiss and the first owning of her affection. But she that loved me read my thought in mine eyes. She bared her neck for me, so that I could see its tender whiteness in the flicker of the fire. "Strike there," she said, "and let me die in your arms, who are my own heart's love, Launcelot Kennedy." I heard the beast man's step on the stair. I looked from Nell's dear neck to her eyes, and back again to her bosom. Then I lifted my hand with the steel in it, and nerved myself for the striking, for I must make no mistake. And even in that moment I saw the gleam of a dagger in Marjorie's hand also. Suddenly a tremendous rush of sound filled the cave. The blade fell from my hand, and by instinct, not knowing what we did, Nell and I clasped one another. The clamour seemed to be about us and all around us. Roaring echoes came back to us, the bowels of the earth quaked, yet methought there was something strongly familiar in the sound of it. I turned me about, and there, standing erect with all his little height, was the Dominie. His cheeks were distended, and he was blowing upon his great war-pipes such a thunderous pibroch as never had been heard east of the Minch since the island pipes skirled on the Red Harlaw. What madcap possession had come upon his mind I know not, but the effect I can tell. The pack of fiends that caroused and slew beneath stood stricken a moment in amaze at the dreadful incomprehensible sounds. Then they fled helter-skelter, yelly-hooing with fear, down the narrow seaway from which the tide had now fully ebbed. And when I looked again there was not a soul to be seen. Only over the edge of a lappered cauldron the body of the murdered woman, or at least a part of it, lay doubled. A bloody incentive to make haste out of this direful cave of death. The Dominie stepped down from our hidden alcove as though he had been leading a march, strutting and passaging like the king's piper marching about the banqueting table at Holyrood. I declare the creature seemed fey. He was certainly possessed with a devil, but the very fearlessness of the deed won into our veins also, for with steel or pistol in each of our hands we marched after him, ready and indeed eager to encounter aught that might come in our way. Aye, and even thus we passed out of the cave, hasting down the long passage without a quiver of the heart or a blenching of the cheek, so suddenly and so starkly by way of unexpected hope had the glorious music brought the hot blood back to our hearts, even as it had stricken our cruel foes with instant terror. Thus dry-shod we marched out of the cave of Sawney Bean, and as I am a true man, not so much as a dog barked at us. But when we emerged into the grey of a stormy morning and reached the cliff's edge, we heard inland the wild voices of the gang yelling down the wind, as though the furies of fear were still pursuing them and tearing at their vitals. What they expected I know not, but I conceive that they must have taken the Dominie's pipes for whatever particular devil they happened to believe in, come to take them quick to their own place, which after all could not be much worse than the den in which we had seen them at their disport. Nor could all the torturing fiends of lowest hell have been their marrows in devilish cruelty. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett, Chapter 42, and Lochaber x Gied him his Paiks. So once more the world was before us, and strangely peaceful it seemed, as if somehow or other we had died in stress and riot, and been born again into an uncanny quiet. There remained for us now only the bringing to pass of righteous judgments upon the wicked ones who had compassed and plotted all this terrible tale of evils, these murders without end, these hellish cruelties and death-breeding deceits. For the vengeance must not fall alone on the crazed outlaw and his brood, since the chief criminals were those that were greater and wiser than Sawney Bean and his merciless crew. It was, as I say, the breaking of a stormy morrow when we faced up the brae, sword in hand, finding none to withstand us, for all had fled before the music of the wild Highland drones. Then in the sustaining quiet I asked the Dominie by what inspiration he had thought of such a mad thing as thus blasting upon the war-pipes. "Oh, it just came to me," said he lightly. And with that he wiped his chanter and set the drones under his arm, letting them hang down as though they had been the legs of a lamb which a herd has found on the hill. But our troubles were not yet over, for we had to pass through many miles of Bargany country ere we could reach our own folk. I proposed to turn landwards, for that, as the crow flies, is the shortest road. But the Dominie denied me, saying that since those cruel monsters of the Werewolves band had fled that way, the closer we kept to the coast, the safer we should be. We made, therefore, only such a detour as would enable us to escape the town of Girvan, which was a strength of our foes, and passing by Killochen, a pleasant and friendly tower, well set in a wooded valley with a view of our old strength of Ailsa, we hastened as fast as we could march with the women in our company to Culzean. Now near by Killochen there was a school and a schoolmaster, the name of him John Good. He had been for a long season a friend and crony of our Dominie Muir. To him we resorted, or rather the Dominie went alone to seek him, while I abode with Marjorie and Nell. It was over in the afternoon when he came back, and what was our joy to hear behind him the trampling of a pair of hardy ponies. For with the weariness of our terrible quest, and the stress of the night in the Cave of Death, Marjorie looked dismally near to her end, and indeed I am not sure that Nell was greatly better. Marjorie had passed some part of the long march in telling us in bits and snatches the tale of her sufferings, her flight and capture, and how by evil and hateful hands she had been flung into the water from off the hook of Benerard. It was a tale of most tyrannous wrong, and shall be kept for its own place when Marjorie came to tell it to a greater and more powerful than either Launcelot Kennedy or Dominie Muir of Maybole. I shall therefore let the reader wait yet a brief space for the explanation of many things which are dark to him now, and which had been equally dark to me till that gusty rain-plashing morning. So we four fared northward over the moors of Carrick, with Marjorie and Nell riding upon the garrons, and the Dominie and myself hasting along by their side with a hand apiece in their stirrup leathers. We were just by the edge of Red Moss, and going straight and snell from my Lord Earl's house of Cassillis, when Nell, who was ever our most keen-eyed watcher, cried out that we were pursued. And when I had turned me about and looked, I saw that of a surety it was so. Then I thought that if it should happen that we were attacked, it might be as well to have the advantage of position. So I posted our party on a little heathery mound, having an open Larry moss in front with dangerous quags, trembling bogs, and square black islands of moss and peat standing in the midst, all gashed and riven. Here we waited, the two men of us under arms in front, and the maids standing close behind the horses, with the bridles loose in their hands. I had cast my cloak over the shoulder of Nell's sheltie to clear my arms for the fray, if indeed it should come to the clash of blows, and it pleased me well to see her catch it without a word, and fold it like a wife who watches her husband and is pleased to anticipate his need. This indeed, I say it twice, pleased me well, for I knew that she had done with daffing with me any more, and that she had at last forgotten all the matters concerning that pretty tell-tale Kate Allison. The three men who rode toward us were at first to our sight like ships low down on the sea line, but they mounted steadily, spurs and pennons first, after that the shine of armour, and then the heads of their horses, becking and bowing with the travail of the moss. Then verily we that stood had anxious hearts, for we knew not whether they might chance to be friend or foe, and indeed it was well that we looked for the worst. As they came nearer we saw that the two who rode ahead were armed in a knightly way, and gripped lances in their hands. But the third who came behind and held a little aloof was plainly clad in a grey cloak and hat. It is Auchendrayne and a younger man, with the Wolf of Drummurchie in their company. It could not well be worse, said the Dominie. We are like to be hard bested. And I knew that Marjorie Kennedy looked once more upon the man who in cold blood had slain her father, and also upon the man who according to the law was her husband. I had looked for them to call a parley, and had set myself in front to acquit me well in the barter of words before the damsels, but I was not prepared for the event as it happened. For without a word of preamble, warning, or speech-making, John Muir of Auchendrayne, he in the cloak of grey, cried out, "Have at them! Slay them every one! 'Tis now too late for whimsies. It is our lives for theirs, if we do not." So with that the two younger men-at-arms came on, couching their long lances and riding directly at us. I stuck my sword downward by the point, naked in the soft moss at my side, so that I should not have it to draw out of the sheath when it came to the pinch. And for the last time I looked at my pistol priming, and longed horribly for one of my lord's new hackbutts of the French pattern out of the armoury of Cassillis. But wishing would not bring them, or I had had a dozen, each with a good Culzean man behind him, with his finger on the touch. But yet you may depend that my imagination bodied them forth, standing there useless in the press, oiled and burnished as I had seen them, and all the while the two villains came on. Now in a plain place we had had but little chance to stand against them, cumbered with the women as we were, but the peat hag I had chosen for our defence on the edge of the red moss favoured us. When, however, I had fired my pistol and made nothing of it, save only the clink of the bullet whizzing off the plate metal, they got time to ride around the main obstruction. Then it had gone hard with us indeed, but that the Dominie Muir, as the horses came forward, blew so sudden a snorting blast upon his pipes, that one of the steeds swerved and stumbled, almost throwing his rider to the ground. Then ere he had time to recover, the Dominie was upon him with his sword, springing upward and striking like an angry ettercap ever at the face, so that it took the horseman all his time to defend himself. The other drave at me full tilt with his long spear, and though I leaped aside from the lance thrust, I, with only my pistol and sword, had been no better than a dead man at the next turn. But Marjorie Kennedy, giving the bridle reins of both horses to her sister, seized the Dominie's Lochaber axe. She sprang behind the visored man, and hooking the bent prong in his gorget collar behind, she pulled him down from his horse with a clash of armour. Then after that there remained nothing for me to do but to set my sword to his throat and bid him yield himself. By this time the frightened horse, which had stumbled first, became perfectly mad, and turning in spite of all that Thomas of Drummurchie could do, it galloped away with him, belly to earth, across the red moss. Then the man in the grey cloak also put his horse to its speed, so soon as he saw how the matter was like to go. For he had kept at a distance and taken no part in the fighting. We were therefore left alone, victorious, without a wound, and with the man in the visor our prisoner. He seemed to be stunned with his fall, so Marjorie stooped and undid his laced steel cap, shelling his head as one shells the husk of a nut from the kernel. The man whom she revealed was James Muir the younger of Auchendrayne, her wedded husband. We stood thus some time in wonderment what should be the upshot. Marjorie Kennedy, I cannot while I live call her by any other name, stood looking down at the man to whom in foulest treachery she had been given. Then after a while Nell touched my arm, and lo, on the moss, there was yet another man on horseback coming towards us. I knew the beast. It was the same on which the Wolf of Drummurchie had ridden, but the man was other than the wolf. The thing was a mystery to us. But at last Nell, whose eyes were like an eagle's for keenness, though, as I have before observed, of heavenly beauty, cried out, "It is Robert Harburgh! We are saved!" Which was no great things of a saying, for I myself had saved her 10 times during that last day and night, if it came to any talk of saving. Yet I think from that moment she began to draw a little away from me, whether as remembering some of my old ploys with that tricksy lass who was now Robert Harburgh's wife, or partly lest she should have seemed to be over ready in owning her love for me. At any rate, after I had thought over her unkindness and sudden chill a little while, I was not sure that it might not be, after all, the best sign in the world. For as the reader of this chronicle must have gathered, I am a man of some penetration in these matters, and it is not given to any woman to twine Launcelot Kennedy in a knot about her little finger. Also I have had very considerable experience." "Faith," cried Robert Harburgh when he had ridden up, "whom have we here?" I answered him with another question. "Where gat ye that horse, Robert?" "I got it," he replied, readily and also calmly, "from a man that is little likely to need it again, at least for a tale of months." "From Thomas of Drummurchie?" I asked. "Who else?" said Harburgh simply, as though the fact had been sufficient explanation, as indeed it was, in the way he said it. But all the while Marjorie stood looking calmly down at James Mure. He recovered little by little from the stunning knock, and presently made as if he would sit up. "Tie his hands," said Marjorie Kennedy, and then seeing that we hesitated, "Nay, give me the halter," she said, "I will do it myself." And there on the open moor, with the bridle of his own beast, I declare she did the binding featly and well. "Now listen, James Mure," she said, raising her voice. "Ye have steeped your hands in my father's blood. Ye have shed yet more blood to cover that crime, even the blood of an innocent young child. With these hands that are tied you did these things. I am your wife. I will never leave you nor forsake you till you die. I will see that you have fair and honourable trial. But be assured that I shall testify against you truly as to that which I know and have seen." She turned to us with her old easy way of command, imperiously gracious, but sharper a little than her ordinary. "Mount him on that horse," she said, like a queen who issues commands to her court. And this was she who had walked gladsomely with me in the garden at Culzean, and who in smiling maidenly condescension had given a lovesick boy her favour to wear. What agony of hell had passed over her spirit thus to turn the sweet maiden to a woman of stone? "Whither shall we take him?" said I, for it seemed to me not at all expedient to delay longer than we could help in that disturbed and fatal part of the country. "To the Earl, on his way to the King," replied Marjorie Kennedy. "If ye bide still half an hour where ye are, ye will see the Earl come hither," said Robert Harburgh. "He rides to the south to hold his yearly court of bailiary on the borders of Carrick. For since the great defeat of the Bargany faction and the death of the young chief at the gate of Maybole upon that memorable day of snow, my Lord Cassilis had gained more and more in power, so that none now was able to make any head openly against him. The death of Sir Thomas, my good master, had also thrown all that additional weight of authority upon his shoulders. Indeed, Earl John bode fair to be what his father had been before him, the King of Carrick. His titular jurisdiction had always included the southern parts of the district, but it was only of late that he had made himself so strong as to be able to enforce his authority there. Now, however, Earl John was riding to hold his court near Girvan, in a country which not a great while ago had been purely a stronghold of his enemies, and which still swarmed with the disaffected and rebellious. So even while we stood and waited there, Nell cried out that a cavalcade rode southward toward us by the edge of the red moss. It was not long before we could discern the fluttering pennons of blue and gold, which denoted the presence of the Earl. He had with him a noble retinue of well nigh 400, all handsomely armed, many of them knights and gentlemen of his own name. We waited for them to come up with us, I meanwhile keeping close by Nell's side, and Marjorie Kennedy standing steadfastly at her husband's head and looking at him, while Robert Harburgh marched up and down with his hands under his points and whistled the broom o' the Cowden nose. When the Earl John, riding first as was his custom, perceived who we were, he lighted down with much courtesy to salute his cousins. "How do you, ladies? And what, by the grace of God, brings you hither with so small a company in such a dangerous place?" Then said Marjorie, "Earl of Cassilis, you are my cousin, but you are also Baillie of Carrick, and hold the power of life and death. I take you and all your company to witness that I deliver over to you this man called James Mure of Auchendrayne. He is twice a convict murderer, right cruelly he slew my father and your uncle, and I charge him also with the fact of the murder of William Dalrymple, a poor boy of tender years, whom he killed with his own hands to cover the first deed, both which accusations I shall in due time make good." The Earl was manifestly mightily astonished, as well he might be, at the Lady Marjorie's declaration. But he was glad also, because it was no light thing for him to lay the enemy of his house by the heels, and seeing good prospect of getting the Mures attainted and denounced, to be able to make himself omnipotent in all the lands of the south. "Bring the man along with us," he commanded. "Let him have all tendance and care, but let a double guard be placed over him." "I will be his guard," said Marjorie firmly. "I and no other." Nevertheless, Earl John named a retinue to ride with Marjorie and her husband, in the name of a guard of honour, but really because he felt his fingers already on the throat of his house's enemy. And as we rode back the way we had come, Now no longer in fear and trembling, but in manifest state and pomp, Marjorie sat humbly upon a sheltie by the side of the man who was lawfully her husband, and yet whom she had most sacredly vowed to bring to the gallows. And for the present, the Dominie and I resolved to keep the secret of the Cave of Death, and of the fearsome inner place where was bestowed the treasure of Kelwood. But immediately after the court of justiciar I resolved to make it known to the Earl, for so Nell and I had made our compact. And as for the Dominie, he might be relied upon to speak or to be silent even as I bade him. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dylan Siedentoff, San Rafael, California. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 43. The Moot Hill of Girvan. As may well be imagined, 200 gentlemen with their retinue of as many more of the commonalty made a gallant stir, and required almost the providing of an army. So that as we went southward the people were well warned to repair to the court of my Lord Bailzie of Carrick, for the office of Earl John was the greatest of the lowland hereditary jurisdictions. Though the house of Cassilis has never been so beloved of the people, nor yet so careful of their rights as that of the Agnews of Lochaber, who from very ancient times have been sheriffs of Galloway. Nevertheless, it was a right solemn gathering which assembled on the little hill outside the town of Girvan, where such feudal courts had always been held. Within the enclosure, formed by the fluttering blue and gold pennons of the Earl, there was set a high seat for Cassilis himself. In front of him, at a draped table, sat his adviser and assessor, Lawyer Boyd of Penkill, while all round the gentlemen of his house and name sat or stood according to their degree, just outside the line of pennons, within which none might come save the accused and they who gave their evidence. Then the trumpeter from the summit of the Moot Hill of Girvan made proclamation with 3 blasts of his horn that the session was open, and that all men's causes were to be brought to the probation. First there came sundry usual complaints of stouthreif and oppression, for the country was yet very unsettled. A woman cried for vengeance on Thomas of Drummurchie, called the Wolf, for the carrying off of her daughter. But as Drummurchie was already 10 times attainted, it seemed as though little would come of it. But Robert Harburg strode forward and cried out, "By your leave, Earl of Cassilis, the Wolf of Drummurchie will carry off no more tender lambs, neither mell with other men's wives any more. The dainty ladies of Ayr need no more draw their purses to rescue him, neither to provide him with costly gear. For he has gone to a country where he should be kept bien and warm, beaking forever the hottest fires of Satan sowed lately his master here on earth." And with that he threw the arms and accoutrement of the wolf on the green with prodigious clatterment. "But this," said Earl John, "though greatly creditable to our squire and of excellent omen for the peace of Carrick from this day forth, gives not this poor woman again her daughter." For he did not wish to assign any reward to Robert Harburg besides the lands which had already been given him, perhaps desiring to retain so valiant a sworder near to his own person and estate. "I had been to the house of Drummurchie ere I settled accounts with the wolf himself," replied Robert Harburg, in the same manner of exceeding quiet, "and there have I set all things in order, sending every man's daughter to her father's house, and every man's wife back to his keeping." "Retaining none for yourself," cried Earl John, for daffing's sake, for that was his idea of a jest. "Whatever my desires, I have married a wife that sees to that, even as hath my Lord Earl," quoth Robert Harburg. And so the laugh was turned against the Earl John, because all knew how carefully the ancient countess kept the valleys about Cassilis and the inch clear of buxom dames and over-complacent maids. For, in his youth, Earl John had the name of being both generally and most subtly amorous. Yet, strange to say, the jest thus broke at his expense put the Earl into a good key, for it was only the outlay of money that he grudged. So he cried out, "Robert Harburg, your tongue can be as sharp as your rapier. You have rid us of a great curse here in the south,
and there is muckle need in these parts of such a sword and such a tongue as yours to keep the landward oaths in civility. You shall have the lands of Drummurchie, with 10 men's fighting charges to hold them against all evil folk till such time as the land be quiet." And Robert Harburg bowed low to his lord, and retired. As he went, I clapped him on the back, and said, "Robert, I would that my long sword had done as muckle for me." "Steady on the hilt, keep your point low, your tongue silent, and it shall do more," he answered over his shoulder as he went by. Then was brought forward James Muir of Auchendrane, clad only in the suit of russet leather which he had worn under the mail wherein he had been taken. He was ever a hang-dog, ill-favoured oaf, and now he looked sullenly and silently upon the ground. His name and titles were first declared. "Who accuses this man, and of what?" cried Earl John in loud tones. And every man in the assembly moved a little, as though he itched to be the accuser himself. But since there was none that directly knew of our adventure, no one stood forth, save our Marjorie and Nell, till I myself stepped forward with them, with Robert Harburg and the Dominie a little behind us. "Now speak out," whispered Harburg of the long sword to me, "and let your nimble wit win you a wife." And I looked at Nell, and resolved that if she slipped through my fingers, it should not be the fault of my lack of address. "Who accuses this man?" cried the herald, taking the word from his master, for the lords of Carrick and Cassillis were beyond the paltry fashion of pursuivants. "I do," said Marjorie Kennedy, and all men set their eyes on her. Neither, so long as the case lasted, did they withdraw their eyes from her face. Then she opened her mouth and spoke firmly and sternly her accusation. "I, Marjorie, daughter of the tutor of Cassillis, in-law wife to this man, charge James Muir the younger of Auchendrane with the murder of my father, committed, as all men know, upon the Sandhills of Ayr. I also accuse him of the murder of William Dalrymple, the lad who carried the message to Auchendrane concerning my father's journey." "Cousin," said Earl John, "you have doubtless abundant proof to support these strange charges." Marjorie Kennedy stood up among us, tall like a lily flower, and she held her head erect. "Hear you, John of Cassillis, and all men," she said. "I will tell my tale. Of my own griefs I will say naught, for in no realm do a woman's heartbreakings count for a ducan's value. It is enough that my father in the simplicity of his heart gave me to this man, as an innocent sacrifice cast to a monster to appease his ravening. These many months I dwelt in this man's castle. I have been prisoned, starved, tortured. Yet all the Muirs on Auchendrane could neither prevail to break my resolve, nor yet could they close my mouth concerning the things which I saw. And now I, that am no more bound to this man than I was when he took me out of my father's house of Culzean, I, who have never looked upon him that is my wedded husband, save with eyes of hatred, never lain by his side, stand here to denounce James Muir and his father for black, cruel, repeated, defenceless murder!"
End of chapter 43. Recording by Dylan Siedentoff, San Rafael, California.
Chapter 44 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 44. The Murder on the Beach. Marjorie Kennedy rang out the last words like a trumpet. Not even the Earl's herald could have been heard further. "All men hear my tale before they judge," she went on. "It was the morn before my father's death day. From my window in the house of Auchendrayne I had seen this man and his father, with Thomas of Drummurchie and Walter of Cloncaird, come and go all day with trappings and harness, because they knew that the time was nigh at hand for my father's riding to Edinburgh. It chanced that I was looking down through the bars of my prison house, for there was little else to do in the house of Auchendrayne. It was about 11 of the clock when I saw a young lad, dusty from head to foot, venture a little way within the castle yet, and stand as one that looks about him, not knowing where to turn. The court was void and silent, and the lad seemed distressed. But while he thus stood, James Mure and his father came down the turnpike stair and stepped, talking whisperingly together, out into the flagged court. It was John Mure the elder who first saw the lad and called him. I saw the boy put a letter into his hand, the which he opened carefully and read, passing it to his son, who read also. Then James Mure stepped back and called Thomas of Drummurchie and Cloncaird. They came both of them, and the four bent their heads together over the writing. Then in a little John Mure closed the letter again as it had been, and gave it with certain charges to the boy. "Saw you that letter, or knew you aught of its contents?" asked the Earl John. "Nay," said Marjorie Kennedy. "My window was too far from them, and they spoke low and with privity among themselves. Then was my time. 'My Lord Baillie of Carrick,' said I, 'may it please you, it was I, Launcelot Kennedy of Kirrieoch, sometime squire to Sir Thomas of Culzean, who sent that letter. I sent it from Maybole by the hands of William Dalrymple, the lad whom the Lady Marjorie saw come within the castle yet of Auchendrayne.' The Dominie stood forward. 'And it was I, Robert Mure, schoolmaster in the town of Maybole, who wrote that letter. I wrote it as Launcelot Kennedy set me the words, for he is a man readier with the sword than the pen, though he hath some small skill even of that. But that day he was hot upon his game of golf, which I hold to be but a foolish sport which rapidly obscures the senses. So I, having as is mine office pen in hand, wrote the letter for him. Also I sent one William Dalrymple, called for a nickname Willie of the Gleg Foot, with it to John Mure at his house of Auchendrayne. I bear witness that after a space this boy came back with the story that he had found John Mure from home. But when we charged it upon him that the letter had been thumbed and opened, he grew confused and confessed that he had been compelled to bring back that message by the Mure himself, who had broken the seal and given it again to him, even as the Lady Marjorie has said." "And what further proof do you offer of all this?" asked the Earl, bending forward with eagerness to catch the Dominie's words. The Dominie put his hand into the inner pocket of his coat and pulled out, among various pipe reeds and scraps of writing, a letter which he kept carefully folded in a leathern case by itself. "There is the thing itself. May it please your lordship to look upon it," said he calmly. And as soon as he had said that, the Earl rose eagerly to see the famous missive which had brought about all this turmoil. There was also a stir among the folk that were gathered about, for all strained their eyes as if they could see that which was going on, and read the writing at that distance. "It is a most notable proof," said the Earl, "and so we receive it. But can you not produce the lad William Dalrymple?" "That can we not," said the Lady Marjorie. "But I, and I alone, can tell you all the story of his death, blacker even than the other, because done to a young lad against whom even these cruel murderers could allege no quarrel." And again there could be heard the sound of men settling down to deep attention throughout all the crowd at the Diet of Justiciar. And they even crowded in a little past the pennons, so that the heralds had to beat upon the ground with the butts of their halberds, as though to bruise their feet, before they could force them to give back. But James Mure abode stupid-like and sullen before his judge, while his accuser stood not 3 feet from him and told her story. "It was just when the bruit of my father's death began to go abroad against the Auchendraynes," so Marjorie Kennedy again took up her tale, "and when John Mure the elder began to fear that the matter of the letter would be made manifest, that I again saw the little lad William Dalrymple. One night I observed James Mure leading him rudely by the neck into one of the barred cells which underlie the stables, and to that place with his own hands he carried food and water once every day thereafter. Then came to visit John Mure one Sir Robert Montgomery, the Laird of Skelmorley, and with him they sent the lad, on pretext to be a page at his house of Lochranza, which he keeps for the King's hunting lodge on the Isle of Arran. What befell there I cannot tell, but it was not many weeks before William Dalrymple was back again. And this time they sent him, as he told me afterwards, to the lowlands of Holland, there to serve in the Lord Buccleuch's regiment, which first as a trumpeter and after as a soldier he did. Nevertheless, being but young, he wearied easily of the stress and chance of foreign war, and so returned as before. Then, when in spite of all, the boy came back, and it was told to John Muir that William Dalrymple was again in his native town, he was neither to hold nor to bind. He neither rested nor slept till he had again brought the lad to his house, where he abode for some weeks, but not so closely shut up as before, so that it was often my chance to see him as he came and went about the court, and even to converse with him. But in a little while he vanished, and from that time I saw him no more. Now the bitterness of my life, and my desire to bring to justice the murderers of my father, caused me at last to quit the house of Auchendrayne. For now I held, as I thought, the strings which would draw mine enemies to their doom. So upon a night I had it set to escape, she that was my maid helping me, with one other that was a body servant of Auchendrayne's and my tirewoman's lover. When I came out I found a pony waiting for me, and it was my purpose to ride to the house of my kinsman, the Earl of Cassillis. But as I journeyed, what was my great affrightment to come upon a company of two, who rode some little way before me. I could easily have turned bridle rein and ridden another way, but for something which came into my heart to make me follow on. For in a trice I recognised the riders to be John Muir and his son, the father being wrapped in his great cloak of grey, as is his custom, and by this I knew him. So I followed them, but not very near. And because my beast was a stable companion of their horses, he went after of his own accord, till by the first breaking touch of morn we came to a waste place upon the edge of the sea, where in a secret dell I dismounted and tied my pony to a broom bush which shot out over a sandy hollow. Then yet more secretly I followed them across the Sandhills, and on the very edge on the links, where the turf ceases underfoot and there is only sand, John Muir and his son, this man before you, waited. For a while they stood listening and talking low together, so that, though I lay hidden behind a whin which overgrew a little turfy dell, I could neither hear what was said, nor yet by reason of the bareness of the sand dared I to venture nearer them. But they waited not long before one came down to meet them over the turf, bringing a lad with him. Then immediately James Muir whistled a call, and the reply came back in like manner. "You are late, James Bannatyne," I heard John Muir the elder say. "What has tagled you?" "My sea-cloth is not so well accustomed to night ploys as your cloak of grey," the man growled as he came along sullenly enough. Then the three men of them walked a little apart, and came in their circuit very near to the hollow where I lay. While down on the shore the young lad stood and yawned with his hands in his pockets, like one that shivers and wishes he were back in bed. Nor had he, I am confident, even then any thought of evil. But the talk of the three, as I heard it in snatches, was black and bitter. The darkest counsel was that of the man who stands here, for James Muir said only, "The dead are no tale-pyets," and again, "We have had enough of this silly, endless hiding and seeking work. Let the earth hide him or the sea keep him, and be done with it." Now John Muir the elder, and the man whom they called James Bannatyne, seemed at the least inclined to discuss milder counsels. Bannatyne was all for sending the lad over to Ireland, and John Muir listened as though he might be persuaded. Yet I knew his guile, for even when he stood with his back to his son, I saw him lift up his hand for a signal. And with that and no more, James Muir rushed at the poor lad and overbore him to the ground. And there upon the sands of the seashore, this James Muir set his knee on the bairnie's breast, and with bloody hands choked and worried him till there was no life left in the lad. And his father also went and held the lad when he fought, his white reverend beard waggling in the wind, till at last the bairn lay still. But James Bannatyne stood by and clasped his hands, as the boy tossed and struggled for his dear young life, for I think he was now mainly sorry that he had brought the lad to his death. Then I could stand the vileness no longer without protest, so I, Marjorie Kennedy, even though I well knew that they would certainly do the like to me, rose from my hiding place in the sand hollow and cried, "Murderers, cease from your cruel work! God will come and judge you." Whereat John Muir came hastily to where I stood and gripped me. "You have seen all," he said, "then you must die. Let us see if God will come and help you." So I defied them to do their worst with me, for madness had come upon me at the sight of the monstrous cruelty to an innocent bairn. And for the time I cared not what should become of myself. Then I called to James Bannatyne, requiring of him to declare if he too were a murderer like the other fiends, and to call upon him to protect the innocent. "We will settle all that in the one payment, mistress," said John Muir to me. So by force I was compelled to abide with them, John Muir the elder taking me cruelly by the arm, while he sent the others to cast into the sea the dead body of the lad. But even so oft as they threw him in, so often the waves cast him out again upon the shore, and that though there was a strong wind off the land, which blew the tops from the waves, and drave the sand in hissing streams into the sea. So when for the third time the boy had been tumbled upon the beach, John Muir bade Bannatyne bring his boat, saying that they would cast the loon afloat out in the deeps of the bay, so that the outerly wind might drive him to the coast of Ireland. After that they would return betimes to attend to other matters, by which I took him to mean that they would do that for me, which I had so lately seen them do for the young boy. And indeed I looked for no other mercy at their brutal hands. So in a little space James Bannatyne brought his boat, and with hard endeavour they launched her, and compelled me to accompany them. There was a strong wind from the east, and we were soon blown far out into the wild sea. There they cast the body of the lad overboard, and turned to make again for the shore. But though they all took oars and laboured in rowing, Sames Bannatyne taking twain, they could make nothing of it, but were rather worse than they had been before they started. So they began to be afraid, and I was right glad thereat, for I looked that the doom of the twice guilty murderers should speedily come. And so the pain of this trial and my witnessing might have been spared. Now the Muirs were the most fearful of the quick-risen storm, being as it were inland bred. It was all that James Bannatyne could get them to do to sit still. "Ye will wreck us all and send us red-hand before our Maker, with the lad's body not cold in the water, and his spirit there to meet us at the judgment seat," said he. And with that John Muir rose in his place, and in despite of the swaying and plunging of the ship, into which the water came lashing, he cried out, "The Wraith! The Wraith! It is following us! We are doomed!" And lo, when I looked, I saw that which chilled me more than the whistling tempest. And if it feared me to the soul, judge ye what it must have been to the guilty men whose hands were yet red with the blood of the innocent. For there, not 30 yards behind the boat, and following strongly in our wake, as a stark swimmer might do, now tumbling and leaping in the wash of the seas, and now lunging forward like a boat that is towed, was the murdered boy himself. And thus he followed with a smile on his face, or what looked like it in the uncertain light of the morning. So with that the men who rowed fell on their faces and could not look any more, though the prodigy followed us a good while. Only John Muir sat wrapped in his grey cloak, steering the boat, and I sat beside him. Little by little we came to the land, but as it had been sideways, having been driven by the wind to the other side of the wide bay. There we disembarked, and the Muirs kept me close all that day in a place of strength on the seashore till it was night. They plied me to promise silence, for they believed that I would keep my word if once I pledged it. They offered me all that they had of honour or place in the country. There was nothing, they said, that was not within the power of their compassing. For since the death of Gilbert of Bargany, the king needed someone in Carrick strong enough to count spears with the Earl of Cassillis. But very steadfastly I withstood them, declaring that I should certainly reveal all their murder and treachery, both in the manner of the death of my father, and in that which I had seen done upon the sands to the young lad William Dalrymple. So finally seeing that they could prevail nothing, they went out and kept silent watch by the door till the even. Then as soon as it was dark they opened the lock and bade me come forth. And this I did, knowing for a certainty that my last hour was come. Yet my life had not been so pleasant to me as to be very greatly precious. So I followed them with no very ill will, nor yet greatly concerned. Then on the craggy top they gave me, for the sake of their house and good name, as they said, one more chance to swear silence. This I would not accept, and they, being startled with the approach of a boat upon the water, which steered towards our light, pinioned my arms, and thrusting something into my mouth forthwith threw me over the cliff into the sea. And as to the mode of my rescuing and standing here before the Earl my cousin, young Launcelot Kennedy, my father's squire, can tell. And also my sister and Robert Muir of Maybole. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 45. The Man in the Wide Breeches. She ceased suddenly after this long account of her adventuring, and the folk stood still in amazement, having held their breath while she told of the killing of young William Dalrymple and of the Wraith. And then there arose a great cry from all the people, "Tear the murderer in pieces! Kill him! Kill him!" So that Cassillis had to summon men-at-arms to keep back that throng of furious folk, for the death of my master seemed to them but a little thing and venial compared to the killing of a lad like William Dalrymple. And this was because the people of Carrick had been used all their days to family feuds, and the expiation of blood by blood. The Earl was about to call me up to give an account of my part in the affair, and I was preparing myself to make a good and creditable appearance, a thing which I have all my life studied to do, when there was heard a mighty crying in the rear of the Bailey Court. Men cried, "He comes! He comes!" as though it had been some great one, and everybody turned their heads, to the no small annoyance of Earl John, who, when on his hill of justice, loved not that men should look in any other direction than his own. The ranks of the men-at-arms opened, and there strode into the square of trial, which was guarded by the pennons of blue and gold at the four corners, who but John Muir of Auchendrayne himself, wearing the same cloak of grey and broad-plumed hat which had been his wont when he went abroad upon dangerous quests. With him was another shorter man, whose face was for the time being almost hidden, for he had pulled the cloak he was wearing close about his mouth. He walked with an odd jolt or roll in his gait, and his breeches were exceedingly broad in the basement. It was small wonder that we stood aghast at this sudden comparing of the arch-criminal whose misdeeds throughout all the countryside had filled the cup of his wickedness to the brim. "Seize him!" cried the Earl, pointing directly at John Muir. And his bailie's men took him roughly by the shoulders and set him beside his son. Then it was to be noticed, as the two stood together, that there was a great likeness between father and son. The elder man possessed the same features without any evident differences in outline. But so informed was his face with intelligence and power, that what was simply dull cruelty and loutishness in the one became the guile of statecraft in the other. "Wherefore, my Lord Earl," cried John Muir of Auchendrayne, "is this violence done to me and to the heir of my house? I demand to know concerning what we are called in question, and by whom." Then the Earl of Cassillis answered him, "John Muir of Auchendrayne, know then that you are charged, along with this your son, with the bloody murder of Sir Thomas Kennedy of Culzean, tutor of Cassillis, and also with the cruel death of William Dalrymple, the young lad who brought you the message to your own house of Auchendrayne, telling at what hour the tutor should pass the trysting place, where he was by you and yours foully assaulted and slain." "And who declares these things?" cried Muir, boldly, with a bearing more like that of an innocent man than that of any criminal that ever I saw. The Earl bade us who had accused them so justly to stand forth. Then John Muir eyed us with a grave and amused contempt. "My son's false wife, whom sorrow has caused to dote concerning her father's death, her night-raking rantipole sister, and her paramour, a loutish land-looping squire, the dominie of Maybole, a crippled Dick and piping Merry Andrew, that travelled with them. These are the accusers of John Muir of Auchendrayne? They have seen, heard, noted what others have been ignorant of. Nay, rather is it not clear that they have collogued together, conspiring to bear false witness against me and mine, for the sake of the frantic splenetic madness of her who is my son's fugitive wife, whose wrongs exist only in her own imaginings." "You have forgotten me," said Robert Harburgh quietly, stepping forward. "I know you well," said John Muir, "and I would have remembered you had you been worth remembering. You are my Lord of Cassillis' squire, and erstwhile a gay cock-sparrow ruffler, now married to the Grieve's daughter at Culzean." "Well," said Harburgh, "and what of that? Can a man not be all that, and yet tell the truth?" "That I leave to one who is greater to judge," said John Muir. "And I do judge, John Muir," cried the Earl, rising in his chair of state. "I judge you to be a man-rebel and man-sworn, a traitor and a manslayer. For a score of years ye have keeped all this realm of Carrick in a turmoil, you and they that have partaken with you in your evil deeds." "Loud swelling words are but wind, my Lord Earl of Cassillis," answered Muir of Auchendrayne, a dry smile of contempt coming over his features. "Now I will show thee, bold ill-doer," said the Earl fiercely, "whether I speak the words of a dotard or no. Forward, men, take him up and bind him. Methinks we have yet engines within the castle of Dunure that can make him declare the rights of this murderous treason." Then I rejoiced, not for the torture of our enemy, but because at last the Earl saw fully with our eyes, and would right us against the cruel oppressor of Marjorie Kennedy, and for the murder of my gentle and courteous master." But ere the men could carry out the orders of the Earl, the broad-breeched man who had accompanied Auchendrayne, and who had all the while stood still and watchful, dropped his plaid, which like a mask he had held beneath his eyes. He was a middle-sized, fleshy man, with no great dignity of face, and with a weak mouth that dribbled perpetually at the side as if the tongue were too large for it. He wore a slashed doublet very full at the sleeves, baggy trunks, and a sword in a plain scabbard hanging at his side. I saw nothing very particular about the man, save the shambling inward bend of his knees. But it was with dumb amaze that the Earl looked at him, standing there arrested in the act of pointing with his hand at John Mure. He stood with his jaw fallen and his eyes starting from his head. "The King! The King!" he muttered in astonishment, looking about him like one distracted. "Ay, Baron Bailie of Carrick, even your King," said the man in the wide trunk hosen, "come to see how his sometime High Treasurer of Scotland executes just judgment in his own regality." The Earl came quickly to himself, and he and all the people took off their hats. He stepped down and made his obeisance to the King, bending humbly upon his knee. Then he ushered the King to the throne, whereon he himself had been sitting, and took a lower seat beside Adam Boyd of Penkill, his assessor in ordinary. The King rose to speak. "My Lord Earl and gentlemen of Carrick," he said, with dignity enough, but with a thick and rolling accent, as if his tongue had been indeed too big. "I know this case to the bottom. I am fully persuaded of the innocence of our trusty counsellor John Mure of Auchendrayne, who is besides of the fraternity of learned men, and one that hath a history of this realm in script ready for the printers, wherein he does full justice both to myself and to my noble predecessors. He hath, as I should nominate it, an exactness of expression and a perspicuity of argument that have never been matched in the land. I propose shortly to make him my historiographer royal. Also I, the King, do know him to be a man well affected to the right ecclesiastical ruling of this kingdom, and minded to help me with the due ordering of it." The King puffed and blew after his speech, and we and all that were there stood silent, for to most of us he might as well have spoken in the Hebrew of which he boasted himself so great a master. Then he went on. "I have left my Lord Mar and my retinue some way in the rear, for we go to hunt the deer in whatever forest the goodwill of our loyal subjects may put at our disposal." "You are right welcome, my liege," said the Earl John, starting up and standing bareheaded, "to my hunting lodges and retinue, both in the forest of Buchan and also at my house of Cassillis." The King bent towards him royally, for James VI had manners when he liked to show them, which in truth was not always. "I thank you, trusty counsellor," said he. "It is nobly and generously done, qualities which also marked your all too brief tenure of the office of High Treasurer of Scotland. But for the judging of this our worthy subject, I propose to take that upon myself, being wholly persuaded of his innocence. And as for those that have falsely accused him, let the men underlie my will in the prison most convenient, and the women be warded meantime in their own house and castle, till I cause to be known my whole pleasure in the matter." We stood aghast, and knew not what to say, so completely had Auchendrayne turned our flank with the King. Not a word had we found to allege when the officers of the court, to whom the charge was given, came to put the iron rings on our wrists and march us off, even as we had hoped and expected to see Auchendrayne and his son taken. And as the Dominie and I were haled away, we could see Auchendrayne bending suavely over the King's high seat, and his Majesty inclining to him, and talking privately back and forth, with many becks and uncouth graces such as he had used in his address to the Earl and his people. "He is the very devil himself," said the Dominie, meaning Auchendrayne and not the King. "He hath not halted to cozen the greatest man in this realm with his lying tongue." But I said nothing, for what had I to say? I had seen lands, honours, love, and consideration vanish at a stroke. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 46. The Judgment of God. The court of the Baron Bailie of Carrick broke up in confusion. It had been arranged that we should ride all together to the north, even to Culzean, where his Majesty might have due entertainment provided for him nearer than at my lord's castle of Cassillis. Also it was upon this shoreside road that he had left the Earl of Mar and the favoured attendants, with whom James VI ordinarily sallied forth to the hunting. Those of the Auchendrayne and Bargany party who hated us clamoured that the Dominie and I should be left warded in the lockfast place of Girvan, where our enemies would have soon ta'en their will of us. But Robert Harburg moved my lord, who went about dour and heartsick for the failure of his plans in the matter of the Muirs, to have us brought on with purpose to lodge us within the ancient strengths of Dunure. So that as I rode hand-tied at the tail of the king's retinue, I was yet near enough to have sight of Marjorie and Nell who rode before us. And this was some comfort to my heart. The way lay for miles along the seashore, which is here sandy, with a broad belt of fine hard beach whereon the horses went daintily and well, while at our left elbows the sea murmured. The king and John Muir rode first, and his majesty constantly broke into loud mirth at some witty saying of his companions. Level with them, but riding moodily apart, was the earl, while James Muir the younger rode alone by himself behind these three. I groaned within me for the exaltation of our enemy and at the short-sightedness of anointed kings. "Is there a God in heaven," I cried aloud, "thus to make no sign, while the devil is driving all things headlong to destruction according to his own devising?" There was a God in heaven. For, quick as an echo that answers from the wood, there before us upon the sands, just where the levels had been overflowed at the last tide, lay a thing which halted the advancing cavalcade as suddenly as an army with banners. The men crowded about, and having in the excitement forgotten us their charges, we also were permitted to look, and this is what we saw. There upon the ribbed sea sand lay the dead body of the boy William Dalrymple. I knew him at a glance, for all that so much had come and gone since that day when I played at the golf game upon the green of Maybole. He lay with his arms stretched away from his sides, his face turned over and one cheek dented deeply into the sand. It was a pitiful sight. Yet the lad was not greatly altered, wind-tossed and wave-borne as he had been, and now brought to cross the path of the unjust at the very nick of time by the manifest judgment and providence of God. "What means this?" said the king. "Some poor drowned sailor boy. Let us avoid." For of all things he loved not gruesome sights nor the colour of blood. But James Muir suddenly cried aloud at the vision, as if he had been stricken with pain. And as he did so his father looked at him as though he would have slain him, so devilish was his glance of hate and contempt. But a woman who had come running hot-foot after the party now rushed to the front. She gave a loud scream, ear-piercing and frantic, when she saw the tossed little body lying all abroad upon the sand. "My Willie, my ain son Willie," she cried. For it was Meg Dalrymple. All her ignorant rudeness seemed to fade away in the presence of death, and as she lifted the poor mishandled head that had been her son's, each of us felt that she grew akin to our own mothers, widowed and bereaved. For I think that which touches us most in the grief of a widow is not our feeling for a particular woman, but our obligation to the mother of all flesh. So when Meg Dalrymple lifted her son's head, it might have been a mourning queen with a dead kingling upon her knee. my ain lad," she cried. "See, lammie, but I loved ye. Ye were the widow's ae son, fleeter-footed than the mountain roe, mair gleg than the falcon that sits yonder on the king's wrist. Ye were the hope o' thy mither's life. And they hae slain ye, killed my bonny wean, that never did harm to nae man." She undid a kerchief from about the white, swollen neck of her son. "Kens any man that image and superscription?" said she, pointing to an embroidered crest upon it. John Muir strode forward hastily. He had grown as pale as death. "Give it me. I will pass it to his Majesty," he said, holding out his hand for it. But the woman leaped up fiercely. "Na," she said, "the butcher kens his knife, but he would only hide it in the day of trial. I will give it to my ain well-kenned lord." And she put the napkin into the hands of the Earl of Cassillis, who looked at it with the most minute attention. "This kerchief," said the Earl gravely, "has the crest and motto of John Muir of Auchendrayne." The king looked staggered and bewildered. "Let all dismount till we try further of this thing," he said. But John Muir would have had him go on, saying that it was yet more of the plot. But the king would not now hearken to him, for he was an obstinate man, and oftentime he would listen to no reason, though his ear was ever open enough to flattery. Besides, he thought himself to be the wisest man in all the islands and kingdoms of the world, wiser even than Solomon the son of David. So his Majesty commanded his inclination and went up to the body. There was also a rope around the neck with a long end, which was embedded in the sand. With his own hand the king drew this out. He held it up. "Kens any man this length of rope?" he asked, looking about. Now, one strand of sea cordage is like another as two peas, but this was our Solomon's way of judging, to find out the insignificant, and then pretend that it told him a mighty deal. Yet it so happened that there was a man there from out of the shoreside of Girvan. He was a coastwise sailor, and he took the rope in his hand. "This rope," he said, turning it about every way, "is Irish made, and has been used to tie bundles of neat hides." "And who," again asked the king, "shrewdly as I do admit, who upon this coast trades with Ireland in the commodity of neat hides?" "There are but myself and James Bannatyne of Chapeldonnan," replied the man, honestly and promptly. "And this is not your rope?" said the king. "Nay," said the man, "I would not buy a pennyworth of Irish hemp so long as I could twine the hemp of Scotland. No, not even to hang an Irishman would I do it. This is James Bannatyne's rope." "Then," said the king, "bring hither James of Chapeldonnan." And they brought him. He stood forth, much feared indeed, but taking the matter dourly, like the burly ruffian he was. Nevertheless, when put to the question, he denied the rope, and that in spite of all threats of torture. Yet I could see that the king was greatly shaken in his opinion, and knew not what to think. For when John Mure drew near to touch his arm, and as before say somewhat in his private ear, the king drew hastily away, and looked at Auchendrayne's hand as though there had been pollution upon it. So I knew that his opinion was wavering. Also the poor body in the mother's arms daunted him. Suddenly he clapped his hands together and became exceedingly joyous and alert. "I have it," he cried, "the ordeal of touch. It is God's ordinary and manifest way of vindicating his justice. Here is the dead body of the slain. Here are all the accused and the accusers. Let it be equally done. Let all touch the body for the revealing of the secrets of the hearts of wicked men." Then John Mure laughed and scoffed, saying that it was but a fright, a foolish opinion, an old wives' fable. But for all his quirksome guile he had gotten this time very mightily on the wrong side of the king. For his Majesty was just mad with belief in such things as omens and miracles of God's providence. So the king shook him off and said, "It is my royal will that all who are tainted with the matter shall immediately touch or be held guilty." And the saying comforted King James, being as it were easily pleased with his own words and Paiks. So they brought us forward from among the crowd bound as we were, and first of all I touched fearlessly the poor dead body of the lad. Yet it was with some strange feeling, though I knew well that I was wholly innocent. But yet I could not forget that something untoward might happen, and then goodbye to this fair world and all the pleasant stir of life within it. Then after me the Dominie touched, even Marjorie and Nell doing it with set faces and strange eyes. It was now the turns of the real murderers, and my heart beat little and fast to see what should happen. "Let Auchendrayne the younger touch first, being the most directly accused," cried the king. But James Mure seemed to flame out, suddenly distract, like a madman being taken to Bethlehem. He cried out, "No, no, I will not touch. I declare that I will not go near him." And when John Mure strove to persuade him to it, he struck at him fiercely with his open hand, leaving the stead of his fingers dead white upon his father's cheek. And when they took his arm and would have forced him to it, he threw himself down headlong in the sand, foaming and crying, "I will not touch for blood! I will not touch for blood!" But in spite of his struggling, they carried him to where the body lay, and all men standing back, they thrust his bare hand sharply upon the neck where the rope had been. And it is true as Scripture, I that right declare, though I cannot explain it, out from the open mouth of the lad there sprang a gout of black and oozy blood. Whereat a great cry went up, and James Mure fell forward on the sand as one suddenly stricken dead. All crowded forward to see, crying with one voice, "The judgment of God! The judgment of God!" And I shouted too, for I had seen the vindication of justice upon the murderer. The blood of Abel had cried out of the waste sea sand. The mark of God was on the guilty. Then suddenly in the midst of the push I heard a stirring and a shouting. "Stop him! Stop him!" they cried. I looked about, and lo, there, sitting erect upon his horse and riding like fire among heather, was John Muir. He had stolen away while all eyes were on the marvel. He had passed unregarded through the press, and now he rode for his life southward along the shore. I gave one mighty twist to the manacles on my wrists, and whether those that set them had been kindly, being of my own name and clan, or whether the gyves were weak, I cannot tell. At all events my hands were free, and so, with never a weapon in my possession, I leaped on a horse, the same indeed which the king had been riding, and set it to gallop after the man whose death was my life. It was the maddest, foolishest venture, for doubtless my enemy was well armed. But I seemed to see my love, and all the endowment of grace and favour I was to receive with her, vanishing away with every stride of John Muir's horse. Besides, there was a king and an earl looking on, so upon the king's horse I settled down to a long chase. I was already far forward ere behind me I heard the clatter of mounting men, the crying to restive horses to stand still, and the other accompaniments of a cavalcade leaping hastily into the saddle. But when I looked at John Muir upon his fleet steed, and saw that I upon the king's horse but scarcely held my own, I knew that the stopping of the murderer must be work of mine if it were to be done at all. So I resolved to chance it in spite of whatever armoury of weapons he might carry. But first I cleared my feet of the great stirrups which the king used, so that if it came to the bitter pinch, and I was stricken with a bullet or pierced with steel, I should not be dragged helpless along the ground with my foot in the iron, as once or twice I had seen happen in battle. And that, though uneasily memorable, is, I can bear witness, not a bonny sight. My charger stretched away as though he had been a beagle running conies of the down into their holes. But John Muir's horse went every whit as fast. I saw well that he made for the deep trackless spaces of Killochen wood. The oak trees that grew along its edge stretched out their arms to hide him, the birkenshaw waved all its green boughs with a promise of security. I shortened my grip upon the stout golden-crowned staff which the king carried at the pommel of his saddle. Yet as John Muir drave madly towards the wood, and sometimes looked over his shoulder to see how I came on, I was overjoyed to notice a wide ditch before him which he must needs overleap, and at that business, if at no other, I thought to beat him, being slim and of half his weight. So I kept my horse to the right upon better ground, though it took me a little out of the straight course for the wood. His horse at the first refused the leap, and I counted upon him as mine. But I counted too soon, for he went down the bankside a short way to an easier place, where there was a landward man's bridge of trees and sods. Here he easily walked his horse across, and having mounted the bank, he waved his hand at me, and set off again toward the wood. But now, while he had an uneven country to overpass, I had only the green fields, rich in old pasture, and undulating like the waves of an oily tide when the sea is deep, and there is no break of the water. He was at the very edge of the wood when I came upon his flank. Then I gave a loud shout as I set my horse to his speed and circled about to head him off. But John Muir, though an old man, only settled himself firmer in his saddle, and with his sword in his hand rode soldierly and straight at the wood, as though I had not been in front of him at all. It was wisely enough done, for his heavier beast took mine upon the shoulder and almost rolled me in the dust. He came upon me, not front to front as a rider meets his foe in the lists, but as it were stem to side, like two boats that meet upon converging tacks. Yet I managed to avoid him, being light and supple, though he leaned far over and struck savagely at me as he passed. Again at the third shock he had almost overridden me and made me die the death. But I had not practised horsemanship and the art of fighting in the saddle so long for nothing. Indeed, on all the seaboard of Ayr, there was no one that could compare with me in these things. Therefore it was easy for me, by dint of my quickness and skill, to swerve off to the right and receive the sword stroke in my cloak, which I carried twisted about my left arm. Then, keeping still between the wood and John Muir, I met him this time face to face, with my eyes watching the direction of his eye and the crook of his elbow, that I might know where he meant to strike. For a good sworder knows the enemy's intent, and his blade meets it long ere thought can pass into action. So it was no second sight which told me that he meant to slash me across the thigh when he came anigh me. I knew it or ever his blade was raised, so that when he struck I was ready for him, and measured his sword, proving my distance as it had been upon parade. and as the blade whistled by me, I judged that it was my turn, and struck him with all the force I could muster a crashing blow upon the face with the heavy butt of the king's stave, which stunned and unsettled him so that he pitched forward upon his horse, yet not so as to lose his seat. Nevertheless, owing to the swing of my arm, the stroke fell also partly upon his horse's back, which affrighted the beast and set him harder than ever to the running, so that I was past ere I knew it, and the wood was won. But I was not 30 yards behind him, and looked to make the capture ere we reached the further side. And but for a foul trick I should have done it. It so happens that there is a little hill in the woods of Killochen, and I, seeing that John Muir was riding about one side, took round the other, thinking that I had the shorter line of it. But he, as soon as he saw me make round the corner, turned his horse into its own hoof marks and sped away back again, as it had been to meet them that pursued, but at the same time bearing enough to the south to clear them easily. So that when I came round the hill I saw no quarry, and only heard the boughs crashing in his wake. Nevertheless, without the loss of a moment, I took the line of his retreat, as I thought, yet not so correctly but that when I issued forth from the wood, I saw him nigh half a mile in front. Again he waved a contumelious hand which made me so fiercely angry that I tightened my waist-belt and vowed to go no more to sunny Culzean if I took not back the head and hands of John Muir at my saddle-bow. So with set and determined brow I rode ever forward. It was the cast of the die for me, for Nell herself, our life together, and our green pastures and lavender-scented napery cupboards were all to come out of the catching of this enemy of our house. It is small wonder, therefore, that I was passing keen upon the matter. Yet in spite of my endeavours I gained but little, and it was already greying to the twilight when I came to a place by the seashore, waste and solitary, where there were but few houses about. I had seen John Muir ride in thitherwards, and so I followed him full tilt, reckless of danger, being weary heart with the ill fortune of my riding and quest. But as I entered the narrows of the pass, a stone flew from an ambuscade. I felt a hot stunning blow upon the head, and with the pain I remember laying hold of my horse's mane and gripping tight with the hand on which a broken manacle still jangled. Something warm flowed over my brow, and suddenly I saw everything red, as though I had been looking through the stained glass of some ancient kirk. Red flowers, red grass, red sand, and red sea. That was all I saw, and I do not remember even falling to the ground. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland of Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 47. The Place of the Legion of Devils. When I woke it was exceedingly dark, but a darkness with shooting lights and hideous sounds. At the first start I thought that I was dead and in the place of torment. And when I grew a little more awake, I wished to God that I had been. For all about were swart naked men and harpy-clawed women dancing round me, while on a cask or keg at my head sat John Muir himself, wrapped in his cloak and regarding me with gloating, baleful, bloodshot eyes. Then I knew that I was lost indeed. For by the flickering light of a dying fire of driftwood, I could see that I was again in the cave of Sawney Bean, in the same wide hall with the strange narrow hams a-swing on the roof, the tubs of salt meat festering under the eaves, and the wild savage crew dancing about me. What wonder that my heart fainted within me to be thus left alone in that den of hideous things, and especially to think of the free birds going to their beds on the cliffs above me, and the fishing solan geese circling and balancing home to the lonely rock of Ailsa. "Ha! Sir Launcelot Kennedy," said a mocking voice, as the deafening turmoil quieted a little, "you are near your honours now, that is, if there be such bauble dignities either in heaven or hell. The treasure of Kelwood in hand, John Muir's life out of hand, and there on the shelf, as it were, are your broad acres and your bonny lady." I was silent, for I knew that nothing could avail me now. It was useless to waste words. "But ere all that comes to pass," he went on, "there are sundry little formalities to be gone through. Oh, we are right dainty folk here in Sawney Bean's mansion. You shall be kept warm and cherished tenderly." There are here 20 sonsier queens than the one whose heart you desire. Warmly shall they welcome, sweetly shall they cherish handsome Sir Launcelot. Their embracements shall sting you more than all sweethearting raptures." Again he paused to observe the effect of his words. "You that so lately held me in chase, like a steer that has escaped from the shambles. Now you yourself are in the thills. You that have crossed me 1,000 times in my plans since that frore night in Sir Thomas Nesbitt's yard in Maybole, you shall now be crossed in a new fashion. You that wagged tongue so merrily at another's expense, you shall see your tongue wag upon the red-hot brander to an unkenned tune. You that have ridden so fast and so far, you shall ride your last ride. Ride slowly, very slowly," cried the fiend in my ear, "for I shall hoard every drop of your blood, as John of Cassillis hoards his gold rose nobles. I shall husband every minute of your life, as though they were the hours of young bridal content. Ye have bruised my old face indeed with your oaken staff, but I will cherish yours, that is youthful and blooming. Tenderly shall we take off the coverture of hide, the tegument of beauty. Sawney Bean has famous skill in such surgery. Gently will we lay you down in the swarming nest of the patient ant. We have read how Scripture bids the sluggard go to the ant, for if that makes him not lively, nothing will. I have ofttimes commented on the passage at family worship, and I must see that the young and headstrong, like you, my Lord Launcelot, give heed to that which is commanded." But in spite of all his terrible threatenings, I bode still and answered him never a word. They laid logs of driftwood upon the fire, till the whole inside of the cave grew bright and clear, and all the monstrous deformity of the women and the cruel hideousness of the men were made apparent as in broad daylight. Some of them were painted and stained like demons, and danced and leaped through the fire like them too. For such monsters have not been heard of, much less seen, in the history of any country as were Sawney Bean and his crew in the cave upon the seashore of Benenbrack. "Bring me a knife," cried John Muir from where he sat, for he appeared like a chief devil among a company of gibbering lubber fiends. He had still his grey cloak about him, his plumed hat was upon his head, and he looked, save for the eyes of him in which the fires of hell burned, a civil, respectable, well-put-on man of means and substance. As indeed, save for his evil heart, he might have been, for he came of as good a family as the Earl of Cassillis, or as it might be, as I myself, Launcelot Kennedy of Kirrieoch. So when Auchendrayne asked for a knife, Sawney Bean himself, the ruffian Kemper, low-browed, buck-toothed, and inhuman, brought it to him with a grin. He made as if he would have set it in me to the hilt. But John Muir stayed him. "Bide," he said, "not so fast. There is long and sweet pleasuring to come before that, such slow relishing delight, such covetous mouseplay of the brindled cat, such luxurious tiger-licking of the delicate skin till it be raw, such well-conceited dainty torments as when one would bite his love and be glad of it. He shall taste them all, this frolic squire of errant dames, this gamesome player upon pipes, this curious handler of quaint love-tunes. Ere we pluck the red rose of his life, he shall sate himself with new delicious experience, rarer than the handling of many maidens' tresses." I was moved to speak to him. "I ask not mercy," said I, "for I own that I would have killed you if I could. But as you are a valiant man, give me a sword, and let me make a stand for it against you all, that as I have lived so I may also die fighting." But he mocked me, hurrying on in his heady turmoil of words. "If I be a man, you say. Who said that I was a man? Do I act as other men? Is my knowledge like that of other men? Do I company with other men? Call you that a man?" He pointed to Sawney Bean, who for wantonness sat on an upturned tub, striking with a keen-edged knife at the legs of all that came by for mere delight of blood, storming at them meantime with horrid imprecations to approach nearer and be flicked. "Or call you these men?" He showed me some of the younger cannibal race, gnawing like kennelled dogs at horrid bones. "Nay, my dainty wanton, you shall not enter hell through the brave battle of warring blades, nor yet handling your rapier like a morris dancer. But as the blood drains to the white from the stricken calf, so shall they whiten your flesh for the tooth, and so reluctantly shall your life drip from you drop by drop. And I declare that this scornful fiend telling me of tortures in choice words made me scunner more than the prick of the knife. for the abhorred invention quickened the imagination and set the nerves agate. So that I was honestly glad when he took knife in hand, a shoemaker's curved blade with a keen cutting edge. "Strip him naked," he cried. And very cheerfully so they did, smiting me the meantime with the broad of their hand. Then John Muir leaned over me delicately, and made as though he would have traced with his knife the jointing of my limbs, saying, "Thus and thus shall the she-tribe dismember your body when the torture of the ant's nest is ended." And again, "Here is toothsome eating, Sawney Bean, thou chief lover of dainty vivers." Then, as the evil man went on with his pitiless jestings, his grey cloak began to waver before me, his face to glow like fire, and I fainted or dwamed away till the sharp knife pricked me into consciousness again. Yet Auchendrayne overdid his threatening, for the too sharp relish of the words issued in tranced dullness ere the matter came to action. And of torture there was none that I can now remember or bear the mark of, save only the slight scores of the knife which he made when he showed me where they would joint and haggle my body. Indeed, I mind no more till I came to myself, lying on my back, with the cave all empty save for John Muir, who sat as before with his hand to his ear listening. But there sounded a great and furious uproar down by the cave mouth, the deep baying of bloodhounds, the fierce cry of many voices striving for mastery, and above all the shrieks of the smitten. Surely, I thought, there is a battle fierce and fell at the cave's mouth. John Muir sat and listened for a long space, and presently he looked over at me. "I will even make sure of him, come what may," he said. And with that he took the knife, and came nearer to smite me in the breast, and I lay as one dead already, waiting for the stroke. But even in that moment, as I held my breath, a ravening hound darted within the cave, overleaped the embers of the fire, and pinned the grey-haired murderer to the earth by the throat. He struck out desperately, but the dog held him fast. Another and another came in, till, as it seemed, he was in danger of being torn to pieces by dogs. But they minded me not at all, for, as I say, I lay as one dead. And this is the story of the chase as Nell told it to me when all was over. As they of the King's company looked from the shore towards the south, there in the distance was John Muir on his horse disappearing into the wood, and I, as it seemed, at his very heels. Both of us were leading far forward, like men that run a race. And because she knew that I carried no equipment with me, Nell leaped upon a horse with a sword laid before her crosswise on the saddle. Whereupon I turned to Nell and called her the bravest maid in broad Scotland, with other names as I could mind them. But she set her head aside, and would content me nothing, though I was minded for kindness, saying only, "If you do not desire to hear the tale, then I am saved the fash of telling it. 'Tis no time for fooling," said she, "when I am speaking of the saving of your life." "Nell," said I, for I was nettled at her indifference, "thou art an unseasoned lass, skillless in love's mysteries." "I want none of Kate Allison's love-skilling at second hand," said Nell, harking back like a pretty shrew on her former taunts. "Since ye are so wise, unriddle me the manner of your saving from the cave of Sawney Bean, and I am content to yield me to your teaching in the mysteries." Yet even with this fair promise I could not, but desired her instead to continue her tale-telling. "Well," said she, "Robert Harburgh it was who, next after me, took horse, and not far behind either, for he had but to disentangle the bridle from his arm, while I had to beguile another to lend me his horse. So in a little we were all after you, and we took the wood in the very place you entered, but naught could we find save the trail of you all confused among the trees. Then what a chasing hither and thither there followed. Even the King searched for you like any common man, and puffed and blew upon his purple cheeks like the Dominie on his pipes. And he that had been our companion, this same Dominie, went about everywhere, seeking and crying each time that he came near to me, 'Reckless loon, reckless loon, well he deserves to be unbreeched and soundly paid for his hardiness.' Then we utterly lost you, and I believe they would have given up the search. But I minded me of the dogs that James of Chapeldonnan keeps for his own purposes, which on my way to Ailsa I had seen his wife feed. So I told the Earl John of them, and he had James Bannatyne brought, and bade him bring them to set on the trail, promising him his life if the matter were brought to a good issue. And so Robert Harburgh and a few swords were sent to Chapeldonnan with James Bannatyne, with his life upon it if he played them false, and Robert Harburgh's sword near his ribs each time that he faltered or failed to remember. And the good wife, seeing her man in such deadly case, came back herself to plead with the king for him. So the Chapeldonnan pack was laid on the trail, and fine, well-hungered bloodhounds they were. But so soon as I heard the first deep bay, when, with noses on the ground, they took the line of the shore, it went to my heart that since you were the last to enter the wood, the dogs would first seize you. So I cried a word to Robert Harburg, and we two that loved you spurred horses and sped on well nigh level with the dogs. And through all the windings and wimplings of your path we followed till we came to the shore, where together with the king's oaken staff which had been in your hand, we found the place all trampled with naked feet and stains of blood. So we traced you across the shore grass to the sand, and over the sand into the sea. Then for a moment I knew not what to think, but Marjorie, my sister, cried out, "It is the vile wretches of Sawney Bean's band who have taken him to the cave of death." Then I remembered that the entrance to the cavern was among the rocks. And yet because of the gladness that was in our hearts when we issued forth, I had taken no very great pains to mind the exact place. Nor was the Dominie aught the wiser, for he had been wholly intent on blowing upon his pipes. But Marjorie minded better than any of us the cleave in the rocks, and showed us to a nearness where the cave entrance was. But the tide had flowed in, and we had perforce to wait and calm our impatience as best we might till it went back again, ere we could follow into the cave mouth. But by this time it was dark, so that the men-at-arms had to find rosin torches and set them alight. Thus with the flambeau blazing and the smoke wavering red overhead, we took our way along the wet edge of the sea. But the tide had washed away all traces of blood and feet. Up and down the coast we wandered, trying every covert, and yet for our lives we could not hit upon the right cave's entrance. The dogs ran yelping and nosing here and there, but for long nothing came of it. Then Earl John and the King himself threatened James Bannatyne to reveal the place. But he denied that he had any knowledge of the cave, and whether he spoke truth or no I cannot say. But his wife went to the King, and holding his bridle rein she said, "Well do I ken, your Majesty, that my man's life is forfeit, but he is my husband, and at least, so far as it concerns him and me, betwixt barn door and bedstock I can rule him as a wife should. Gin I persuade him to lead you to the spot, will ye on your word give me my ain man's life?" So the King promised, though Earl John hung a little on the form of the words. Then went the good wife of Chapeldonnan to her husband, and what she said to him I know not, for they spake privily and apart. But though at first he shook his head and denied, as I could see, that he had any knowledge of the cave of death, yet in a little while he took some other thought, and ran forward to grip one of the dogs. Then went James Bannatyne on ahead, with all of us hot foot after him, with the torches and the swords. "And you also, Nell," said I, "were you lurking with the men-at-arms, and which had you, a sword or a torch?" "I had both," said Nell Kennedy shortly, and went on with her tale as if she had been speaking of milking stools. James Bannatyne took the dog into all the wide cave mouths, and made him smell the walls and floor above the tide mark, talking to the brute all the time, and encouraging him. But for a long time it was still in vain. At last the other dog, which had been left to itself, bayed out suddenly from among the rocks, where it had found a dark and dismal archway with a wide pool of water in it, which we had passed time and again without suspicion. And at the entrance to this place we found the second hound, with tail erected, baying up the cave mouth from the edge of the pool. Then so soon as James Bannatyne brought in his well-taught dog, it began to smell hither and thither with erected ears and bristling hair. Presently it swam away into the darkness, and because the men hesitated to go after the beast, I took the water to show them the way. Hearing which I had made my acknowledgments. But Nell said, "No, no, hear my tale first." Then with me there came Robert Harburg, and after him the Earl and all his company with their torches. The pool proved shallow, and after many turns and windings we came to a wide place, indeed to the same beach with sand and dripping fingers of stone, where we had first found ourselves. And here also we passed the remains of our boat, for it was to this point that we had rowed that night when we took refuge in the lion's den. The savages had broken most of it up for firewood, yet enough remained so that I knew it again. But ere the men-at-arms had time to gather behind us, a host of wild creatures armed with stones, knives, and sheet-whittles burst upon us, yelling like demons of the pit. Women also there were, some half-clad and some wholly without cleading. And then and there was a fight such as you, Launce, love to tell about, but I have no skill in. For the men-at-arms shot, and we that had but swords struck, while the wild folk shouted, and the savage women bit and tore with their nails, till the cavern was full of confused noise and the red reek of burning torches. But ever as the slain rolled among our feet, they gripped to pull us down, so that in the intervals of his fighting, Robert Harburg went hither and thither making sicar, as he said, with a coup de grace for each poor clawing wretch. And in the narrow doorway through which you found the way stood the chief himself, with his eyes fiery red and his hair about his face. He gripped a mighty axe in his hand, and with it he stood ready to cleave all that came against him. Even the men hesitated at his fearsome aspect, and it was small wonder. But I knew that there was no other way to the innermost cave, so I cried to them to overpass the rabble and drive forward at all hazards. How it came about I know not, but a moment after I found myself opposite to Sawney Bean himself, and engaging him with your sword, just for all the world as if it had been in the armoire room of Culzean on a rainy day, and you again teaching me the fence of blade against Lochaber axe. But though I had not wholly forgotten my skill, doubtless the giant had soon made an end of me, for he struck fiercely every way. But sudden as the heath-cat springs on the hill, the little Dominie leaped upon him and drove his sword into his heart, so that Sawney Bean fell with Dominie Muir upon his breast. Then because he was not able to pull out his sword again, being too close, the Dominie gripped his dagger and struck again and again, panting. And between each blow he cried out the name of a lass. Mary Torrance, he said. Then it was that the hounds overleaped the two of them struggling there in the arch and sprang on, and after them came Robert Harburg and I. We too first entered the murky place of death. The dogs were mouthing and gripping the grey man, but you laid naked upon the sand as it had been, dead. This was the matter of Nell's tale, and I will now in turn take up mine own part in it, from the time at which the dogs gripped my remorseless enemy, and as it had been, the life went out of me. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 48. The Finding of the Treasure of Kelwood. When I came to myself, the cave was filled with armed men and the confused clamour of voices. The torches spluttered and reeked, and I could feel that my naked body was covered with a woman's cloak wrapped well about me. Someone was binding up my head, and as she examined to see if all had been rightly done, I saw that it was Nell Kennedy, so I called her softly by her name. But she bade me not try to rise, and looked again to my head to see that it had no serious wound. Then came John the Earl and asked how I did. Whereupon, minding, as is my wont, to have old time by the forelock, I spoke of his promise. Here, I said, is the murderer of John Muir. Here is the gang of monsters, and now I will put you in the way of obtaining the treasure of Kelwood, if you will fulfil the promise which you made to me. What was that? He said shortly. For though Earl John liked promising well enough, he was not so fond of performing if it cost him aught, as in this case it was like to do. My sweetheart here, my knighthood, and a suitable downsitting of land, said I, knowing that it was now or never with me. Then he demurred a little, and hesitated, so that for a moment I thought all was lost. Your sweetheart you shall have, he said at last, but the others are not in my gift, save a holding of land, perhaps, which I can let you for a trifling return, when it falls vacant. And so rejoiced was I to think of getting my lass that I might have consented to this. But Nell was behind me, and upon pretence of arranging a knot of the bandage upon my forehead, she whispered in my ear, "Threat him with telling the king about the treasure." So knowing her wisdom, I obeyed her. "Well then, Earl John," said I, "if that be so, and a knighthood and suitable heritages are not in your power to bestow, here at hand is the king. Give me leave to speak with him. He is fond of treasure, and I can put a brave one under his hand." "Hush," said the Earl, looking about him with apprehension, for the king was yet in the place with Mar and Lennox, ordering the taking down and burying of the strange white, narrow-shaped hams, and the other things that turned the gay, squeamish folk that came with him pale and sick only to look upon them. "Hush," he said again. "Above all things beware what you say to the king. Show the Kelwood treasure to myself alone, and you shall have Barhill, aye, and all Minnochside from the rowan tree to the forks of Trool, and I will even speak to the king about the knighting." "Will your lordship please to declare it before witnesses?" said I, Nell prompting me as before, for my head was dazed, but hers was singularly clear. So he called to him certain honourable men of his name, and promised faithfully. "Are you content?" said he. So I said, "Nelly, show them the treasure. Here is the key." And she rose and took them to the box, which by the blessing of God remained still where we had left it in the recess, and she fitted the key in the lock, and it turned without a sound. And there the Earl bathed his hands in the set jewels, the loose stones of price, and the coined golden money, plashing them through his fingers with a sound like a spout of water, till for fear of the king I advised him to close it again. "It is worth the bargain," said he, "though I am sorry to have promised away fair Minnochside. I trow it was woman's wit that guided you in the asking, and not that thick bandaged headpiece of thine, Launcelot Kennedy." But I answered not, knowing how to leave well alone when a man is pleased with himself. So the Earl placed Robert Harburg to guard the chest, and to lie discreetly concerning it if any of the king's men should come near, saying that it was but some foulness appropriate to the den. But none came asking, and thus was the treasure of Kelwood conquest for ever to the family of Cassillis. As for Sawney Bean's monstrous brood, is it not recorded how they were carried through the country to Edinburgh, and as how they went the folk flocked in from leagues away to see and execrate them? They were hurried straight to the sands of Leith, where, without process of trial or pleading, and in the manner prescribed for such fiends, they were executed out of hand as enemies to the human race in general. Thus, mainly through my instrumentality, was the country rid of a monstrous foul blot, such as no land since the flood has ever been cursed with. Though I deny not that Dominie Mure and Nell Kennedy helped well according to their possibles, yet the most part of the credit was rightly given to me, who had twice adventured my life within the cave of death, though, as I admit, on both occasions against my will. Once more the city of Edinburgh swarmed with Kennedys, come thither to the great trial. There had not been so great a concurrence of Westland folk in Edinburgh since the memorable day when young Gilbert of Bargany cleared the causeway of us of the house of Cassillis, for which afterwards we were one and all put to the horn, to our great and lasting honour, as hath been related. At the west port I met Patrick Rippet, he who had taunted Benane at the Mabel snowballing. "Whither is your eye gone?" I asked him, for he had a black patch where his left eye should have been. "A fause loon piked it out and offered it me back on the end of his rapier," said Patrick Rippet with the utmost unconcern. "And what said ye to him?" I asked of Patrick, because he was not a man to take a jest, and such a jest, for nothing. "Faith, I just bartered him fair. I offered him his heart on the point of mine," said Rippet, and so strolled away, ogling the snooded maids at the windows of the Highlands as best he could, with the one wicked orb which was left to him. I was walking with my father at the time. He had ridden the long way from Kerriock on a white pony, all to pleasure my mother. "Ye maun gang and hear the laddie gie his evidence," she bade him. "They will fright him to deed else, amang the Edinburgh men of the law. They are no canny. So long as Launce gets striking at them with the steel, I ken he is safe and sound, for his hand can e'en keep his head, as a Kennedy's ever should. But wha kens what they may do to my laddie when he stands afore the justicers, and the lawyer loons come at him with their quips and quandaries?" "Faith then, good wife," said my father, "ye shall come too, and thou and I shall ride to Edinburgh like joes that are newly wed." And though at first she denied, yet at the last she consented, well pleased enough, having a desire to purchase garmentry more suitable for the wife of a laird and the mother of one who was to be made a knight. When my mother went out for the first time, she held up her hands and exclaimed at the noise and bustle of the high street, the soldiers who were for ever marching to and fro in companies with drums and pipes, the lasses that went hither and thither with a shawl about their heads, and bandied compliments, and such compliments, with swashbucklers and rantipole prentice lads. "The limmers they need soundly skelping," said my mother, "for that they carry their heads so high, and their kirtles higher than their heads." "Surely scantly that," said my father. But I, continued my mother, not heeding him in her press of speech, such hare-brained hempies wad be dookit in the Limmer's Dub on Saturday in every decent country, and set on the black stool of repentance ilka Sabbath day. I wonder what the king and the ministers o' Edinburgh can be thinking o'." There was, however, for most of us, a long and weary waiting, ere in the town of Edinburgh the High Court of Justiciary was ripe for the hearing of the case against the Muirs. But when at last the great day came, the whole West Country was there. This is a footnote. Sir Launcelot Kennedy of Palgowan and Kirrieoch appears somewhat to have confused the dates of the first and second trials of John Muir of Auchendrayne. Indeed, weakness in exact chronology is common to his record and to the contemporary history of the Kennedys, which was written about the same time by a partisan of the other side, it may even be by John Muir of Auchendrayne himself. And though many a face was joyous as were ours, eke many were sad and lowering. For it is strange that some ill men should have some to love them, or at least so it was with John Muir the elder. And so there were in the city Muirs by the score, fighting black-avised McCarrows, cankered Crawfords, with all the disbanded Bargany discontents from the south of Carrick, Drummurchie's broken band from the hill lands of Bar, together with many others. So that we kept our swords, as at our first visit to the town in the days of Gilbert Kennedy, free in their scabbards while we ruffled it along the pavement. And I mind what my mother said, the first time she went down the Plainstones with me. We met young Anthony Kennedy of Benane, and I perceived that it was his intent to take the wall of me. So I squared myself and went a little before with my hand on my rapier hilt and my elbows wide, also cocking fiercely my bonnet over my eye, which assurance feared Kennedy so greatly that he meekly took the pavement edge, and I went by with my mother on my arm, having, as I thought, come off very well in the matter. But my mother stood stock still in amazement. "Laddie, laddie, I kenned na what had taken ye. Ye prinked in passage for a' the world like our bantam cock at Kirrieoch when he hears his neighbour at Kirriemore craw in the prime of the morn. Gin ye gang on that gate, ye will get your kame buried and scarted, my lad. So listen your old mither, and walk mair humbly." At this I was somewhat shamed, and dropped behind like a little whipped messan, for my mother has a brisk tongue. My father said not a word, but there was a look of dry humourosomeness upon his face which I knew and feared more than my mother's clip-wit tongue. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 49. The Great Day of Trial. At last, however, the trial was set, and we all summoned for our evidence. It was to be held in the High Court of Justiciary, and was a right solemn thing. A hot day in midsummer it proved, with the narrow overcrowded bounds of the town drowsed with heat, and yet eaten up with a plague of flies. The room of the trial was a large one, with a dais for the judges at the end, the boxes for the prisoners, and a tall stool with steps and a bar on which to rest the hands for the witnesses. And in the long, dark, low, oak-panelled room, what a crush of people! For the report of the monstrous dealing of the Muirs and the strangeness of their crimes had caused a mighty coil in the town of Edinburgh and in the country round about. So that all the time of the trial there was a constant hum about the doors, now a continuous murmur that forced its way within, and now a louder roar as the doors were opened and shut by the officers of the court. Also, in order to show themselves busybodies, these pot-bellied striped-jackets went and came every minute or two, pushing right and left with their halberds, which the poor folk had very peaceably to abide as best they might. But the disposition of the rabble of the city was a marvel to me, for being stirred up by the Bargany folk and by the Earl of Dunbar, Muir's well-wisher, it was singularly unfriendly to us, so that we were almost feared that the criminals might, after all, be let off by the overawing of the assize that sat upon the case. But finally, as it happened, those who were chosen assize-men were mostly landward gentlemen of stout hearts and no subjection to the clamour of the vulgar, such indeed as should ever be placed upon the hearing of justice, not mere bodies of the Luckenbooths, who, if they give the verdict against the popular voice, are liable to have their shops and stalls plundered. And James Scrimgeour of Dudhope, a good man, was made the chancellor of the jury. There were many of the great lords of session on the bench, for a case so important and notable had not been tried for years, and the Lords of Secret Council appointed my Lord President himself to be in the chief place in his robes, as well as 5 other justices in his company, that the dittay might be heard with all equal mind and with great motion of solemnity. It was 11 by the clock when the judges were ushered in, Sir John Fenton of Fenton-Barnes, Lord President, coming first and sitting in the midst. Then the crier of the court shouted, "Way for his Majesty, for King James the Sext make way." And all the people rose up while King James was coming in. He sat upon the bench with the justices indeed, but a little way apart, as having by law no share in their deliberations. Nevertheless, he was all the time writing and passing pieces of white paper to them, whereat they bowed very courteously back to him. But whether they took any notice of their import, I know not. Then the prisoners were brought in. John Muir the elder, with his grey hair and commanding presence, looked out from beneath his eyebrows like a lion ignominiously beset. James Muir the younger came after his father, a heavy, loutish, ignorant man, but somewhat paled with his bloody handling at the instance of the Lords of Secret Council. Also in accordance with the promise of Earl John in the matter of the finding of the cave, James Bannatyne of Chapeldonnan was not set up for trial along with them, which was a wonder to many and an outcry to some of the evilly affected. Then the court being set, the dittay was read solemnly by a very fair-spoken and courteous gentleman, Thomas Hamilton of Byres, the King's advocate. He spoke in a soft voice, as if he were courting a lady, and whenever he addressed a word to the prisoners, it was as if he had been their dearest friend, and grieved that they should thus stand in jeopardy of their lives. Yet, or so it seemed to me, John Muir was ever his match, and answered him without a moment's hesitancy. Then, after the advocate's opening, the evidence was led. They called upon me first to arise, and I declare that my knees trembled and shook as they never did before the shock of battle, so that only the sight of Nell's pale face and my mother holding her hand at all gave me any shred of courage. But nevertheless I went, with my tall blue-banded hat in hand and my Damascus sword by my side, to the stance. And there I told all that I had seen, first of the murder at the chapel of St. Leonard's, with the matter of the grey man who sat his horse a little way apart among the Sandhills. Yet could I not declare on mine oath that I knew of a certainty that this man was the accused John Muir of Auchendrayne, though as between man and man I was wholly assured of it. I told also of the sending of the letter, and of the confusion of the lad upon his return from the house of Auchendrayne, and of all the other matter which came under my observation, even as I have detailed them in this history, but more briefly. Then a tall, thin, leathery man, Sir John Russell, the name of him, advocate for the Muirs, stood up and tried to shake me in my averments. But he could not, no, nor any other man, for I wasted no thought on what I ought to say, but out with the plain truth, so that he could not break down the impregnable wall of the thing that was, neither make me say that which was not. Then there came one after the other the Dominie, Meg Dalrymple, Robert Harburg, and lastly my own Nell. But they had little more to tell than I had told at the first, till the herald of the court cried out for Marjorie Muir, or Kennedy, called in the pleas the younger lady of Auchendrayne. Then, pale as a lily-flower is pale, clad in white, and with her hair daintily and smoothly braided, she rose and gave her hand to my Lord Cassilis, who brought her with all dignity and observance to the witness-stand. So firmly she stood within it, that she seemed a figure of some goddess done in alabaster, the like of that which I had once seen at the entering in of the King's palace at Holyrood House. There was the stillest silence while Marjorie told her tale. The King stood up in his place, with his hat on his head, to look at her. The judges gazed as though they had seen a ghost. But in an even voice she related all the terrible story, making it clear as crystal, till there stood out the full wickedness of the unparalleled murders. "You are the wife of James Muir, the younger prisoner," said the man of leather, the advocate Russell. "How then do you appear to give evidence against him?" "I was first the daughter of Thomas Kennedy of Culzean, whom these men slew," said she. And this was her sole answer. The lawyers for the defence, as was their duty, tried to make it out that her evidence was prejudiced, and so to shake it. But the King broke out upon them, "No more than we are all prejudiced against foul murder." So they were silenced. But the judges were manifestly ill at ease, and shifted in their seats, for even the King had not liberty of speech in that place. Yet no man said him nay, because he was the king, and save it were Master Robert Bruce, not many cared to brook his sudden violent rages. Then was entered James Bannatyne, who had been brought to confession, in what fashion it boots not to inquire, and he in his turn detailed, line by line, all the iniquity. So it seemed that now the net was indeed woven about the cruel plotters. But my Lord President, by the King's authority, was instant with the prisoners to confess the murdering of Sir Thomas and of the other, yea, even offering his life, but no more, to either of them who would reveal the matter, and tell who were complices in the conspiracy. And I think James Mure the younger was a little moved at this offer, for I saw him very plainly move and shift the hand that was upon his head. His father watched him with a sharp eye, and once set his manacled wrist upon his son's shoulder, as it had been to encourage him to remain firm. He himself stood erect and undaunted all the time of the trial, like a tower of ancient strength, while his son sat upon a stool with his back against the bars of the box, as it seemed careless of the crimes which were alleged against him. He had not even lifted his eyes when his wife Marjorie went into the place of witnessing. At last it was all over, and the men of the jury spoke earnestly together, while John Mure watched them with his lion-like eyes shining from under his hassock of grey hair. The king sat impatiently drumming his hands upon a rail. He would have liked, I could see, to go over to confer with them, but even King Jamie had hardly dared so much as that. After a short space for consultation, their President of Assize, Sir James Scrimgeour, stood up in the body of the court with a little paper in his hand. "King's lieges all, are ye agreed in your verdict?" asked my Lord President. "We are," said Sir James firmly. "And what is your finding?" There was a great and mighty silence, so that the anxious tapping of the king's fingers on the wooden bench could be heard. "We find them both guilty," said Sir James. He would have said more in due form, but there was a thunderous shout from all the Westland folk that were in the hall, so that no more could be heard. But the king was seen upon his feet, commanding silence, and the macers of the court struck here and there among them that shouted. Then, when the tumult within was a little hushed, my Lord President rose to pronounce sentence. But he had scarce opened his mouth, when there came through the open windows the angry roaring of the mob without. For the news had already reached them, and Dunbar and others were busily employed stirring them up to make a tumult on behalf of the murderers. My Lord President had a noble voice, and the words of condemnation came clear and solemn from him, so that they were heard above the din by every ear in the hall, aye, and even as far as the outer port. "We discern and adjudge John Mure of Auchendrayne, and James Mure his son, and apparent heir, to be ta'en to the Mercat Cross of Edinburgh, and there their heads to be stricken from their bodies, as being culpable and convict of many treasonable and heinous crimes, which is pronounced for doom." And when the officers had removed the prisoners, Marjorie Kennedy walked forth from the hall of judgment as silent and composed as though she had been coming out of the kirk on a still summer's morning, with her Bible in her hand. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 50. The Last of the Grey Man. It was the morn of the execution. Justice, delayed for so long, was that day to let fall its sword. We of the Cassillis colours mustered in the dead of night, for there was no force save the city guard within the walls. And we had recently had overly many proofs how little these men could do with the unruly commons of Edinburgh if it pleased them to be turbulent. So it had come to be bruited abroad that there was an intent to prevent the execution and deliver the murderers out of the hands of justice. But we were resolved that this should not be. So, as was our bounden duty, we armed us to support the right and to keep the king's peace against all riotous lawbreakers. The Earl gave to me the command of one half of the band, reserving the other for himself, and already he called me Sir Launcelot, though I had not yet received the acknowledgment of knighthood from the king. At the first break of day it was to be done. Of this we had private notice from the turnkey of the Tolbooth. I had worked earnestly upon my mother and Nell that they should abide from the business, which was indeed not for womankind to see, though I knew that there would be many there, aye, even dames gentle of degree. But my father marched with me. "Shall I put my harness off me," said he, "when there is a chance of a tumult, and of the defeating of the solemn justice of Providence and of King James? God forbid! Wife, help me on with my jack." So I placed my father in my own command, and I set him in the second rank with Hugh of Kirriemore beside him, and Robert Harburgh in front of him, where I judged he would not come to any great harm. And we Kennedys had the King's private permission thus to come through the town under arms. When we arrived at the place, the tall scaffold had already been set up at the cross, and even ere we arrayed us first about it, many a candle had begun to wink here and there in the tall windows of the High Street. The Earl was to command a second strong guard from the prison port to the scaffold, lest the rabble should try to overwhelm the city guard and the marshal's men as they convoyed the prisoners to the place of execution. Thus we of the first band stood grimly to our arms a long time after the gloaming of the morning began. The hum of the folk gathering surrounded us. There was, however, little pleasance or laughing, as there is at an ordinary heading or hanging, and that did not betoken good, for when the populace is silent, it is plotting. This much I had learned in my long service, and afterwards as a knight-at-arms. Therefore I hold it the true wisdom to strike ere the many-headed can bite. That at least is my thought of it. Slowly and slowly 3 or 4 dark figures on the scaffold grew clearer to our eyes, till we could see the headsman and his assistants waiting patiently for their work to be brought to them. The chief of these was a mighty man of his arms. He had a black mask upon his face, and was naked even to the waist. A leathern apron like a smith's was done about his loins, and he stood leaning his broad axe upon the block. The sun was just beginning to redden the clouds in the east, when the door of the toll-booth fell open with a loud noise. At the very same moment the rooks and jackdaws arose in a perfect cloud from the pinnacles of St. Giles as well as from the whole city, and in a black clanging cloud they drifted seaward, which was looked upon as a marvel by them that watched for frights. For they said, "These be John Muir's devils that have forsaken him." And indeed, whether there was aught in it or no, certain is it that the birds came not back for many days. At least not to my seeing, but then I was much occupied with other matters. As the procession came out, the Earl John and his men filed on either side in a triple line, with the axemen of the guard marching close about the prisoners. John Muir walked first in his grey cloak, but bareheaded, striding reverend and strong before all. Behind him came his son, and hand in hand with him, O marvel of marvels, was she that had been in name his wife, even Marjorie Kennedy. And as they came, the light grew clearer. There seemed to be almost a smile upon the Lady Marjorie's face, and James Muir listened intently as she spoke low and steadily to him. For Marjorie had in these days become, as it seemed, a woman removed from us, supported by no earthly food. For none touched her lips, her strength being upheld by some power from above, at least so I think. She had received permission from the king to be with her husband in his last hours. "I have fulfilled the Lord's justice, for my duty was laid upon me," she said, "but I would not kill both body and soul." How she effected it I know not, but certain it is that during the weeks of waiting she had won James Muir in some sort to contrition and prayer, and now with his hand in hers they walked together along the short way to the scaffold foot. But old John Muir strode scornfully on before, heedful neither of man nor woman. And I swear that I could not but in some measure admire at him, devil of cruelty as he was. They climbed the scaffold, John Muir calmly as though he were leading a lady to a banquet table, but his son faltered and had fallen at the ladder foot, save for the hand of Marjorie, who walked in white by his side, accompanying him faithfully to his end. "I am his wife," she said. "It was I who brought him to this. Ye will not twain me from him on this day of shame. Never have I owned James Muir as my husband before, but I own him now." These were her words when the captain of the guard was instant with her to depart home. And I declare that the doomed man looked at her with something like a beast's dumb gratitude in his eyes, which, when you think on it, is a thing marvellous enough. And I ask not that it shall be believed. Yet I saw it, and will at any time uphold the truth of it with my sword if need be. At last they stood upon the scaffold platform, and the headsman made ready. Then there sounded above the mingled roar of the multitude the blowing of a trumpet, and the king's gay favourite, the Duke of Lennox, rode to the foot of the stage. He had a paper in his hand. "A pardon! A pardon!" yelled the people. My heart gave a great leap and stood still. "They never dare," cried I. "Lads, stand firm. If the king hath pardoned the murderers, shall we of the West? Will ye follow me, lads?" And they whispered back, "Aye, that we will. We will help you to do justice upon them. The Muirs shall never leave this place alive, though we all die also. We shall not go back to Carrick shamed by these men's lives." So we arranged it, if by any chance there should be news of a reprieve. For it was by singular good hap that we were the only company under arms in the city, save the few men of the town guard. But when Lennox made his way to the scaffold, we heard another way of it. I was almost underneath the staging upon the front, and heard that which was said, almost every word. "The king to you traitors about to die," he read. "His Majesty desires greatly to be informed of the certainty of these things whereof you have been accused, and for which you have been justly condemned. The murder of Sir Thomas Kennedy, the matter of the bloody dagger thrown at the Red House, the treasure of Kelwood, and its taking out of the change house on the Red Moss. His Majesty the King offers life and his clemency in a perpetual exile upon some warded isle, to the first of you that will reveal the whole matter." The king's favourite ceased his reading, and looked at the condemned men. And John Muir in his plain grey cloak, which he had not yet laid aside, looked askance at Lennox, who shone like a butterfly in gay colours, being tricked out in the latest fitful extravagancies of fashion. "We shall be grateful to his Majesty all our lives," said he sneeringly. "But the Solomon of Scotland is so wise that he can easily certify himself of the truth of these things without our poor aid." But James Muir the younger, where he stood with his wife by his side, seemed a little struck with the message, and began to listen with interest. "Read that again," he said to Lennox abruptly. And Lennox, prinking and preening him like a gay-feathered Indian bird in my lady's bower, read the king's mandate over again. John Muir watched his son with the eye of a crouching wild cat. The younger man was about to utter something, when his father said quickly to Lennox, "I pray thee, my Lord Duke, may I speak with you a moment apart? I am the first to accept the offer." And with that they came both of them to the side of the scaffold where I was on guard, leaving James Muir standing with drooping head by the block. "Hark ye, my lord," said Auchendrayne the elder, "thy master's terms are fair enough to be offered to a dying man on the scaffold. I will take them, but on condition that my son be executed before I reveal the secret. For there are but two of us left, and we have been close to one another all our lives. I would not therefore have my son think that I, being an old man, for the sake of a year or two longer life, would reveal these matters for which he has already suffered the torture of the extreme question, with so great constancy both in the king's inquest chamber and before the lords of secret council." "That is easily arranged," said Lennox, dusting at his doublet. "I have but to give the word to the executioner, and he will do his duty first upon your son. Then he will halt till you have accepted the king's mercy, and given pledge and earnest of full revelations concerning these hidden and mysterious matters." This was Lennox's customary manner of speaking, as he had learned it in the English court, with womanish conceits and a flood of words and gestures. And as he spoke he smiled upon John Muir, as though the old grey man in the cloak and reverend beard had been some young and easy-virtued dame of the court. And so taken up with himself was he, that he did not observe the basilisk look which the arch-conspirator turned upon him. Lennox held up his hand to the executioner. "In the king's name," he cried to the man in the mask, "do thine office upon the younger first, and speedily." "These are not my orders," quoth he in the mask, curtly. Lennox flashed a little ebon staff, with a golden crown set upon the summit, before his eyes. "Wouldst thou argy-bargy with me?" he said. "Then right soon another shall take thy bishopric and, as thou dost others, shall shepherd thee to Hades." Whereat Marjorie, robed in her clear shining white, took the hand of James Muir, the man that was about to die. "Husband," said she calmly, "I have asked pardon for thee from God. Do thou also ask it now, ere swift death take thee. Ask it both from God and man." For she had been his ministrant angel in the prison, and, her own heart being changed, vengeance in the drinking not seeming so sweet a cup as it had appeared in the mixing, she had also won the sullen mechanic heart of him who, according to the law of the land, had been so long her husband. She had showed him the way to a certain sum of faith, penitence, and hope, which perchance he snatched at, not so much for themselves, but as the best things which were left to him. "James, wend thou forth on thy way. Fear not. Thou shalt not be long alone," she said to him. And staggering a little, he moved across the scaffold. He would have fallen, but that Marjorie set his hand upon her shoulder and put her arm about him. So he came forward stumbling like a man in sore sickness, as doubtless he was. "I am a sinful man," he said, so that some at least could hear him. "Pray for me, good people. Keep your hands from blood, as I have not kept mine. And Marjorie, though thou didst never love me now, and bide with me till I die." "Fear not," she said. "I will stand beside thee, and not only here. I have a message that I shall right soon be called to journey with thee further, meeting thee somewhere by the way that thou must go." And calling him again sweet brother and James, she laid down his neck upon the block, and with one blow the headsman featly did his office. But Marjorie stood still and received the poor head in a decent napkin after the masked man had held it up. John Muir looked at her and at her son all the time, and an evil and contemptuous light shone in his eyes. "Madam," he said, "it had done no harm had you begun your care and attendance somewhat earlier. Ye might have made a decent preacher out of James. He was never muckle worth for aught else." Then Lennox came forward again with his paper. "Now, John Muir," he said, "we have done according to your desire. Ye will now, I doubt not, having seen the end and reward of iniquity in the person of your son, accept his Majesty's so marvellous clemency, and be content to reveal all the matter." He came a little near to the old man, airily whisking his paper with his forefinger. John Muir waved him aside with one hand, and held his nose with the other. "Pah! Get apart from me, civet cat," he cried. "Think ye that I will have any dealings with you, or with your dullard fool master, King Baggy Breeches? I saw that ye might, perchance, where I first turned to dead clay and lappered blood, chance to get something out of James there. I saw him look somewhat too eagerly on your reprieve, for much belated domesticity had turned him soft. So I played with you. And now, wot ye well, ye shall know nothing from me that your precious Solomon of Asses cannot divine for himself." He took off his cloak of grey and lace collar, baring his neck for the dead stroke. "Stay," he said to Lennox, "since your wise king is so curious. Here is a history of diverse matters that may interest your master. It may do him some good." The new minister of Edinburgh, a soft-spoken, king-fearing man, came near. John Muir looked at him. "Of what religion art thou?" he asked. "Aye, verily, of the king's religion. Were my time not so circumscribed, I would have at thee with texts, thou time-serving rogue. Aye, and would swing thee with them soundly, too." "In what religion dost thou die?" said the minister. For it was a customary question in those days, when men were forced to live and die on the borderland of many creeds. John Muir smiled as he bent his head to the block. "Of the ancientest persuasion," said he, "for I am ready to believe in any well-disposed God whom I may chance to meet in my pilgriming. But in none will I believe till I do meet him. Nevertheless do thou, like a wise, silly bishop, stick to the king and thy printed book." Which saying was remembered when the minister was afterward made a bishop by the king's favour. With these words John Muir threw out his hands with a sharp jerk, for that was the customary signal. The broad axe rose and fell, flashing in the sun a moment ere it crashed dully upon the block. The Westland men gave a shout, and the heathen spirit of John Muir of Auchendrayne, carrying such a load of sin and bloodshedding as never soul did before or since, fared forth alone to its own place. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland of Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 51, Marjorie's Good Night. Even as the axe was falling, Marjorie Kennedy sank down upon the platform of the scaffold, as though the stroke had fallen upon her. I sheathed my sword and sprang upon the slippery stage to hold her up. When I took her in my arms, she was soft and pliable in all her limbs like a little child. Till now she had been like a woman of steel, or rather like one carven in alabaster, as I have said. But now she lay in my arms like a new-born babe on the nurse's lap. We carried her homeward, making strangely enough for some distance but one procession with the bodies, which were going to be buried without the wall, while the heads were taken to be set on the Paiks of the Nether Bow. To the Earl John's own lodging we brought her, and in a room with a wide north-looking window we laid her down on a bed. Then we stood silently about her, Nell and I being nearest. In a little while Marjorie turned her head to the window. The sun had risen on the sea, a north wind was blowing. All was very blue and smacked of the morning freshness, for the window was open, and the sea air blew off the firth almost as salt it was wont to blow in at the windows of Culzean. Thrice she moved her lips to speak, but till the fourth time no word came. "I have done the work appointed," she said. "I ken not if I have done it right." She paused a little, and her eyes, as she looked at the sea, were very wide and wistful. "It is a hard saying that vengeance is his. I thought it would be sweet. Sweet," she said, "but now in the mouth it is bitter." "Hush thee, Marjorie," whispered my Nell. "It was the justice of God upon the murderers of our father." And I thought that she spoke well. But Marjorie waved her aside. "Like enough," she answered quietly, as one that has not strength to argue, but yet holds the contrary opinion. "Done at least is Marjorie's task. I journey forth to take my wages. Fare you well." She turned her face a little outward, so that she could look upon the sea and the Fife Lomans. "A dearer shore," she said softly, and then she started a little, quickly, as if she had waked from sleep. "Where am I?" she asked. But ere we could answer, even Nell, who stood close beside her and stroked her brow with a soft hand, she went on. "Oh, what am I saying? I was thinking on our garden at Culzean, with its rose walks and the sweet dreaming scent of the sea." She looked up at me, as it had been almost archly, yet so as almost to break my heart. "Launcelot, lad," she said, "hast thou thy gage that I gave thee there? Ye thought me once to be sweet. And I liked you, laddie, I liked you, with something just an inch on the hither side of loving. But now Nelly will love thee a mile on the further side. Come you, Nell," she said, beckoning her, "brave, sweet sister. Let not thy sharp tongue longer endure thy warm heart. Give me your hand, little sister Nelly. Where is it? I cannot see for the bright shining light." And finding Nell's hand, she put it into mine across the bed. "Good night, bairns," she said. "Even so keep them till the world ends." Then for a short space she was silent, and when she spoke again it was very low, so that none save Nell and I could hear. But the words made us tingle as we caught them. "Gilbert," she was saying in a whisper, clear and distinct, "is it not sweet to walk thus hand in hand on the green meadows? Are not the spring flowers sweet, lad of my love? Shall I sing thee a song about them? For though thou knowest it not, I can sing both high and low." Then she spoke as it had been liltingly and gladsomely. "Gilbert, let me set this spray of the bonny birk above thine heart. Methinks it hath a strange look. I kenned not that it grew in this countryside." She broke into a weird lilt of song that sent the tears hasting to our eyes. But Marjorie was smiling as she never smiled on me, and that made me weep the more. "It neither grew in syke nor ditch, nor yet in any sheuch, but at the gates of paradise that birk grew fair enough." "Gilbert, Gilbert," she said lovingly, crooning like one that is caressed, "is not this right winsome? That we are walking here together on the living green, with all our fashes, all our troubles left quite behind us. There was surely something long ago that wearied us, something that parted us and twained us. I cannot mind what it was. I shall not try to remember. But, love of mine, it shall separate us no more for ever and ever." Her voice had almost gone, but once again it came louder. "Keep my hand, Gilbert," she said, trembling a little. "There is a mist coming up over the green betwixt me and the sunshine, a cold, cold mist from the sea. But keep thou my hand, dear love, clasp it tighter, and it will pass over." I saw the death sweat break on her brow. "Gilbert, Gilbert," she whispered, searching above her with her hands and opening her arms, "clasp me closer. I cannot see thee, love, for the mist. I cannot feel your hand." I bent my ear. I thought she was gone from us. But, as from an infinite distance I heard the words come to me, they were the last, spoken with great relief. "The mist has gone by, dear love. The mist has quite gone by." And she lay still, smiling most sweetly. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of The Grey Man. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett. Chapter 52. The Homecoming. The snows of another winter had fallen, frozen, and lain long ere they were at last whisked away by the winds of a brisk and bitter March. It was now again the springtime upon the face of the earth, the time of the earliest singing of the mavis, of the sweet piping of the blackbird on the tree. The grasses were green, too, over the unforgotten grave of our Marjorie. But we who loved her had won to a memory that was not now wholly sorrow. Specially we remembered the sweet and profitable end she had made, when after many days of bitter winter in her heart, forgiveness and love at last unsealed her bosom. It had been a long winter for us all, because it behoved that I should go to London, there to be made one of His Majesty's new knights. For I had told all my tale to the King, being so charged by the Earl John. "Yet," said he, "keep ever your thumb upon the matter of the treasure of Kelwood, and I will keep mine right effectually upon Currie, the ill-conditioned thief thereof." And so he did, and for the same Laird of Kelwood's sake chiefly, he set to mending and patching our old tower of defence on Craig Ailsa, in which he gave one Hamilton the charge of him as prisoner, together with John Dick the traitor and 2 or 3 more. It was a fine quiet place, said the Earl John, and would give such rascals time and opportunity for repentance, which, added he, seems more than I am ever likely to get with all this throng of business on hand. For the Earl John was now waxen one of the greatest men in broad Scotland, and withal he had all the power worth considering in the shire of Ayr. So that even the Crawfords, wanting now their ancient chief, and broken with bickerings among themselves, sent an embassy of peace and goodwill to him. It chanced that it came when the Earl was in a good humour. "Ah, John Crawford," said Cassillis, "'tis a changed day since Bargany and you chased us off Skeldon Haughs. It looks as if the sow had not been flitted so far after all. But ye shall have the peace ye ask, for we live under a gracious king who loves quietness as much as when he dwelt here in our kindly north. And he is now the better able to enforce it. Therefore look ye to it. I will maintain you Crawfords in your heritages of Kerse, which by my power as Bailey I might legally declare forfeit. But I will tell you what you must do in return. Ye shall render me place and precedence at kirk and market. Ye shall build up your private door in Dalrymple Kirk, and ye shall abide from taking your places there till ye have seen me seated." To this, dourly enough, the Crawfords perforce agreed. For indeed they could make no better of it, so great a man was our Earl grown. But to me he was ever kind, and proved none so ill-given when it liked him. For he said, "Build you the house of Palgowan, and I will plenish it for you, and that not meanly. And you and my cousin Nell shall rear me ruth of lusty knaves to protect my southwestern marches, and keep down the reivers of the dungeon." Which indeed, so far as I was concerned, I was right willing to promise. So it came about that the Earl would have it that our wedding must be held in the ancient strength of Cassillis, which sits by the waterside not so far from the town of Ayr. And a bonny, well-sheltered place it is, not like Culzean, which stands blusteringly on the sea-brink, over-frowning all. And because the Earl of Cassillis said it, so it was bound to be. For he was our Nell's guardian, and besides we that were to live under him were none the worse of keeping in with him. When I went to do my courting, as often as not I found Nell walking with him, and oft-times flouting him. And when I would have cautioned her, "Tut," she said, "he likes nothing better. If his own wife flouted him, he might stay better at home." "Cousin," Nell would say to him sometimes, "Cousin John, ye think ye are such a great man, yet a little musket-ball or a woman's finger-long bodkin might let all thy greatness out. Ye should think oftener on that." "What, Nell," said he, Is it that the hour of thy marriage grows so near, that thou must test thy preaching on me? Keep the proof of the pudding for thine own goodman." "Ah," said she, "perchance my cousin the noble Countess has already given thee thy fill of it." "Thou art a forward chit," said he, wringing her ear between his finger and thumb. "I hope Launce will swing thee tightly with a supple birch for thy often naughtiness." It was indeed a notable day when Nell and I were married. All the morning my heart was beating a fine tune, lest something should happen ere I got my lass carried off to our home. Alone I rode from the cove of Culzean to the house of Cassillis. I started brave and early, and my good old horse Dom Nicholas rode for once the right road and the ready, the gait that I longed to go. I had a rare fine coat of blue silk upon me, belted about the waist with the king's belt and with the king's order of knighthood all a glitter upon my breast. Silver buttoned was my coat, and of solid silver too were the accoutrements of Dom Nicholas, aye, to the very stirrups and the broidery on his blue saddle cloth. I wore the Earl's Damascus sword, his first gift, swinging at my side, and as Dom Nicholas and I went through Maybole, wot ye, if we kept not our heads up? For the lasses ran out in clouds to watch us go past, and what was even better, the lads sulked and turned their backs, saying that they would be shamed to lay a leg across a horse's back thus apparelled. For I knew well what they were thinking. Had I been trudging afoot in hodden, and they riding by all in silk with a gold-hiked sword, that is just what I would have said. So the black envy eating into their hearts and lowering on their brows cheered me like old French wine on a cold day. I had not gone far across the bent when I spied a cavalcade before me. It was the men of Culzean, whom I had so often led in battle, come to give me a right gay sending off. And at their head rode James, now the heir, mirthful Sandy, and mine own little Davy, dressed like a page boy in satin of blue and gold. They gave me boisterous welcome, and they that dared would have broken many jests of the time-honoured sort upon my head. But on such a day a lover's head is helmeted alike against the hand of war and the strife of tongues. The Earl himself met us at Cassillis yet, whereupon I dismounted and bent upon a knee. He raised me right courteously and led me within, conversing all the while as to an equal. Such a repair of folk I never saw before in Carrick or in Kyle, and sweetest of all to me was to see my father, for my mother had bidden at home to welcome us when we should ride southward. And among the first that came to bid me good fortune were Robert Harburgh and his wife. Now so soon as the eyes of my ancient love crossed mine, I perceived well that there was yet wickedness lurking in them. And whensoever her husband was called away on some business of the Earl's, I had proof of it. For Kate Allison came near to me, and setting her hand on the silver buttons of my coat, as though to pick a thread, she said, "So, Launcelot, or should I say Sir Launcelot, is it come to this? You see there is none so disdainful, but in time their fall will come." "Nay, Kate," I made answer, "it was not I that was first disdainful, for do you mind who it was that told me certain truths in the Grieve's house at Culzean?" "Ah, Lance," said Kate Allison, "own it now. Was not I a kind leech to bite one I loved so healthily, all for his good and for the cooling of his blood?" "Kate Allison," said I, "thou wast ever a minx, a teasing rogue of rogues, but thy disdain might have gone near to costing me my life." "Go to, Sir Wantwit," said she. "Did not I know all the time that thy love for me was no more than a boy's fondness for kissing comfits, and to be made of by a bonny lass? Why, even then thou wast fonder of Nell's little finger than of my whole body." I knew that Kate spoke true, for indeed it was many months since I had so much as thought upon her, but this I told her not. The Lord knows how seldom she had thought upon me. But when they meet together, old sweethearts take pleasure thus in dallying with the past, when all wounds have been healed and no hearts broken. But she saw my eyes wandering, as I guess, every way about, and she must needs tease me concerning that also. "Nay," she said, "you will not see your posy till she comes in to the minister and you. So e'en content ye for a little with an old married wife and the mother of a family. Ye shall have time and to spare with your bonny bride, or all be done." "Kate," I said, "ye will be my friend as of yore." "Ay, and hold my tongue," answered she quickly. "That you did not always then," said I, for there never was such an uncouth love-making in the world as with your tell-tale tongue ye made mine. I dared not lay my lips to a tender word, nor so much as seek a favour, as it might be innocently betwixt man and maid, but it was that you said to Kate on such a night, or think ye that I count so little on myself as to be content with Kate Allison's cast-off sweet speeches?" And the pretty besom laughed, for though a married wife, she was not a whit sobered, as one might see by her eyes. "It served you greatly right," said she, "but do me some justice. Did you ever hear of my telling of the night of the fair at Maybole, and of our homecoming by the woodland way?" "No," said I curtly, for indeed I liked not that memory specially well, and wondered that she did. "Then," said Kate Allison, "rail no more against women's tongues, for they are immovable yard measures, and let out no more than likes them." At this moment they called me from the great door, and Kate Allison waved me off with a gay "Up and away, Sir Knight," which pleased me more from her than many a benedicite from another. The minister had come, they said, and was waiting for me. I went in, and lo, to my wonder, who should he be but Maister Robert Bruce, the sequestrated minister of Edinburgh, with whom the king had at last wholly fallen out concerning the matter of the Gowrie riot. The Earl smiled at my wonderment. "Art thou astonished," he said, "thus to see our ancient friend in Carrick? Thinkest thou that thy marriage will not stand? Truth it will, for even King James will think twice, or he bids his bishop unfrock a man that bides with me in my defenced house of Cassillis." "Sir Launcelot," said Master Robert Bruce, bending to me with his ancient grace and most reverend dignity, "this is the happiest hour with me since I quitted my high town upon the long ridge. It is true that I wander like a restless ghost seeking abode, but as yet the king hath not bent me, yea, though thrice I have met him in dispute and conference." Then went the Earl out to bring in my Nell, and I listened to the minister of Edinburgh speaking. Yet on my life I could not fix my mind on a word he said, for there was a jangling as of many bells in mine ears, and all the pulses of my life beat together. Then knew I of a surety that none had power to touch my heart like Nell Kennedy, the lass that would not need to change her name. At last the door opened, and she entered. Leaning on the Earl's arm she came. There was a rim of gold about her hair like a coronet, and John of Cassillis bent over me as he gave her into my hand. "Take her," he said. "I have set a coronet about her brows for today. She is in haste to be wed, or I might have put a real one there, and what had Sir Launcelot done then, poor thing?" And I think the cold, tall Earl John was more than a little fond of our Nell, concerning which I often rally her now. So Nell and I were married, and as though he had known her and her teasing temper, Master Robert Bruce paused long on the promise to obey when he came to put the questions to her, and also upon the words obedient wife. Wherefore I have ever held him to be a man gifted above most with the second sight. It was between the sweet hazel and the flowering May that we rode south, we two alone. For Robert Harburgh had led a company of men with flower-wreathed lances and of young maids on palfreys as far as the crossing of the roads which come from Culzean, where there met us a party with the loving cup. But now at long and last we were one clear, and ever as we rode we caught hands and laughed and loosed them again, all for gladness to be alone. And we looked in one another's eyes, and nigh brought ourselves and our horses to destruction by thus looking and overlooking. Till I felt mine old Dom Nicholas, a horse that loves not philandering, grow restive and sulky under my thigh, tossing his head up as one slighted for the unworthy. And ever as we went she charged it upon me that then and at such another time I loved her not. And ever I swore that I did. Thereafter, being beaten on that point, she fell to declaring that she had loved me first and most, but I only reluctantly, and as it had been, at second hand. Thus we made the miles and the hours go by, reading up all our past life and planning our future, wondering the while if the stir and clangor of war had indeed passed away forever. For already there had come a new look upon the land. Whether it was the union of the crowns and the new English wealth which made money more plenty, I know not. At any rate certain it is that there had arrived a security to which we in the lands of Carrick have been strangers for many generations. Then it was that the farmer began to set his oxen to the plough in teams of a dozen or more, not fearing any longer that there might come a glint of steel-harnessed riders over the hill, who should drive his cattle before them, and leave himself lying in the furrow a welter in his blood. The wind blew sweet about us. It seemed that never had there been a spring like this one since the world began, never such delicatest airs as those that stirred the crisps about Nell's white neck when she bent it sideways to hearken to my speeches. I declare that were I not an unlearned Scot, who takes to his pen only when work for the sword waxes slack, I could praise my love in similitudes of Arabian birds and ferny sprays, as well as Euphues' delight, or even as in the gentle Sidney his Arcadia. But as it is I waste time, for already I have spoke too long, and must haste me to the end. Though this is a part of my life that I could love to linger on. For what is pleasanter than sunshine after storm and the bolts of ruin? I declare it was 5 years since I had had time to look at a robin, but there seemed to be time for everything this fine May day. And ever as we went, it seemed that we had been a long time alone, and that it would soon come time to be turning back again. Then to whichsoever of us the thought came that we were now on the long lane that has no turning, save that which turns in at the kirkyard loaning, there would also come the desire to touch and to look. And even thus did Nell Kennedy often, reaching her hand across to me from her gentle, equal-pacing steed. Then would she fall back on the things that had been, and which now were passed away. Yesterday, at such a time, she would say, I thought that today would never come, and now— whereupon with her eyes she would look the rest. Then I told her how that I had seen the Dominie but yestereven, when she was sewing at the purling of her bridal dress and thinking of me. He had gone back with his pipes to the school by the kirk at Maybole. And what said he of our wedding? Asked my dear. Why, I was instant with him to come and bide at Palgowan, I made answer. Shall I tell thee what he said? Ay, tell it me indeed, quoth she, blithely, stopping a moment on a high-lying moorish summit, with her hand above her eyes, and looking to the spear of the merrick towards which we rode. Well then, he said that those that were but newly wed had no use for carven negro heads, wherein to put the ashes of their loves. He is none so ugly as that, said Nell, with, I think, a look at me which I took for a certain complaisance it pleased me to see. Then I told her how the Dominie had added that it was not yet time for men of his profession to come about the house of a newly wedded knight, but that if prosperity should come to Palgowan, and the din of Bairns' voices, we might ask him again in 10 years or somewhat less. Oh, said Nell shortly, and rode a little further off. Yet I flattered myself that I had said the thing pretty well, for it was not at all in these terms that the Dominie had put his offer. Indeed, I was in a quandary how most discreetly to deliver his message. So in the long twilight of May we came riding down Minnock Water. For with the sun setting we had fallen silent, and we looked no more so frankly at each other. But with one accord we turned our eyes across the water to watch for the light of my mother's candle in the little window. She heard us as we came, and there, lo, before I knew it, she was at Nellie's saddle leather, helping her to dismount, and the tears were running steadily down her face. I think she minded the day when she too had come home a bride to the little house of Kirrieoch among the hills. "Oh, my bairn, was what she said. Come awa ben." And it was to Nell that she said it. Me she minded no more than a cock-sparrow under the eaves. Then came Hugh of Kirriemore out to take the horses. But I went, as is my custom, to the stable with Dom Nicholas, for he never slept well otherwise. And when I came in again I found that my mother had Nell already seated by the fireside, for it is chill among the uplands in May. The peats were burning fine, and on the white board there was a supper set fit for a prince and princess. But all the time my mother never minded me at all, save to rage on me for bringing the lass so far and so fast. "But, mother," said I, "remember that if I had not made some haste, all your fine supper would have been wasted." And indeed it came not far from being that as it was, for we could eat but little. The finest of muirland fare seemed somehow or other to stick by the way, tasting strangely dry and sapless. And after we had done we drew apart and looked at the red ashes, while my mother rattled on about the simple concerns of the sheep and the calves, which mountain-bred folk vastly love both to speak of and to hear about. Presently she leaned over me and took down the burnt Bible out of the wall aumry. "Here, Launce," she said, "read you the chapter this night ere ye sleep. It becomes a man wedded and the head of a family. Besides, your father is from home." I declare I would sooner have charged upon the level spears, but I had no choice with my mother, speaking as she did when I was a boy, and my Nell sitting there crossing her pretty ankles by the fireside. So I manned to read a portion. It was about Jonathan clambering up a rock, and a good soldier he was. But the prayer fairly beat me. However, ere we rose from our knees, we said the Lord's Prayer all of us together. So to rest we went, without other word being spoken. And through the little window of the room in which I was born, Nell and I could hear, ere we went to sleep, the brattle of the burn hurrying down through the peace of the hills, past our own new house of Palgowan, and so on toward the silence of the outermost sea. End of chapter 52. End of The Grey Man by S.R. Crockett.